here, I'm your eraser. Ain't the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Lady face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 할리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 만할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane.
Coming at you like real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, nah, that. Numb and don't drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddest do.
It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sign of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me coming, get out of the way. I can just lay, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
Welcome to the World's 2020 group stage.
World's group stage is where hope still lives.
Rogue, I think expectations are on that they can turn it around for the LEC.
Malphite ultimate on the side of Rogue, so there it is.
Flash in for 3. Rogue have shown up to Worlds to dominate the competition.
PSG is behind you. You have a mountain ahead with DAMWON.
That's Zoom dead, Loken dead, Lamau dead. Who's next?
Our group is quite hard, we know it, and we play against like 2 favorites to win the whole tournament. Because the next matches are DAMWON and LGD Gaming. I think we have a chance to beat those teams, so we just do us and we will see how it goes.
Machi versus Team Liquid, G2 Esports versus Suning. Our first look at Group A.
G2 is strong, but Suning I think is overlooked by many.
Suning, I think, is the one that will surprise people tomorrow. They have so many young talents who've never been on the world stage before.
G2 and Suning are the heavy favorites, and I think that is going to be the expected battle for first.
It's that Group C that a lot of people are looking at as really having the opportunity to go any given way.
I think we just gave Fnatic their best champions pretty much, and it made the game really hard for us. Our bot lane and jungle played really well.
They just flashed up the wall. That's it, he's dead. Goodbye, double lift.
It's still very comfortable to play the game, so whenever a game is comfortable to play, I would say we're in a good spot. I don't think our mindset really changes just from losing one game. I think that anyone can beat anyone, especially on our group.
Good hook shot, step forward, precision protocol, Hextech ultimatum of the lost Curious. Oh! Broken Blade with the outplay! This group was the most chaotic, most entertaining, definitely the most competitive. Got himself one, he's looking for another. How do you think TSM Fnatic are going to do coming up against Gen.G and LGD? It's stolen! Gen.G managed to pick it up. The showstopper comes out from life, lands respect by some time. Fantastic barrel from Cliff.
I'm just so excited to watch more Group C.
It's really anyone in this group is a contender.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse!
你看到了吗
They're gonna win! This is it!
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the World's group stage. We got our first look at some of the tournament favorites yesterday, and we'll see who can challenge them as we jump into the second day of groups. Here we have an inside look at TSM as they prepare for their game against LGD later today. This is captured with the Oppo cam, giving you all the great moments from Worlds 2020. Fantastic to get a look into the training rooms and the concentration on everyone's faces as they gear up for the all-important matches on day 2 of the group stage. I'm Shox, and I'm joined here by Ender and Yamato after an interesting first day that actually did also have a good amount of blowouts, which we never really want to see. And it also proved us that some of the tournament favorites came ready to play, especially DAMWON and Top Esports. And next to that, Gen.G also started the week with a win alongside Fnatic, DRX, and Rogue. But yeah, some stompy games yesterday. What does that mean for the rest of groups?
I mean, I think we saw some lopsided matchups, especially early on into the day. I'm hopeful that we see some closer games as we continue to evolve. I think some teams came in with much better reads than others, which definitely contributed to the one-sidedness.
I think the preparation is just clutch. I think as teams progress, you're going to quickly realize which champions are OP, which ones are stronger, and which ones you should really ban or pick.
Yeah, we see the groups, as said in the trailer already. Group C seems to be the one where the teams have had the closest games. That was definitely the case yesterday, and where anyone might be able to take down anyone besides the Stompy games. Let's see how we feel about the rest of the matchups, the rest of the groups, and the general feeling going into day 2. We have to look at Top Esports. They played our first game of the group stage versus FlyQuest Yamato. They were very, very convincing in that one.
I think they were kind of just coasting through the game. I think in the beginning, FlyQuest had a cheeky level 1 strategy, and then they had like a good trade at bottom. But the moment 369 stepped up, then Solo killed Solo, the game just flew away, and Top Esports looked unstoppable.
Yeah, and then after that, Karsa's back up top lane, punishing Solo again, sprinting down to bot side, so he just sort of ran away with the game as well there. And the craziest thing is that everyone was looking at Top Esports like, oh god, like mid lane, that's gonna be scary. It wasn't even relevant. They didn't even need him because the rest of the team popped off so hard.
And that's also what we saw when we were preparing for this group stage, the fact that they have threats in every lane, and that might make it very hard to prepare for as well when you're a FlyQuest, because how can you really prepare if you know that they can fire on all cylinders?
I think FlyQuest, honestly, if you're the underdog in any matchup, I think you just need to bring a lot of cheese to the table.
There was a level 1.
There was a level 1, but it needs to continue. It needs to continue.
Okay.
It can never, ever stop. And at the same time, you need to be able to match people in lanes, and that is a tough thing to do. Easy to say, but in the current state of things, might be impossible to do.
Yeah, true. I mean, we can talk about that in our meta check-in a bit later, because that is quite interesting with the games we saw yesterday. Now, of course, no shame for FlyQuest. They went up against one of maybe the tournament favorites. For JDG, on the other hand, they went up versus DAMWON, and both of these were considered very strong contenders going into that. How does the match you saw of DAMWON versus JDG yesterday change that, Ender?
Well, obviously DAMWON was the significantly better team on the day. I don't want people to look at this game and say JDG are bad or they're not going to show up and, you know, be a legitimate contender, especially later on in this tournament. I still have very high praise for this team. I think they came in with a poor read with some of the things they drafted up against DAMWON. And then also, once that jungle matchup started getting skewed from the level 1, it was really hard to pull back.
I think historically Korean teams have always been very, very strong in group stages, and I think that continues with the very, very well-prepared strategy DAMWON had. They executed on the advantage that they got from level 1 because they kept Nuguri, and of course JDG did this level 1 many times in the finals against Top Esports. So they did their research, punished well, and kept going with that tempo within the game.
We'll take a lot of time later to dive into kind of the meta and also this draft specifically of this game. But first, I also want to talk about one of our juiciest matchups yesterday. Fnatic took on TSM, which was huge for the respective fan bases. And Fnatic, they walked away with the win. It was, I want to say it was very back and forth, but it seems like the macro game was a bit more in Fnatic's favor.
I think usually what I tie to the two roles that I tie to the macro is just the jungle and the support role. I felt like Selfmade had full control over the jungle due to all the vision that Hylissang put up. There was a statistic within the broadcast where the vision score was double on Hylissang, and usually I don't pinpoint that as something that you should reference to, but when it's double, that is significant.
Yeah, that was a big one. I think that this vision game played into really well how Fnatic were able to play the map around big objectives, because TSM did do a good job in lane. I think that's fair to say, but when it came to the Baron, I mean, Fnatic just snuck it away. They just ran to it when they saw 3 members of TSM on the bot side, and TSM couldn't get there fast enough, and that was a poor read. And then we saw when the Dragon came up, and Fnatic again just run it straight down mid lane, because there's only a Camille there. They can't clear the minion waves. That was where I think Fnatic really were able to jump out to a lead.
Of course, giving over the Lucian and the Evelynn, which was so strong for them in playoffs. But as said, and as we heard from Bjergsen also, only one game. Anything can happen in this group. No hope lost for TSM. We saw good things out of them, and we'll be looking forward how they continue. And outside of clean play from Fnatic, we also learned that Polish junglers and Evelynn are OP. This is our Red Bull top play of the day. I mean, we've seen it a couple of times, actually. But we're going to look at it again.
My goodness, this was nasty. I remember watching the broadcast. It didn't even show on the screen, and Ender was like, yo, he just got popped. He just flacked over the wall. Ender has the sixth sense when it comes to Evelynn gameplay, and the Soda Selfmade. He just snapped him in half.
Poor Doublelift did not see that one coming.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ender reacted faster than Doublelift did, because Doublelift didn't even flash or heal.
No, he didn't,
and I don't blame him.
I mean, it went super fast, and I think it's one of those where you're a marksman and you think, great, the Evelynn is fed. What am I going to do? I mean, if not going to kill me now, she's going to kill me the next time anyway. This leads us perfectly into our top performers from day one, and it is all about the junglers. We're going to start with Fnatic Selfmade since we just saw that clip, but since we talked a lot already about that moment, that we know how strong it is, Ender, as our resident LEC and jungler jungler expert.
Yeah.
What should people look out for in terms of self-made when that Evelynn is taken away?
Yeah, well, first we need to say Evelynn, his best champion by far, insane impact on that. But that's not the only AP jungler in his wheelhouse. In the LEC, we saw him play the Gragas as well as the Karthus, and I really want to see the Karthus come out at some point because I think that is exactly the kind of game that he wants to play. But he also has AD picks, right? He played the Graves earlier in the season with Soraka in the bot lane. I think maybe we don't want to see that again, but there are all these other picks that Selfmade does have up his sleeve, and I think the important thing for him is going to be able to being able to find a second or third champion to reach that Evelynn tier for him.
Yeah, for sure. I'm thinking what comes next after some of these jungle bans start to drop. Nidalee is out. Can Selfmade play Nidalee? Well, I think the question is more, can Fnatic play Nidalee? Because I think it's more of a team-oriented champion than anything, and this is something we have to pay attention to as we progress throughout the tournament.
As we look at some of the standout players of day one, they're all junglers, and I kind of want to connect that to the options that are available and the strength of those options. I think in the next one we saw something a bit out of line, right? Clid picked up the Gragas when a couple of those bans came through. That's another indicator that the pool may be wider than we think.
I think the moment Nidalee and of course Graves is out, then it's all about preference. In this one, I think it was very, very smart in terms of preparation because Clid played a fantastic Gragas back in 2019. He's a very, very good Gragas, had a very dominant performance in this one. And it was also perfect against Peanut that likes to play the Kindred. The moment these junglers are banned, all of a sudden we see a complete different method that the teams need to adjust to. Clid did wonderfully.
Yeah, and it also goes to show that there are, even in the farming-oriented jungle and the AP-oriented jungle, there's a lot of different looks you can have, whether it's the assassination with the Evelynn, because that was an option for him, but him and the rest of the team, they said, we want the Gragas to have that big team fight in.
Yamato, with your experience in the LCK, what can you tell us about jungle priority in the latter half of the season?
I think, Evelynn and the Hecarim buffs came in, but in scrims, no one really had success based on what I saw. But this was a very, very long time ago. Hecarim and Evelynn, I think the consensus at the time was that these are like gimmicky champions that need to gain leads in order to be successful. And those are usually champions that people like to stay away from when it comes to the scrims over in the LCK.
But as said, it's been a while, so we can certainly expect those to pop up. Next up is Karsa for top esports, who, on a lineup where all you need to do is make sure that your lanes shine and you win. He also shone extra on top of that, and he just went in the early game as Graves.
Yeah, he was all over the place, and this is kind of a terrifying thing to think about when it's a Graves on the enemy team who's usually, clearing through his camps, maybe taking some enemy camps. No, he's ganking top lane, then immediately ganking bottom lane as well, and I think it's important to know, Karsa is one of the best junglers in the world, and on a roster filled with so many star players, you can't count him out.
Yeah, we said in our setup yesterday that we saw a lot of counter ganking from him, mostly because he just wants to make sure that his laners are in the best position. But you can't forget that this is a very experienced jungler who can do many things very, very well. And I think they just wanted to remind people of that yesterday. Karsa going to be an extra threat on top esports. Next up, DRX's jungler, a rookie to the world stage, Pioshik, who I thought, okay, will he have a bit of jitters for his first game at Worlds? None of that. He dominated on the Nidalee.
I think in a lot of cases, people look at Pioshik and think that he's inconsistent, and understandably so. He had some moments that are very memorable, but in general, DRX had a very successful summer split. They ended up second, and I think in general, when Pioshik had very, very good games where everything connected and landed like this one, he has the capability to do a lot.
Yeah, and it was also impressive, too, to see him trying to really shut down the Evelynn in the early game with those early invades, because we've seen this matchup a couple of times now, and it doesn't always look the same way, and I think a lot of Nidalee players would take good note to play it like he did.
I think that's a fantastic point. I think Evelynn has a clear weakness when it comes to the early game. Has been buffed this year, but I think the approach with the set and the Nidalee is just perfect in terms of what approach you want to take against Evelynn. We saw in the game between TSM and, of course, Fnatic, when Evelynn got too much space, then eventually it just scales too hard and becomes very difficult to deal with.
That Evelynn was scary. The Nidalees yesterday were also very scary. The same thing we saw actually in DAMWON versus Gen.G. Canyon, who is a fantastic jungler in his own right, but just made that Nidalee look dirty. And Yamato, you had a lot to say about the composition and especially the matchup into the Lilia.
I think the thing about Nidalee into Lilia is just that the champions around Nidalee, all the CC champions are just perfect into Lilia as well, so it kind of matches up in general. I think a thing to highlight why these AP junglers are so good is the moment the AP jungle item is achieved, you kind of find this pace and tempo in the jungle that is honestly unmatched by anything else. And the key thing is always when an Italy or an AP jungle in general gets an advantage, the speed just takes away because you reach that jungle item so quick.
Exactly, and Italy is a champion that can keep pace or almost outpace a lot of these other farming picks, but she's also has the ability to go into range form, and being able to walk into the enemy jungle with red buff, keep auto-attacking, you don't even need to land Qs. We saw her honorable duel against the Nautilus just yesterday, but this is a champion that can also play very aggressively in the face of their opponents.
Yeah, absolute nuisance. We didn't even talk about the player playing the Italy Canyon. He's someone that was feared coming into this tournament, just like the rest of DAMWON. You know him very well, of course. How scary is Canyon when he has his hands on actually a good champion, but many champions that he can work with?
Yeah, the big question was always, it was very easy to look at the LCK and like, oh, Canyon is fantastic. Everyone else had kind of question marks around them. There was some inconsistencies where it came to Klid or Pioshik, the other LCK jungles we have at the tournament. And then the question mark was Canyon against Kanavi or maybe Akarsa. How is that going to look? And Canyon definitely delivered.
Jungle gapped Kanavi. And there was obviously like team came into play big time in that one as well. But you saw when you give him an inch, he will take a mile.
We talked so much about jungler. We saw so much prioritization on it in the draft. Jungle is always important, but we've had years gone past where they were on tank duty, even funnel duty or whatnot. Are you guys happy? And do you think this is going to continue? Yeah, you're very happy. Jungle all the time. What do you think about this huge focus and importance of jungle this early on in the group stage?
I think it makes this Worlds very different to a lot of Worlds in the past, where a lot of time you will get to playoffs and it's like, oh, the bot lanes is what matters, the mid lane is what matters. And I think that jungle is going to carry so much weight in this tournament, and it goes to show that when you look at a lot of the pre-tournament favorites in DAMWON Gaming, Top, as well as Gen.G, they have 3 of the best junglers in the world on their team, and that's a big reason why they're at the top.
A great day for junglers yesterday. As for us, we're going to take a quick break, but Worlds Countdown returns with a look at Group A as we prep for Machi Esports versus Team Liquid. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions pray the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead, beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know if we don't die? Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise,
Welcome back to the analyst desk, everyone. And I promised you we were going to look at the developing meta here at Worlds. And with yesterday's action in mind, I specifically want to get some first impressions going off the DAMWON versus JDG draft. Now, one thing we have to call out, obviously, immediately is that for JDG, it was a bit odd giving DAMWON all of their comfort champs. Now, they have many of them, but they are especially destructive with the Camille Nidalee TF combo. But Yamato, you were talking so much about Nidalee and how she does need the right setup and the right enemy draft. So why does this work so well?
I think this is just a dream composition for Nidalee because you have, first of all, a mid laner with CC that is willing to sacrifice himself for the benefit of Nidalee. We spoke so much about Nidalee getting advantage and just flying away with it. And on top of that, there is CC in all lanes. When you're playing these farm junglers, you don't want to play for one lane specifically. You want to have options depending on where your pathing leads you and where your efficiency leads you. So here, you look at these champions, you have options to gank everywhere.
Yeah, and it's also great when you have champions that can do the ganking for you. Yeah. Sometimes, like with Twisted Fate, he can move into top lane, pair up very nicely with the Camille. Leona can also get the roaming done because you're always going to want some CC support to roam with you to actually make those ganks happen. And also, with the priority of Camille can get in a lot of matchups, Twisted Fate too, invading the jungle is easy.
To that, you bring up the Leona. In terms of bot priority, we saw a fair bit of Jhin. We also saw a lot of Leona. What kind of purpose does that serve in these compositions?
Well, I think now that we're seeing so much more Nidalee in these junglers without hard CC, especially from range, you're going to need to find that hard lockdown somewhere else, and you also want the front line somewhere else. So having that non-committal engage of a Jhin, an Ashe arrow, a Leona ultimate is all going to be really important when your Nidalee doesn't want to be the first one in, and your Camille, while she can go in, she has to full commit if she does.
Yamato, you also mentioned earlier Lilia is something that Nidalee loves to see, but what else about this JDG draft would you say was not optimal for the composition they were fighting?
I think aesthetically, just looking at the champions that they have, I consider Jace kind of a lower tier champion. It's kind of a worse Lucian right now in the current state of things. We've seen Volibear into Camille many times too, but I think Camille gets away with so much more. Like if something goes wrong for Volibear, there's no turning back, while Camille has multiple chances within the game to always, you know, have an impact. She can gank, she can split push, she can team fight as well. And I think this is something to pay attention to as we proceed into this tournament, because I think Camille is probably one of the strongest top laners in the game.
Yeah, we definitely saw that yesterday. So destructive. Another draft I wanted to look at is DRX's draft versus the Unicorns of Love. We, of course, heralded the Unicorns of Love as having very deep champion pools, and DRX often come up with wacky drafts as well. But in this one, they had a very good game plan. Again, with the Nidalee, is it much of the same like we saw from the previous draft? Why does it work in this composition?
It just follows the same recipe. A mid laner that can easily sacrifice for the sake of Nidalee, a lot of CC within the lanes, a lot of prio too. I think any of these farm junglers love playing with an Ornn because it's a champion that doesn't require a lot of attention. And if you're out and about in the neighborhood, you can always visit, say hello, grab some tea and biscuits, which means a gank because it's so easy to set up with Ornn. The Ornn ult always lands. Doesn't matter if he's 20 CS behind, 20 CS ahead. It always functions beautifully. And Nidalee was just primed to attack the Evelynn in this game, which exactly happened.
Yeah, and this comp can just spring on you so quickly, too, with the Ornn ultimate, like you're mentioning, the Pantheon support. Like, all that guy wants to do is get out of lane and use his ultimate to get around the map, start making plays happen, and really starts taking off around the level 6.
Yeah, the Pantheon priority, something we saw in the LCK, of course, a lot. I wonder if that's going to come to the other regions
We'll see more,
as well.
I'm sure.
You're sure? Yes. Okay, awesome. Any final thoughts on kind of the meta development? Because it does seem like we see some things Ornn always good. Nidalee seem to be incredibly suffocating. Evelynn in certain situations. Camille top lane. Anything else that you can say is really becoming more important?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing Nidalee bans against some of these premium Nidalee players, because not everyone can execute as well as a Canyon or a Pyosik. And when that happens, all of a sudden we see a complete different meta, and this is where some of the more experienced junglers are going to definitely shine.
Yeah, and when you need your junglers to either be invading an Evelynn to set her behind or staying alive if you are the Evelynn, priority lanes is a very big deal as well. That's one of the reasons why we see so much Lucian with the Evelynn, is if you can make sure you have a winning mid lane matchup with priority, that shuts down a lot of the ability for the enemy jungler to put you behind.
Loving this deep dive into the drafts and into the meta, and we'll see if the teams can put their draft prep into practice as we look at the second day of groups. Let's get that schedule up on the screen. Things kick off with Group A. Machi Esports faces Team Liquid, then G2 Esports versus Suning, which, you know, are the last teams we haven't seen, which is going to inform a lot. Again, 6 games, and at the end of the day, 2 bangers as well. Gen.G versus TSM and LGD versus Fnatic.
Group C is always going to be
So
good,
much
no matter what sort of permutation you have with those 4 teams. You're always going to have very competitive games. I think G2 versus Suning is going to be the most telling game in terms of what is the overall strength of this Group A and likely how does it pan out.
Yeah, let me use that to parlay into our next topic, which is we are getting our first look at Group A in the opening 2 games. So let's take a closer look at those teams, starting with the #1 seed of the LEC, G2 Esports. Now, G2 are one of the favorites in this group, but a lot will be determined by their first performance on stage versus Suning, which could be the most contentious matchup in this group for them.
Yeah, I mean, G2 are going to love to be back on stage, but this was not smooth sailing over the course of the year for G2. Of course, in Spring Split, they sent Caps down into the bottom lane. They had Perks playing mid, and Perks looked good in mid lane, but they wanted to change things up in summer, going fully online as well. They really did get off to a rocky start and didn't win during the regular season for the first time in 3 splits.
Yeah, for sure. They also dropped 2 best-of-5s throughout the year, 1 to Mad Lions, 1 to Fnatic. I'm looking at this team, and considering the strength of the LPL and LCK, I'm looking at Caps as the big Western hope coming into 2020 World Championship.
The only big Western hope?
The big Western hope.
Okay. That seemed a bit very depressing for NA and EU right there.
I thought it sounded cool.
It did sound cool. I was just thinking, well, okay then, let's pack it up. Next up, Suning, which is an explosive team like G2, filled with young players guided by SOFM and Sword Art. Suning is a relatively young organization in the context of like the old school teams in the LPL. Joined the LSPL back in 2017, then promoted to the LPL, and actually reached their highest playoff standings in the most recent split when they got semifinal, eventually 3rd place.
Yeah, I think this team is going to be really exciting to see how they do transform over the tournament, because Sword Art is the only name that you're going to recognize from the world stage. This is going to be his 6th world performance. The other 4 players have never been here, so this is another moment where we have to really read them. They need to get onto the right foot right here on day 1.
And everyone's excited about Suning. Those people that are rating them high is just looking at Huanfeng and Bin, the rookies that definitely, when they're unleashed, can beat some of the best. But then again,
Where's
rookies,
my love for SOFM? The man's a monster.
They're kind of piecing it together, setting up ganks. They're definitely doing good. I just wanted to give a highlight on the players that you might know less about.
No, absolutely. We'll dive deeper into Suning when we get to that match intro, but it is kind of unquantifiable for me. You know, we've watched the VODs, but how strong are they going to be in this group? We'll see in game 2, because in our first game, we'll see Machi Esports and Team Liquid as the PCS champions look to start their Worlds run with a win. We already saw their colleagues out of the PCS, PSG, and now it's Machi's time.
Yeah, and you know, Machi was a team that a lot of people will know from the LMS, but this team wasn't supposed to exist this year. Moving into the new structure with the PCS, G-Rex was the team that was supposed to be here, but 2 weeks before the year began, they disbanded. The entire organization dissolved, so Machi had to come together right at the last minute, put a team together, and now, all of a sudden, in this year, when it shouldn't have been here, they're back at Worlds.
Someone to look at for Machi is Mission in the mid lane. We've seen him, of course, already on the international stage, and is also the focal player that gets a lot of the resources for this team.
Yeah, Machi are definitely going to put a lot in towards him, and the stats back it up. He is a beast regionally in terms of the mid lane, always coming out ahead, and he is sort of the successor of some of the great LMS mids of the past.
If you want to compare this team to something that you know, if you've watched the broadcast of the play-ins, I think they are very similar to Team Liquid stylistically. Maybe sometimes fall behind in the early game, but solid in the team play and always around the objectives.
I mean, that's perfect also for our Team Liquid introduction. Thanks for that. Before we get to that, also check out our State Farm Assist of the Week, which is Jensen setting up Broxah with a perfect layup.
Welcome to Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. This assist zeroes in on the mid lane of Team Liquid versus Legacy Esports, with Jensen setting up Broxah, who fires no warning shots while taking down Tally.
Doesn't want a piece of that at all. Tally locked up with the shockwave. Jensen trying to and put some extra damage down with the command attack. But boom! Collateral damage from across the wall finds his 5th kill of the game.
I mean, Bobib's right there, but Broxah won't let him save the day.
Great stuff there from the mid-jungle duo. And today, Team Liquid continues their Worlds run, and they honestly just cruised through those play-ins, Yamato. Very convincing and also a bit of a faster pace than we were used to seeing from them in the LCS.
Definitely. I think in terms of how I view Team Liquid, I always thought the players are on objectives and so forth, but we definitely saw them try to step up. We saw some 2v2 action. We saw Tactical very, very boldly stepping up and co-jaging with the engages, Broxah with the early games on Graves. I like this new look for Team Liquid because this is the type of attitude you need to have if you want to do some damage on the world stage.
Yeah, I do like highlighting Broxah's Graves in particular because this is a player that I think a lot of people were concerned about or weren't sure how he was going to stack up internationally after a difficult year, but in the play-ins at least he did look in peak form, and this is going to be important for Team Liquid if they want to contest this group.
That it will be. Great stuff from Broxah. We see the boys on screen there. Tactical is smiling, and why wouldn't you? I mean, I have to say I'm a big fan of this guy. Also, to me, it kind of spells out, you know, a new wave for NA. The fact that you have the willingness to invest in that young rookie talent, and he immediately paid it forward in the play-ins. What a performance from this rookie on the world stage.
Yeah, he didn't look like a rookie, right? You know, he came in, he's playing super aggressive in lane with Gen.G on some stylish picks like the Twitch, and his team fighting in particular was really, really solid on these late game hyper carries.
I think it's a dream as well as a rookie to have someone like Gen.G, a literal world champion behind you to teach you the ropes, and together with those, you know, mechanics that some of the young players come in with is just a perfect lethal combination.
Absolutely. It kind of does look like a fantastic puzzle they've put together there for Team Liquid, especially with the improvements we saw immediately out of the play-in. So what are the expectations now for Team Liquid as they go up against some of these other teams like a Machi, like a G2, and like a Suning?
I think the big question mark is just what do the teams learn from Team Liquid's run in the play-ins? There were some key champions that they used. The one game they lost was when Graves was banned, when Twitch was banned. What is going to happen when these champion pools get attacked? What is Broxah going to pull out next? This is the big question mark that they need to answer probably today, because I imagine Machi is going to remove those from the picture.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Team Liquid have a legitimate shot at making it out of this group. This group is the one that it feels the most wide open in terms of like rating the strength of Suning, Machi, even G2, the way they're speaking on social media, like they're like full doomsday going on, right? So Team Liquid have a really good shot if they come in the form that they were in play-ins, where they looked very, very clean and closed out games very convincingly. This team can make it out.
In a context of the meta discussion we had earlier and kind of the picks that are rising to the top level, how do you think Team Liquid is going to do with those types of comps?
I think it just comes down to what Broxah plays. It's always about the junglers.
Yes.
Broxah, like I remember losing to Nidlee's Broxah back in 2018 when he was playing together with Cap. So that's a long time ago. I think, you know, Lee Sin is no longer a thing that is active right now. His Graves is good, but Graves is banned. What comes next? He played the Lilia, lost on Lilia, the only game they lost in play-ins. Maybe Gragas. Who knows? That is just a big question that comes next. I wouldn't be worried about, you know, for example, an Impact to play a tank that the junglers love.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially like Impact stepping up, Jensen having some really solid games as well. Sort of what I was talking about earlier is the jungle matchup is heavily influenced by if you have priority lanes or not. You always know Gen.G is going to be trying to roam around the map and have a really big influence around Broxah and helping him out in that regard. So if his lanes are also succeeding, it makes it so much easier to extend that jungle advantage.
All right, we'll see what Team Liquid brings for the group stage and if Machi can put something on the Rift. That does it for us here. Now let's send it over to Captain Flowers and Azael. Yes, what a lineup for Game 1.
Thank you so much, Shocks. Thank you, Analyst Desk. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world stage here yet again for Worlds 2020. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and what sort of a world championship would be complete without the addition of a former literal world champion himself, Mr. Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley, joining me here for these first 3 games.
I am ready to go, man, and I know it's Worlds because I'm wearing something other than shorts or sweatpants for the first time in 6 months.
Isaac's pulling out all the stops here for this one. This is the second day of main stage groups play, and we are kicking things off with Machi going up against TL. TL, of course, having a very strong showing in play-ins, with the exception of a bit of a questionable game against INTZ. But without that one in the mix, everything else did look very strong. We'll see how they do now going up against their first main stage opponent here in Machi.
Yeah, exactly. And now they are going to be going up against even tougher opponents, right? Machi coming out of the PCS. We saw how PSG looked in play-ins. They looked very strong. This is a team that actually 3-0'd them in finals. So a lot of people, I think, are coming into this and saying, all right, easy win for NA. First one on the board. Let's go. But you cannot actually overlook the strength of this team just because they are less known players. TL, I think, is going to be in tough against Machi. There's a lot of, interesting overlap in the champion pools. We heard the analyst S talking about, some of the issues perhaps with Brox's champion pool. These two junglers actually share almost identical champion pools. Graves, as well as Lee Sin, by far the most played for both of these players, followed quickly by Volibear and Trundle. It's pretty much, tit for tat as far as the champions they do play, almost no difference across the board. So I do think that priority as far as those jungle picks could become very, very important. And we may see these guys having those banned out and then start to test the flexibility of these players, see if either team has really kind of prepared a jungle strategy to try to push the other jungler to the edge.
And one thing I'm a bit concerned for from Machi coming into the competition, just based off of the preparation that I was doing for these teams beforehand, Machi as a whole, with the exception of Koala, has pretty small champion pools relative to other teams here at Worlds 2020. So this is a team that I will be looking at to say, what happens if one of your main guys, if one person gets focused really heavily and they're forced down 4 or 5 pegs on their priority list? What will they actually be able to perform on? Will they be able to step up? Because this is a team that, coming out of the PCS, they were not initially the team that everybody going into their playoffs was thinking, okay, this is our #1 seed.
Nope.
They actually had to take down that team that everybody was expecting to be so successful in PSG Talon. You said that they not only beat them once, but they beat them twice in 2 playoff best-of-5s because of the format of their playoffs to earn their spot here. So Machi's coming in with a little bit of hotness, Azael.
They really are. And, I'm going to be interested to see what the preparation is telling us for these two teams. I think Machi will be relying heavily on what TL did show in play-ins. Seeing the Nidalee banned out, that is something that is kind of telling me that's more of a scrim pick that has become fairly big for Machi. Obviously, we saw a lot of Nidalee throughout Worlds thus far. Has been a really strong pick. Pairs up incredibly well with a lot of the dominant top laners that people are playing today. But, some bans being spread out across the board. These, I say, were 3 of the premier picks for TL in the play-ins. Twitch for Khan became really popular in the play-ins. We saw that Tactical was able to dominate on that pick. Shen, I would argue, is Impact's #1 pick. And TF, a lot of people feel that it kind of papers over some of the weaknesses that Team Liquid does have, where they're not always really proactive and playing across the map in the earlier stages of the game. TF is something that allows them to get that done. So just trying to take a little bit away from each of these players rather than, fully targeting out anyone on either side.
With Ashe, Set, and Nidalee being the bans on the TL side, the first pick here will be Ornn for Machi. And for those of y'all who may not have tuned into play-ins, you're just showing up now here for the main stage of groups, the story of play-ins was Ornn. This man just putting items together in the top lane, sitting there being a meatball, bonking people on the head if they tried to walk up and trade with him. The champion had an incredible amount of success. I'm not surprised to see him continue to get play now. And there you go, locking in the Graves as the first pick of the draft for TL, going after that jungle priority that you mentioned.
Yeah, I think Graves was a really obvious lock here. He seems a lot stronger currently in the meta than Lee Sin, and because these two players really do share the priority on those 2 picks in specific, that is going to be what they go to. Wonder where they are going to take us next, if they want to try to get some sort of a bot lane pick or if they have mid lane priority here. They are going to be going for the blind Orianna. This is something shared by both players, one of the most played for Mission as well, who really is the star of Machi. He plays more of a lane focused style. He was dominant in pretty much all categories, excluding kill participation. He's not really active, but he has a dominant laning phase. He has massive damage per minute. He really does kind of act as this big late game carry for the team. So TL going to grab the Orianna early on for Jensen. I would argue that is his strongest pick, and this is something that he can use to scale alongside whatever Machi do want to do. Yep. And they are grabbing a pretty beefy set of frontliners here, expecting this to be Volibear, obviously going towards the jungle, as we already have Ornn locked in. Syndra to back that up.
Yep, Syndra's another one of those champions that Mission has quite a few plays on. 6 plays for both Syndra and Orianna for him. So even if the Ori was denied, he's still comfortable here on this champion. Gemini also with the Volibear. You mentioned how it's all about Graves and Lee Sin. Well, Volibear will be a distant 3rd place pick for Gemini here. Both the Graves and the Lee Sin more than 10 plays, but this one's still got 5, so he's not completely unfamiliar with what's going on here. And it looks like we are going to see mirrored picks throughout the first half of the draft here, as Team Liquid will go ahead and secure their top laner in Mordekaiser before more bans come through.
So I do think TL is kind of setting up for a hard engaged champion here from CoreJJ. You know, if I'm Machi, I might be banning out things like the Leona, things like the Rakan, even perhaps, because I do think that you want some sort of hard engaged mechanism over on TL, and you also want the ball delivery system for the Orianna. And right now, Team Liquid doesn't have anything to do that. And they're obviously not going to be getting that from their marksmen. So I like the Rakan ban here from Machi. I think that is intelligent, speaks to the preparation. Looking over at the other side, Koala also is the guy that does a lot of heavy lifting for the engage. If you want to ban out the Nautilus and try to pick away the Leona, those are the two most played for Koala, and he does really like to go for those hard engage style picks. He can obviously go back towards the Bard, and he has a lot of other champions as well, but those are his priorities, and I do like these bans from both sides. I'm going to be interested to see if Machi wants to ban away the Leona expecting it, because that feels like the obvious next pick here to me, with it being, you know, something to enable the Orianna, give them some form of hard engage, and also something that both of these players do like to play.
Yep, Nautilus, Pantheon, Rakan, so much engage on supports banned away here. What will it be? Thresh instead. Okay, so Thresh will not be pickable this time around, but that Leona, I feel like there's no way that doesn't get picked by one of these two teams here. Isaac.
Yeah, I think it would definitely make sense. You know, they can obviously go for more of a dominant 2v2 bot lane and just forego the engage, try to absorb the engage from their opponents, try to look for siege advantages, you know, pre-setting up at objectives and looking to force that way. And if that is their strategy, I think Lux would be a great pick here. If you want to go Caitlyn Lux, I think this is a very dominant 2v2 lane. You have a very strong laning duo with Tactical and CoreJJ that could have a really strong advantage against that Karma and Ezreal. You know, you can be able to push in, siege up, but you are going to lack the engage. And if they go that route, what they're going to try to do is win through lanes, be the first to the objectives, set up, force the Ornn and the Volibear to engage into them through the trap line, through the Lux bindings and everything like that. And that is going to be the choice here. So really intelligent drafts, I think, on both sides. I actually do kind of like how it was, you know, picked out. It made a lot of sense coming through. And I think that TL, though they do really lack engage, they have the ways to get ahead in jungle. They have the ways to actually win, I think, all three lanes. And to then forego their lack of engage by just being the first to the objectives and forcing Machi to come to them, where they look to kite back, disengage, kill off those frontliners, and I think that's going to be the game plan here. Whereas on the other side for Machi, they are looking to nail those hard engages. You have these frontliners, Volibear and Ornn, shielded up and sped up by this Karma, and they are looking to catch out these squishy members from Team Liquid and knock them down before they have a chance to whittle down these frontliners.
I'll always prefer a team that has more engage mechanisms compared to ones that don't, because there's so much more pressure on the team that doesn't have the good engage mechanisms to always be in the right spot at the right time, to always come prepared. You're talking about the strength of the zone control when you look at things like Caitlyn traps, when you look at the fact that Graves can fire off the smoke screen and make the enemy engage difficult. But what we've got to remember is if Machi gets ahead early, if Machi's at a point where now they're able to walk through neutral territory comfortably and secure that first priority on neutral objectives, Team Liquid's life becomes incredibly hard if they can't make Machi check into them. So what I need to see from TL, if they want to find success with this composition, is to not fall behind and make sure they're always the first ones up to the plate.
I mean, these types of comps can be very feast or famine, because it looks so strong when you're the one at the dragon, you have full vision, and they're trying to walk past an Orianna ball, 5 Caitlyn traps, a Lux E, bindings, you know, all of these different things that are so frustrating to try to funnel through. But if you're the one who's actually showing up second as TL, you cannot face check into Volibear, Ornn as all these squishy champions. You have no one really to walk forward and actually safely clear out these brushes, so they are going to be reliant on checking them, you know, with the Orianna ball, checking them with the Lux E, trying to slowly work their way forward through vision. And if that's the case that you find yourself in, often you do really lose a lot of those neutral objectives, and the game can get very, very hard. But TL, I think, have set themselves up with winning lanes really across the board. The Syndra versus Orianna one is more debatable, but I mean, we're expecting a phase rush Graves here to have the advantage over Volibear. We're expecting, you know, the Ornn to have a tough time up against this Mordekaiser, and I think that Lux Caitlyn is one of the strongest laning duos in the entire game. So TL have given themselves all of the tools they need to get ahead, but they've got to execute on it.
And one thing that I'm looking at comparing the two teams' styles here is remember that Team Liquid is one of those teams that when they were on their hot streak with the back-to-back championships in North America, one thing stylistically that was getting changed up was the fact that they were playing faster than we had seen #1 North American teams play in the past. And then they lose, they end up getting 9th in spring, they come back in summer, hey, they're back, they're alive, oh my gosh, this team, they're making it work again. But they haven't been the fastest still. But Team Liquid needs to be fast early on in this game. Machi is a team that has some pretty solid early game stats, but those stats don't come from having a kill-heavy game or really pushing the issue. Machi's fine as long as Team Liquid doesn't make them answer and just really lose their footing early on in this game. So for TL, I want to see them try to make Machi uncomfortable in that situation. And for Machi, this squad that, by the way, all players except for Bruce have played at Worlds before, just not under the Machi banner. I want to see them keep their cool and maintain that sort of just calibration in the face of what TL is going to bring to them and allow this game to get to a midpoint where that engage can really shine.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of the advantages for Machi just come from being straight up better laners than their opponents. You know, Mission is averaging plus 11.4 CSD at 15, which is pretty enormous. Some of the best mid lane stats you will see in the entire tournament. But can he do that against Jensen? That remains to be seen, because Jensen was looking very, very good in the play-in stage, you know, looking quite on form. So he's going to have to bring that level here and show that he can get those same kind of advantages over Jensen. Everything, I would say, looking fairly typical as far as the rune setup. Comet is the more aggressive option here on the Karma. You know, you do see kind of usually Comet or Airy. And Comet is definitely about trying to, you know, poke out and win this 2v2. So they are looking to fight the 2v2. You can see Core JJ is going to be going Guardian. Very nice to be able to help absorb some of that poke. And he also is actually going Ignite, because there's not really an easy exhaust target. And this is going to give you a lot more kill pressure if you can ever land a binding into a trap. Those types of combos.
Yeah, when we're talking about kill pressure too, and you're looking at the 2v2 in bottom lane, one thing worth noting is that Bruce is running the teleport on the Ezreal. We know Ezreals like to do this whenever they can get away with it. Tactical choosing to run the heal on the Caitlyn. Now, this does give Machi an overall 3 versus 2 teleport lead.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Now, there comes your Wombo combo with the damage, baby. Click, click, boom. Tactical's on the board.
Welcome to World's Group Stage. Tactical, the NA rookie, grabbing first blood off a great binding, but Gemini looking to fight back here in the mid lane.
Here we go. Nice follow-up from Machi. They're saying if you can do it, we can do it too. Jensen is down.
Jensen holding the flash there, just not respecting the amount of damage that could come through. You know, I think he thought he would be able to live through that initial burst and flash away if needed afterwards. He was obviously very wrong there. Perhaps the PTA on that Volibear catching him a little bit off guard, that extra bit of burst damage, helping them to take him down, and the kill goes right back over to Mission. So both teams going tit for tat here.
I love it. I love seeing this kind of early aggro out of both sides. And both times, both lanes, it was set up by proper chain CC. The binding into the Caitlyn trap, and then in mid lane, perfectly syncing up the Volibear stun into the Syndra follow-up. Clearly the teams have that synergy down in these 2v2s where it can really show up and matter a lot. But that just means that they both came to play here today, Isaac. We started off yesterday. For anybody who might have missed it or needs a little bit of a recollection here, yesterday's games were pretty one-sided for the first half of the day. There were a lot of stomps. So coming into day 2, I want to see some bloodbaths, man. I want to see some close games of League of Legends, and this is a promising start in the first 3 minutes of this.
It really is, and yesterday was really only Group C that gave us those really hotly contested games. This one starting to look like it could be that again. This wave is pushing away from Impact, so he's going to be exposed to a gank here, and Broxa is farming down on that bottom side, so Impact would be completely alone, and if they can actually chain the CC, you know, land a Volibear stun into a knockup from Orin, Impact is at risk of dying, so I like this gank here from Machi, but Impact is playing it fairly slowly.
Oh, Impact gonna walk right up into the brush, and there you go, Gemini putting in so much work in these solo lanes, just takes a big old bite out of them.
Really well played here from Gemini in the early stages. This was one of the criticisms that Broxa was kind of facing in North America, was that he was playing these early stages of the games so incredibly passive. We saw him get involved a lot more in play-ins, but here Gemini, 2 kills executed on before his first base on the Volibear, so really impressive jungling from him, and he has been making a big difference for Machi and putting them out to a small early lead.
And he's the one on the Volibear against the Graves. That's what the conversation was going into draft, is Lee Sin kind of sucks right now. Graves doesn't. Only one person gets to play Graves. It ain't blind pick. So what's the other side going to play? And Gemini's Volibear response, putting in work here in the early game for Machi, getting involved in both solo lanes. He took one of the kills for himself, so that'll help accelerate his own build path a little bit further. And this Volibear could be a menace come the mid game. We're talking about engages. We're talking about Machi needing to be in a point where they feel strong to engage with the Ornn and the Volibear. These are good omens.
They really are. You know, you're shutting down a lot of these strong lanes. The fact that he's forcing TPs out, you know, at inopportune times, especially that kill that went over onto Jensen. You know, that forced Jensen to actually TP back with just a Fairy Charm. That's never a position you want to be in. You know, he has gotten to base now and grabbed the Merc Treads, but Gemini has been a force thus far. The one thing going for Broxah is that he did get a little bit of extra farm. TL looked like they want to try to set up around this Dragon. They have that bot lane prio. The BF buy there is in for tactical, but they're not going to commit to it just yet. Just trying to clear out that vision.
Yeah, tactical with that BF sword. You can see over on the other side, Bruce did go for the Sheen before the tier, which will give him more immediate power, more trading capabilities should they get into a fight around that Drake. Of course, it'll just mean that the Muramana gets completed slightly later in terms of that mid-game big spike. Jensen continues pushing up here in the mid lane. He's level 5 against the level 6 of Mission, so does need to be respectful of what's going to be going on around him here as Broxah is shadowing this lane off to the right. Will clear out a control ward. Broxah still yet to be involved with any kills on the map. Only that one kill that we saw in the bottom lane, 2v2. There for Team Liquid thus far. With Impact rotating down into the top side river here, Broxah should feel comfortable.
Gemini spotted.
Secure this, but Gemini's walking up. Nice smoke screen. Graves is so effective at avoiding those smite fights by just making it so the other guy can't smite. Easy crab, easy pickup, continuing to build the leads. And now we're going to have ourselves a fight. Flash over the wall as Machi gets their top laner away. That could have been some real bad news without that summoner spell.
Yeah, I mean, Machi get away with just that summoner spell spent, but I will say it's a pretty bold look when you have the Mord and the Graves, who are both going to be kind of stronger in those individual matchups, and you're going out and trying to fight for that river vision and fight for that scuttle as the Volley and the Ornn here. So Machi do get punished. You know, not a big punish, but they are still down on that summoner and are going to have to be pretty careful about that. Jensen just trying to kind of work his way back into this lane. Obviously got put pretty far down after that early kill. He is down 20 CS, but he is trying to set up a freeze, and he has a lot more minions alive to farm, so that deficit is going to whittle away somewhat.
Jensen needs to just stabilize, make sure things don't get worse for him here, and he'll be relevant once the team fight stage does roll around. As you mentioned back in draft, Jensen will have to be very gung-ho in terms of looking for positioning for this ball, being able to deliver those shockwaves into valuable positions onto multiple players from the
Broxah could be in trouble here.
Broxah about to face check the... Oh, Gemini walked away from it. Unlucky.
That is actually so lucky for Broxah, so unlucky for Gemini, because Mission was actually moving up.
Yeah.
If Volibear's still in that brush and you just get Volibear stunned into an ultimate there, now PK, he has no flash and he's ulted up and Broxah's behind him, he's in trouble.
EK's stuck in the Shadow Realm. Impact is making sure that he's not able to walk far enough away. Just bonks him in the head with the mace. Forget the Ornn Horn. Let the Ram run off into Timbuktu and pick up your check, Mr. Impact. Top die. Broxah runs away from Mission, who walks up through the top side of the river, picks up his level 8, but he will not be able to secure any sort of counter kill.
Yeah, nicely done there by TL, battling back on that top side. They are up gold at this point. I would say they're probably okay with where they are, but the advantages are not, you know, as coming through as much as perhaps they would have hoped because of the good early pressure from Gemini, you know, getting kills in top and mid. And honestly, I think that Bruce and Koala have laned very effectively. Obviously, they gave up that early first blood, but, you know, going for the Comet here on Karma, trying to play aggressively with that. And also, Bruce itemizing towards the Sheen as opposed to just going straight scaling for the tier really did help them out, and they've been able to fight quite evenly against Tactical and Core JJ in what I consider to be a losing lane.
Up here in the top side, excuse me, you can see Mission was really applying the pressure onto Impact there, just trying to keep him away from those waves, keep him down as much as possible. He does have a 15 CS lead over PK, but now back in the bottom lane, Gemini hanging out down here, going after the Drake. Broxah's top side, he's farming up the wave that has collided with the tier 1 turret after Impact had to back. So this should be a free first Drake for Machi. It's not an exceptionally fast first Drake. 9.5 minutes into the game means you won't see a super early Drake soul, even if they go 4 for 4 there. But this is another just bonus for Machi to have under their belts, make this game a little bit closer.
I mean, gotta give credit over to both Mission and Bruce for how quickly they are actually picking up farm. You know, this is pre-10 minutes. They're both at about 100 CS. So, you know, early game to be already past that 10 CS per minute mark is very, very impressive. You know, this speaks to their laning prowess and how they created advantages in the PCS in the early game, not always through kills, just through straight up not missing minions. So this is kind of their MO, and you can see that Mission already has that early Ludens completed. Jensen is very far off his completed first item. Obviously, he took a sidestep towards those Merc Treads, trying to survive against any more jungle pressure. Obviously, the Volibear stun, the Scatter of the Weak, going to be reduced by that. So it is a good buy, but you're seeing Mission, you know, use this mid lane prio, go in, steal away Raptors, and just try to really increase his farm as much as he possibly can so that when they do show up for these fights, when they do have these 5v5s, he's in a position to just try to 100-0 someone straight up.
And I like the fact that at the beginning of this game, when we were talking about how there's good early game stats for Machi, but not necessarily super kill heavy. It's not because they're just out there making their opponents see a black and white screen over and over again. And you say, yeah, it's because they're better laners. They're able to outdo their opponents, but can they do that on the world stage? I think that's one of the questions that's the most fun to see the answer to in all of Worlds. As Broxa comes down here, looking to see if maybe he can pick up a kill with a collateral damage.
It's on cooldown, so not gonna...
Yeah, Koala just walks away. My bad, I had not seen that was used in the previous engagement before we panned down. So unlucky. Broxa's just not having the big bullet ready to go. However, because their opponents are so low, remember there's no teleport for Bruce to come back down here. He wouldn't want to use it even if there was, considering he'd be in a 1v3. This is lots of plate money, lots of opportunities there for Team Liquid in the bottom lane to build that gold lead up and keep trying to expand that lead. Gemini, though, never one to be caught sleeping at the wheel. He sees that the enemy jungler's in the bottom lane. He's going after the Rift Herald.
I mean, he's gotten both objectives now. He grabbed the Dragon, he grabbed that Rift Herald. Yes, TL are getting some advantages now here down on the bottom side, taking a couple plates. It can be tough sometimes to kind of tax the resources of the Ezreal because you've got to get them low once. And here's that replay of how they initially did get low. Brox obviously, you know, using his ultimate there. You know, if you do land any sort of binding into Trap, into Piltover Peacemaker, the Lux ultimate can come through, the Graves ultimate can come through. So a lot of kind of access to that burst damage there. But you know, you've got to tax those resources of their Ezreal. Get them low once, force them to base. CTP's back. Get them low again, force them to base. Then you can start to try to attack that tower, and that was kind of what TL was able to accomplish with that latest play.
Top side, you can see the Ornn catching back up to Mordekaiser here a little bit in the farm. Still going to be down about 10, but not as bad as the 15 from earlier. Also closing in on having that Abyssal Mass completion. Did want to stop off for the Bomby Cinder for a little bit of extra wave shove, wave control versus the just insane amount of push that Mordekaiser is able to put out there. Checking back in the jungle, it's Cinderhawk plus fully completed Boots of Swiftness for Gemini's Volibear. Broxa sitting on the Warrior completion, but still only level 1 boots here. Gemini does have Rift Herald. Will be walking into the river here. Is going to face check Broxa. Finds a little bit of damage onto him. Won't get the second half of into the line. Broxa trying to clear out that control ward there in the Pixel Brush. Will get it. Jensen's hanging around nearby, but Mission with some nice damage down onto Jensen. Jensen, of course, being able to trade back right there, so pretty much even between those two. This is one of those moments where both sides are just... Junglers are still hovering. Everybody's doing that dance on the very edge of the fight, seeing if maybe their mid laner can be the one to get the advantage and start off the 2v2. Back in the bottom lane, speaking of 2v2s, it's Tactical and Core JJ maintaining that lane pressure and lane control, working on those plates, needing a little bit more damage to make sure it happens. Impact losing out in the 1v1 against the Ornn. We're at the point in the game where he's no longer a tank. The man is just taking over as Gemini shows up. Likely going to go for the play here. Flash away from Impact. Make sure that Gemini can't get it done. However, that Summoner spell will be a nice win there as Bruce eats some damage in the bottom lane. Coming out from Core JJ and Tactical yet again as the red buff will be stolen away. Syndra doing what she can with that one. Meanwhile, topside, it's first turret of the game over to Machi.
Yeah, it was good flash from Impact because if you get tagged by that E slow, you are going to get chased down, you know, with the flash follow. But still, they take first tower with that Rift Herald move, and Mission has actually been pretty active this game. You know, multiple trips up towards that top lane, trying to help out PK, and as a result, they do cash in on that first turret. Machi is in a really good spot. Yeah, TL did take down that tower on the bottom side, so Caitlyn is looking pretty nice already, but you know, TL, I think, want to be playing from an advantage. They want to be the ones, you know, snowballing towards the soul, forcing their opponents to come to them. And as of now, you know, Machi are the ones, I think, getting more out of this early game. They have the easier to execute on composition, and I think they are going to be incredibly happy with how they have squared up against TL in the first 15 minutes.
You're talking about Mission roaming around, affecting the other lanes. At the same time, look at his farm, man. 169 at not even 15 minutes into the game, he's 30 farm up on Jensen and has been affecting the other lanes.
He's not just getting that farm from nowhere. He's actually stealing it from Broxah, right? So he's taking that farm away from Broxah too, because he's made multiple trips, it feels like, over towards that Raptor pit. He is just not missing any CS in lane. Teal do grab themselves a dragon here, making good on that bot lane prio. You can see that Tactical already on the Stormrazor has picked up another crit cloak here too. We'll see if he does go straight towards the IE. That is the build that Freak is a huge fan of. It is much higher auto attack DPS build if you just go for that double BF item, and it is going to be very effective against both the Ornn and the Volibear, who are not going to be just knocked down instantly. So we'll see if he goes for it. Gemini on the side here though, setting up for a potential tower dive if they find an angle, because all 5 Machi players did show up mid lane there.
All 5 ready to go here, but won't be able to find the chance to go for any sort of a play, because Impact had roamed down as well. Mordekaiser can make those tower dives feel very disrupted. He can take the person who's meant to engage and tank the shots and then just throw them into the Shadow Realm, kill them off very quickly, disrupts the whole dive in itself. But Machi sitting on a couple hundred gold lead. Team Liquid is keeping this game very close here. Farm advantage in the jungle for Broxah, still 0-0-1 here on that Graves. Looking in the inventory, you can see the Kindle Gem there, working on a Black Cleaver, second item. This is one of the things that gets discussed a lot with Graves, is like, when is Graves building a Black Cleaver and it's just excessive because the opponents don't have any armor, yada yada. But hey, you're up against a Volibear, you're up against an Ornn, you're up against an Ezreal who can build Iceborne. I am perfectly fine seeing Black Cleaver this game, particularly because nobody else on your team is going to be building it either. You need that passive.
And to be honest, all you're really going to have access to in most of the fights, unless you can just talk about backline access, with the Graves ultimate, you're just going to be hitting Ornn and Volley and kiting backwards. That's kind of how this composition works for the most part. So softening up those frontliners can be helpful, but we see Impact in trouble.
Impact defending himself in the 1 versus 2 underneath this turret. He has the ulti. He could use that if he can get in range of Mission, but he wouldn't want to use it on the Volibear alone, I do not believe. Topside, PK defends 1 versus 3, and he can do that just fine there with the Ornn Horn coming in for the wave clear as Jensen. It is just an assault on multiple lanes from both sides now, as Team Liquid has their bottom lane duo and their jungler here in that top lane working on the tier 1. Impact stays alive in the bottom lane, but he's going to lose the tier 1 down there. It's trading back and forth, left and right, top and bottom, all over the map. Bottom lane tier 1 falls for the side of Team Liquid. Top lane tier 1 falls for the side of Machi. Everybody's picking up money all across the board, and things are just falling apart. The turrets are being wiped off of Summoner's Rift.
They really are, and you can see the emphasis is being put in different places for the 2 different teams. Right now, it feels like for Machi, they are just trying to get this Syndra as strong as possible. They know that is a very squishy Team Liquid team, so if you get this Syndra ahead of the curve, to the point where he can just one combo anyone, you are feeling really, really good as Machi. And for Team Liquid, it has been about the tactical show. He got the first blood, get him the turret gold, pressure up on that top side, give him the solo gold there, try to get this Caitlyn to be as strong as is possible, because he is the one that really is going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting in taking down these 2 tanks.
Now, we talked about how Gemini was able to secure first Rift Herald and first Drake of the game for the side of Machi. Team Liquid has responded by securing second Drake of the game and second Rift Herald for themselves. The Rift Herald for Machi got the top lane tier 1 turret and the subsequent headbutt off on the tier 2 to put lasting damage on that later. We'll see how much value TL is able to get out of theirs. Mission sidestepping away from the ball. Mid lane tier 1 turret falls. Machi is the first of these teams to take down all 3 links in the outer turret chain. And you can see the total gold on the side of your screen right now. Mission, the name of the game, man, 8,200 gold. He's 600 ahead of the next closest person, which is Tactical. This guy is always the focal point of Machi. They love to play around him. They love to facilitate and enable him. And here at Worlds 2020, Isaac, it is no different.
He's taking it all, man. He's getting all the farm. He's taking the jungle camps. He's taking the plates, the turrets. He is getting paid. And we'll see if he can make it work for Machi in these teamfights, because this is a fairly slow-paced game. And this, I would say, is kind of the comfort zone, honestly, for both of these 2 teams. This is how they play a lot in their region. They are not, the fastest of teams. And that is something that North America in particular has been criticized for, coming into this region. LCK always used to be kind of the slowest region internationally, but were really known for their incredible macro and how clean they were with that. Over the last couple of years, the pace of the game has really picked up as LPL has been the one, winning the World Championships, and more teams are trying to emulate that play style. So for Team Liquid, as well as for Machi, that was kind of a question, for these teams coming in. Can you play a more slow-paced game and still look good at Worlds?
Jensen's farming up bottom side, but Mission and Gemini do not want to allow that to continue here. Jensen does clear out the wave and immediately step back. Will they find the opportunity to make
he's
the
looking
play?
dead.
Oh, Jensen! He flashes away, but it will not be enough. Gemini takes the kill. Jensen not respecting the fact that the enemy team could have been there, and he gets taken down for the second time this game. Now in the mid lane, PK's going in for the engage, finds a knock-up on Broxa. J.J loses half HP, fires off a binding in retaliation, won't get anything from it, and with the enemy mid laner dead, Gemini walks right over into the Drake pit, looks to secure this one here for his team.
And Machi are looking in full control, to be honest with you. They are the ones better set up around the Dragon. TL had no chance of even getting over there. Jensen got erased, was quick on the flash, but couldn't get the Seraphs off. Not sure if it would have saved him or not. But it is Machi grabbing the kill. It is Machi pushing Team Liquid back and extending their advantage here with another Dragon. Cloud is kind of, I would say, like the most criticized Dragon as far as the overall power. People don't love it, but that being said, working towards Soul having low cooldown on those ultimates, as well as a lot of flat move speed, is still very, very beneficial, especially when you're playing from ahead and you are the team that wants to engage. If Team Liquid cannot kite you out, if you are just simply too fast with the extra ultimate cooldown, always have that ready for engages and the burst of move speed as well as the flat 10%, well, TL just aren't going to be winning any team fights.
See, I think one thing that people underestimate sometimes about a Cloud Soul is they're always thinking about it from the perspective of some 200 years champion with 17 dashes and an iframe and the ability to go.
They're not thinking of it as a purple scorpion.
Yeah, but let me tell you this, Isaac. If you're a champion whose only engage mechanism is run at the other dude fast, feels really good to run really fast at the other dude. So Gemini in particular on this volley bear now might have what he needs. Tactical, barely kept low. That was almost not even a barely. Just sidesteps out of the way of the True Shot Barrage at the very end there. Both summoner spells on the Caitlyn now down though. Very important here for the next few minutes.
Critical to note, it was flash off of Mission also. So the strongest member there committing the flash, wanted to try to take down Tactical, and he barely survived. Using those summoners, getting shielded up by J.J and flashing over the wall. Vision score extremely high. He might be playing Zombie Ward, so it can kind of play some games with it. But still, I mean, J.J is a guy that focuses very heavily on vision, even with those rune choices. And that is one of TL's strengths as a result. He is really good at knowing when to ward, where to ward, and how to be able to kind of get the setup around objectives without just giving up his life, even on these Enchanter type supports. So we'll see if that can pay dividends for TL, who really need to get something going around these objectives, I think, sometimes in the next 5 minutes.
Also want to point out, Mikhail's Crucible is the first completed item for Koala.
Smart.
Recognizing that Team Liquid has such incredibly limited CC and engage potential, the only thing that you're ever really going to get caught out by is a Lux Binding. Orianna has no hard CC aside from Shockwave, and that's not going to immediately catch you. Nobody's going to walk up and say, ooh, a cupcake, and step on a Caitlyn trap for no damn reason. Broxa has no hard CC, Impact only has his ulti. The binding's the only thing to set it up, and now you can get anybody on the team out of the binding. I love this first pickup here. Broxa's trying to disengage from Gemini, who has the dead man's plate, uses the ulti to jump away from the Lux binding, make sure he doesn't get caught up in a bad spot. He did have Koala right next to him, so that Mikhail's was available, but didn't want to force him to use that, wanted to save that for later. But no volley ulti does mean Machi needs to be a little bit more careful now with how aggressively they're posturing.
Yeah, and you can see some of the downside of going PTA. You don't have phase rush, so it's a lot harder to actually keep up. A lot of junglers just go phase rush on pretty much everything these days, it feels like.
It's pretty powerful.
PTA is obviously additional burst, and you get the utility of amplifying your teammates' damage, but if you can't get to them, it's not going to do much for you, so had to blow that ultimate in retreat there, but that's kind of what you want to see TL doing. Like, that's like a mini skirmish example of what the 5v5s want to look for. They are trying to kite back and focus down those frontliners, trying to set up here for a potential pick onto Mission, but again, no hard engage makes it pretty tough to actually look for it.
Okay, bottom side is the 1v1 between Mordekaiser and Ornn. Now, Impact seems to be doing all right about now, using the ulti onto PK, flash away coming out from the Ornn. TPs have showed up. Impact cannot kill him off in time. He wants to try to get away, but the entirety of Machi shows up to make sure PK's not in a bad spot. Impact was all right until it didn't become a 1v1 any longer. Brox is on the top side. He'll pick up a Scuttle Crab as the trade. Like, you don't want to be trading.
No, sometimes Tactical, he's going to die.
Tactical, what are you doing there, my friend? He tries to get himself out. Nicely done. The reversal from TL. Grab the kill onto Koala, but now it's not worth it because Tactical is out of the frame. That's a 1-for-1 here in this trade.
And that's only the support down for Machi versus the main carry down for Tactical. You know, he is the strongest member of the team right now. He has a lot of their damage. Machi not willing to make a big move towards the Baron, but still getting a couple kills across the map. Team Liquid does knock down the Karma, but again, you know, that is the lesser of the rewards there. And they are just playing a really strong game here, you know, showcasing some of the strength here of the PCS. Not to be underestimated.
I hinted at it a little bit earlier. We'll talk about it more after the replay, but let's take another look at how Tactical found himself in trouble here.
Yeah, nice flank, honestly, from the Volibear in our Axe replay. We could see that Gemini was hiding around the edge, wrapped around behind him, because Broxa was actually playing in that side of the river. So Tactical thought, as long as I stay towards the side of the river where Broxa is, I will be safe. And I think that is a reasonable assumption. But Gemini was able to skirt the vision, was able to wrap around behind. When that flank comes in from multiple sides, you are in trouble because the Ornn is above you, the Volibear is beside you, and the Syndra is in front of you. So you are a dead Caitlyn, and Machi gonna go to Soul Point.
That's a dead Drake, because guess what? Machi's there first. That Team Liquid win condition for fights that we talked about of needing to arrive first, it's not there.
No.
Now, Mission will aggro the blue buff. However, the bloop from the Luden's Echo did jump over to Broxa, so they're aware something is going on here. Broxa has to retreat. And you know what, Isaac? I don't like team compositions with no engage. They require such a perfect situation where you never lose control at all. And what we're looking at right now is Team Liquid's in a spot where, how do you punish? Aside from Machi doing something real goofy, Team Liquid's just looking for some chance to say, okay, I guess they got to come to us. But Machi's always the ones that seem like they can make something happen. They're the ones that have more CC. They're the ones that have more go buttons. And Machi still has a slight gold lead. But like you said, man, being on Soul Point now they can force that big Dragon Soul issue here in just 4 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that it's one of these situations where, you know, as I said, these comps can be feast or famine when you're playing the style that TL is playing, right? And it's something that we've seen a lot in the past with, like, you know, Aatrox comps where you didn't necessarily have an engaged jungler alongside and you kind of just had to rely on a flank or being set up earlier. You know, TL don't have a lot of comeback mechanics besides kind of just hoping that their opponents mess up. Because you even if they're overextending the side lane, like what's your mechanic to punish them? Graves coming from behind you and kind of running you down, you know, that's not really very reliable. As long as Machi even contain some amount of vision, you know, through the river and even just neutral vision. You don't even need aggressive vision to actually prevent that. So TL are going to have to pick their moment, and it's likely going to be, you know, at this next dragon, if not before, to just try to walk in through the darkness, get some vision, and look to try to team fight. And for their sake, they're going to be looking to try to get 3 items before they do it, but Machi is not going to allow them to continue waiting. They're starting this up, and TL has no vision, and again, they have no one to really face check. You can't send a Braum forward. They've got to send a squishy member forward to see what's going on.
And Broxa on the Graves can easily be one-shot by Mission Syndra. He has a Spellbinder with 100 stacks.
Machi's just going for the finish.
Baron's at 3,000 HP. This is going to be the fight for the Baron. It's secured by the Ezreal of all people. Broxa goes over the wall, dashes back out. And Machi, knowing that Team Liquid has no way to actually go in, they challenge TL for the Baron. They put faith in their ability to win the 50-50, and they are rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a coin flip play there from Machi to actually just straight up go, knowing that Broxa could go for the steal, especially in combination with the Shockwave. That could have gone bad for them, but Ezreal the one to come up with the Baron, and Machi now are in full control of this game. This would be an incredibly uphill battle for TL to be able to come out on top, and honestly, rightfully so. Machi has just played the better game. They have been more proactive. They have set up better round of objectives. They circumvented their weaknesses in the early game, and TL has done nothing proactive really throughout the entire game to be able to try to, you know, combat that. So they are just kind of stuck in this same game plan, which is sit back, hope you get items, and hope you can, you know, eventually get yourself in a position where you can win a 5v5, where you can be set up better around an objective. But Machi is just bleeding them out. They're denying all semblances of vision, you know, around those neutral objectives. And TL, I don't know how they're even going to get to that next dragon without dying, honestly.
Well, the game has been kept pretty close by TL in terms of overall gold so far, but now that Machi have the Red Bull Baron buff, now that Machi are in a spot for the next minute and a half where they control this huge bonus in terms of their pushing and map control, this is where you expect to see that bleeding turn into a hemorrhage. This is where you expect to see Machi take the game to a point where Team Liquid no longer feel comfortable at all contesting in open, neutral territory. And Team Liquid is getting familiar with the sights, sounds, and scenery of their base, Isaac, and they're going to be real familiar with it if the game keeps along at this pace.
And to me, it's less about the gold and more about the map state. Like, where's the closest word to the Dragon Pit? Riddle me that. It's at their base.
Well, here we go. Ornhorn sounds off. True Shot Barrage into the back line. Some damage onto Broxa. Half HP there for him, continuing the push. They've got that Baron up cannon minion. Just putting those slow but steady shots into the turret. Boop. There's another one. Boop. All right, they finally got rid of him. Machi won't be able to go ahead and push all the way for that turret. Instead, I like the fact that they recognize, hey, the Drake is spawning in 45 seconds. Don't find ourselves in a bad spot, caught with our pants down, being like, oh no, it spawned, we better run over. They're backing in time. They're going to get everybody down to the pit and make sure they don't give TL that win condition as being there first.
And honestly, based on how TL is moving around the map, it looks like they're just going to give up the Dragon. I think they're just giving over Soul. Because Brox is going to the Krugs, 15 seconds before it spawns. So it feels like TL has just decided, all right, well, we can't fight for that either. So, that kind of begs the question, what are you going to fight for in this game?
Yep.
And to me, it's sounding like they're saying, all right, well, it's not really combat stats, so we're still scaling, guys. But, I mean, you've got to make some sort of move, in the game. You just don't win a lot of professional games against high-level teams such as Machi by playing like this, right? You can't just give over everything and expect to magically win later when you're even more behind. They've got to make some sort of play. I think the call is just, all right, we'll contest for Elder or Baron and nothing else, and we'll give over that soul, but you are giving Machi every single little bit of power that they need to just close out this game. And you are now completely dependent on Machi throwing the game because it's no longer in your hands. You are giving over your control to your opponents and hoping that they don't know what to do with it. And so far, Machi has definitely looked like they know what to do with it.
Machi is having themselves a time. Drake's soul secured before 32 minutes. Baron's going to be up here again in 2. And we need to see Team Liquid fight for that, if nothing else. The one thing Team Liquid does have to hold on to, the silver lining after that previous Baron, is none of their inhibitor turrets were actually broken. The base still has its integrity. It is intact. It's not like there are these outside forces of super minions saying, no, somebody always must stay in the base. You have to answer that. But Team Liquid still needs to respect Machi's ability to engage. True Shot Barrage gets shot off towards the minion wave to just shove that one up, get these waves pushing. Machi wants to make sure that they have the entire map choked off and just strangled. Make TL sweat to try to find a way to respond to this.
I mean, look how strong these guys are. There can be some questions. I mean, I'm sure people are talking about, oh, they're upgrading the wrong Orin items, Iceborne as well as Ludens instead of Deathcap and things like this. But honestly, even with some of that stuff taken into consideration, Machi is just so far ahead. 4 full items completed on mission. The farm that these guys are putting out is insane. 375 and 372 farm. We're not even at 33 minutes. Bruce and Mission are so strong.
Here it goes. Ornhorn sounds off. 3 knocked up into the air. Mission won't find the follow-up. But using that ulti has afforded them half of the HP on the tier 3 turret up here. Machi knows they were able to go for that. They know that because they have 3 Cloud Drakes, Ornn's ulti is going to be back up in no time at all. They'll have it ready to go for the Baron here in under 1 minute.
Yep, there's not much cost to that, right? You can just basically use it as like an unironically zoning ultimate, where I know everyone always says that as such a meme, so I have to say that, but it's legit, right? And the cooldown is so low at this point for Ornn. You drop the ulti, TL must back up to respect it, because if you get knocked up by that Ornn ultimate in front of Mission, you are dead. So you back up, you get a few hits on that turret, and then, yes, TL can step forward after that, but it's going to be available for PK before they ever fight again. So I like using that, just to get some pressure and just to get some chip damage down on that tower. TL are just praying that Jensen can get to a death cap before they actually have to fight once more. We see Tactical is at a very strong point. He has the Storm Razor, the IE Rapid Fire, as well as the Lord Dominic, so he can kill these tanks if given time. And once Jensen is on a death cap, he'll be able to as well, but here they go again.
It is. Once again, the Ornhorn. There's your flash in from Gemini. They're looking for Jensen. Mission nearly killing him off there with the ulti. Machi investing some resources for that. Flashes from jungler and mid laner alike trying to kill off the TL mid. They won't quite find him. Jensen just barely surviving thanks to that Seraph's Embrace shield. But Machi still has control over the map. Machi still has priority over the Baron pit. Jensen teleporting back in. Tactical trying to lifesteal up off of the wave. Make sure he stays at high enough HP here. Bruce trying to find some damage. Tactical still at half. True Shot Barrage shot off. Again, this thing has no cooldown at all. With Ezreal
hit
having
2 Qs and it's back up.
It's ridiculous how often he can fire this thing off as Machi sees their control of the map and they go after the Baron here. Blue Trinket placed down means Team Liquid is aware of what is happening. J.J. loses half HP. It is so difficult to approach this Syndra at any point in time. Tactical and Impact also going to be zoned off here. Gemini maintaining aggro on the Baron. Lux ulti fired through. Over the wall goes Bruce and Machi. They have control over the Baron. Team Liquid, that's the third True Shot Barrage in like 2 minutes. Tactical's nearly taken out now as well, down to about 1/3 HP. TL has no way to approach this. They just cannot get near this Baron at all. Brox is looking for the steal. He knows he can't just give this away. Into the pit he goes. It will not matter. Secured by the Syndra. Brox is juggled around, but he gets back over the wall just in time. Gemini is still barely alive. And Team Liquid, they've got no tools, Isaac. There is nothing in this draft to help them through these situations.
Yeah, I mean, Machi is playing it out beautifully. And I love how aggressively Bruce is positioning himself. I mean, look at this man's build.
Yes.
There's no way he can die. There's nothing to catch him out. He's got a Mikhail's Karma shielding up behind him. He has his own QSS. He's on Death Dance plus Iceborne, very defensive build. So he can shift aggressively into TL and say, what are you going to do? They have to walk through all of this poke. Mission and Bruce are insanely strong. And Gemini and PK can tank up the Baron pretty much forever here. So Machi are playing so well with this advantage. TL are trying to set up early for this Elder, which I like, but it's too early. You can't actually maintain this position around the Elder for a full minute when the opponents have the Baron buff. You're going to lose control mid lane.
Tactical finally gets a couple of auto attacks off onto Bruce, but it won't really amount to much of anything. Tactical's the one lower HP. Here comes PK! There's your Ornhorn, but he's not going to find the second half. Jensen with a shockwave onto 2. Jensen in the ground. Machi has priority over mid lane. Broxa tries to retreat, and Team Liquid is just not looking prepared for their main stage opponent here in Machi, who have just been in control for so long in this game. Isaac, Tactical, he's trying to buy some time, but it doesn't matter. What does that mean when Mission is in the base? Tactical is dead. There comes Volibear over the top rope, and J.J. is down. Gemini's on a killing spree, and the mid lane is just being crushed by super minions, crushed by Bruce. This Ezreal knows exactly what his limits are and what he is capable of. Mission fires off the ulti. Impact's going golden. Now Impact's likely going down. Double stasis, that's cute. Don't matter too much. Gemini stays alive in the ulti. He's going to be beat up by Mordekaiser, but that's a small consolation prize to get when your Nexus is under fire. And 37 minutes in, Machi takes the win.
And let's be honest, it wasn't close. TL thought they could outlane him, thought they would have the better objective control and the better setup to be able to play out this style of composition. But it was Gemini getting it done in the early game from Machi. And once things didn't go the way of Team Liquid in the early game, kind of as expected with a lot of these lanes, they thought they would have bigger advantages. They thought they would be first to those objectives. But it was Machi with better control, strangling TL out of this game. Bruce and Mission put on a farming clinic.
Yeah.
These guys were at what, like 13 CS per minute or something like that?
Something just absolutely incredible.
That's insane.
Back to what you said. Looking at teams that dominate their regions by just laning better and being better players, the question at international competition always becomes, will you still be able to function going up against the best teams from other regions? Will you still be able to say, yes, we will win through lane domination and outperformance? And Machi just looked back and said, well, yeah, duh. Look at the way that those carries performed. Look at the way they farmed. Look at Gemini, who despite the fact that his opponent was the one who got priority on that #1 jungler between the two of them in the matchup, he's going down to the #3 pick in the Volibear that he has 5 plays on compared to 12 or 13 like Graves and Lee Sin. And he's affecting both solo lanes super early. The Jensen one being absolutely tragic, ruining his teleport, ruining his lane state, setting Mission up for success for the rest of the game. And then top lane, making it so Ornn was able to scale up to the point where he becomes the meme champion that he is and can 1v1 people despite being a tank, and just completely circumventing the fact that Mordekaiser should be able to beat on him early. Honestly, Gemini's performance early on in both of those solo lanes did so much to make sure Machi was able to be successful the way that they were. I was really impressed with this team as a whole. They played it clean. They didn't have any panic moments where it's like, oh my God, what are we doing? They recognized when things were spawning and got there at the right amount of time. 2 thumbs up for Machi on this one. Team Liquid's going to definitely have some adjustments to make, but now that Machi's victory is complete, we're going to check out Machi's Mercedes drive to victory. That final teleport flank from PK. This was not a warning shot. This was not a zoning ultimate. This was a death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a great engage here from Machi, you know, recognizing their ability to do it. A little bit of a whiff from PK, but it did not matter because Jensen was sectioned off. He did not have the flash after the earlier play where they tried to go for him. So all of Machi just piles onto Jensen while the rest of the team is getting zoned off by PK. And Machi, what impressed me most, you know, from them this game was just their objective control. You know, they had such good vision control. They really were zoning TL off very well at a lot of those objectives, you know, especially that later Baron take. You know, the one kind of criticism you might have for them from this game, I would say, is probably that they were still willing to kind of 50-50 on the actual smites of the Baron. They did secure both of them.
That's just a Chad play.
Neither of them went to the jungler, but, you know, TL couldn't actually get in, and Machi played a really, really strong first game, and TL are going to have to step it up if they want to have a chance in this group.
And as Game 1 concludes, we are stepping away. But as we go, let's listen to Take Over on the League of Legends official Spotify playlist in our Spotify song break before Game 2 comes up with Suning versus G2 Esports.
I got the height of a lion. I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain. Too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them. We're taking over.
Again, you wanna dose of this right now it's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze. Story trouble 나 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag, yeah, yeah, yeah. And when I start to talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 래퍼. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you up. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You can go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 We so tough let's get it show you out Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we're gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down.
前，这个3万推到了后排3个人，进场推到了小花生，这时候一脚来的已经有点慢了，只剩下世界在跟他对战。
成功就是应该算，因为我打铁很多年嘛，然后算第4个季赛算就是完成了自己的梦想，应该都很想在这种外面很强的比赛表现最好。对我来说，就是世界赛就是一个很大的比赛，让就是个人表现的最好，就是然后很多人观众会观众你的套路之后，
有点上头，
可以直接反打了。狼行1上去，但回头一个天崩地裂，直接盖住4个人，再一个 EQ 抢起4个。
对于我们这种第一次打世界赛的队伍来说，打入4强就是成功了。
本来被打残，那第一时间抢票，一队直接越级，他一队一直光战场中来去自如。
The State Farm Analyst Zone. Welcome back, everyone. That just got cut off my welcome, so I wanted to say it again. Our next game will give us a full picture of Group A as Suning face off against G2 Esports. Now, before we get into that, I just want to talk a little bit about the previous game. Whoa. Machi taking down Team Liquid. How does that kind of change your expectations when it comes to this group?
Well, I'll be honest, I was a little more excited for TL coming into this matchup. I was hoping to see some more of that early game proactivity that we saw in plans, and this game really slowed things down, which pre-tournament expectations was what you would think when you see Machi versus Team Liquid, and it just felt like the slower it gets, the more Machi was going to win.
Yeah, for sure. I think just with the Ornn pickup, you knew they had time as a friend, and it just reminded me of the FlyQuest Team Liquid matchup almost, where whoever scaled better would win out, and with the early game and a lead, mission really delivered on that syndrome.
I mean, in a fantastic Machi, we must also say the way they close out that game, and that is going to make this group even more spicy. So let's hone in a bit on the matchup we've got on the docket now. G2 versus Suning. In terms of Suning, they are the 3rd seed coming out of the LPL. As said, formed back in 2017 as an org, and now had their best result ever in the LPL playoffs, getting to 3rd place.
Yeah, this team is looking pretty exciting here. I said it a little bit earlier in the day, but Swordark, only player on this team that has been on the world stage before, so this will be his 6th time back at Worlds. And I think he is sort of the leader when you look at this team in terms of what he can bring and the experience he has on the big stage.
I think this team is looking like a dark horse because they have a perfect mix of veteranship and at the same time 2 rookies in Huanfeng and Bin that can definitely do some damage against the best of the best.
Yeah, they're some of the star players, those two, exactly. For people who are not completely familiar with the team, what can you tell us about the play style? Are they a typical LPL early aggression team?
No, this team a little bit slower. They definitely take the foot off the gas a little bit, not super focused on the objectives or fighting around those earlier on, but they are a very strong team, and I think a lot of this comes from their jungler, SOFM. You might have seen his Lee Sin with Knight's Vow, some very creative picks in the jungle, but I think he's the thinking man's jungler. When I was watching especially some of the games later on in the season, they do. There's a lot of them out there. We exist, trust me. No, I think SOFM is very focused on pathing efficiency, cycling through, especially on these new AP picks, taking enemy Raptor camps. These sorts of things are what we would expect, and less of the LPL early game bloodbath.
And just to add to that, I think the key thing to pay attention to when Suning get the ball rolling is not only SOFM, but the cooperation with SOFM and also Swordart. When they get the ball rolling, they take over the map and they set up their carries for success.
We'll see if that happens in this game. Their opponents are G2 Esports. They are still the 2-time champions here in the LEC. They were, of course, world finalists last year, and it's the same roster, but it's a bit different, a bit rockier throughout this year.
It was a bumpy pathway here, of course, in Spring Split. They were bored, so they decided to change things up and put Perks back in the mid lane, let Caps try out bot lane, and it went okay. I don't think it was as successful as they were in 2019, so in summer they decided to spin things around. And again, it was not the same look from this team. In the online format, this team really struggled, especially at the start of summer, and it wasn't until the best of 5s that it looked like they were really focusing in on winning.
And always the conversation with G2 has been like the 1-year plan, like they're going to prepare for the World Championship because coming into the finals, they felt exhausted. They play MSI. They came into the year with a lot to prove. Caps coming from Fnatic into G2. There was a lot at stake from the get-go. G2 took it easy because they wanted to have energy at the end of the year, but honestly, who could predict how this year we played online? There was a bunch of stuff going on, so who knows how this plan would land.
I mean, definitely G2 is also a team that is one of those that thrives under being on a stage, so we'll see what being back on a stage will will do for them. But then when we talk about how they win games, well, Wonder and Caps are very much still the stars and the focal points. If it wasn't always the case as much for Wonder at some parts in this year, it is now. What a carry.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think as other players on this team sort of stepped out of the spotlight, these two players had to step up and carry even more. We saw Wonder, especially later on in the split, really finding his own in the top lane. You couldn't really find anyone that could beat this man in lane in the LEC. And for Caps, this player decided that when his team finally started struggling, he didn't have all the pieces around him performing, he was going to have one of the best splits of his career and get another MVP.
And that makes it more impressive. He picked up the summer MVP, Caps, and as said, usually he was like in a couch and everyone was just carrying alongside him, but this one was a bit harder for G2. I do want to narrow in specifically on the bot lane. If G2 is favored, maybe they are not particularly in the bot lane. I think when you think about the mid lane, you could think Caps can have the edge over Archer, for instance. But in the bot lane, it's a different story, Yamato.
I think the tricky thing is, you know, playing against Suning, they are very, very good at setting up bot lane situations, bot lane ganks. They have a good depth of champion pool and they're very strong laners. They've practiced against some of the best in the world throughout the year, and G2's bot lane is something that has been kind of a pain point for them. So I hope that bootcamp has been nutritious for them.
Yeah, I mean, because you look at some of the 2v2s in bot lane, they're straight up dying in 2v2s early in lane on G2's side. So again, we hope the boot camp has gone well. This team does traditionally perform very well, you know, coming out of these things and really trying hard to get on form. But Perks throughout the summer split was a major, major problem for G2, and not the 2019 Perks that everyone coming into Worlds was the best bot lane in Europe and one of the scariest forces on the team.
Yeah, we'll see. Indeed, lots of question marks. I mean, the result for the first game might have been a surprise to many people, and we'll see what this one can teach us. The matchup is hype across the board. We'll be right back with the game, so don't go anywhere.
I think Suning is like our biggest competition in our group. We are pretty ready for everything though. We studied our opponents a lot, so we know what they will play, and we have some good answers for it.
G2 and Suning are the heavy favorites, and I think that is going to be the expected battle for first in that second matchup, which really should be very, very exciting. G2 is strong, but Suning, I think, is overlooked by many in the community because they don't have a lot of big names, and if you haven't watched the LPL, you might not realize just how good this team can be.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates, then tear down the
Everybody, welcome back here to our World's Group Stage competition. Game number 1 was a victory for Machi, surprising many people who had their bets placed on Team Liquid. But now we're ready to jump into game number 2, and I know a lot of LEC fans out there are excited to see G2 Esports get out here and compete. The number 1 seed from the LEC going up against the number 3 seed from the LPL in Suning Gaming.
I think it's going to be incredibly exciting. These guys are the heavy favorites in this group. You know, despite the fact that G2 is number 1 seed and that Suning is the number 3 seed, you know, I've been seeing a lot of people even putting Suning up above G2, you know, in their rankings and even in the group finishing. But pretty much everyone feels like they have both these teams in the top 4, top 5 in the event. So these are some of the heavy hitters, and I'm really excited to see what kind of form G2 is going to bring to the world stage, because despite some of their regular season woes, they have had that in the past and then really showed up when it mattered. And it's always hard to know with G2. It's like, are you just, you know, some of the games you're like, hey, you're having just a little bit of fun here, you know, getting it out of the way. Because when push comes to shove, they always show up come finals. They always show up come playoffs. So we will see if they are going to show up here in game number 1 against Suning, who is going to be a tough task. There's a lot of great young players over on Suning. SwordArt is someone that you will probably recognize if you watch Worlds each year, was from the LMS, but they also have SOFM, who is incredible, and he is, you know, coming over from the VCS, and one of these junglers who has, I think, a fairly unique style to him. You know, he very much always is building towards tank. You know, even on Lee Sin, he's going things like the Knight's Vow, he's going Spirit Visage, he's going, you know, these more defensive options. And this is a guy who is willing to, you know, sometimes sacrifice himself for the team very heavily. You know, more of an enabler than the guy who's going to be doing the carrying himself in the late game. But he works incredibly well with Bin, their top laner. So, you know, Wonder is going to have to be on point. But I do think for G2, if you're looking for advantages, the biggest one you're going to be looking at is the mid lane. I mean, Caps has been a monster internationally for years and years. You know, made finals with Fnatic, made finals with G2, won MSI with G2, and he's going to be going up against Angel here, who I do think that Caps can get an advantage there, and that's where I would really like to see G2 try to play through.
I'm just excited to see, whenever I get to see G2 versus any LPL team, I know it's going to be a fun matchup, because when we were looking at last game, we were talking about how both these teams like to play slow. Everybody likes to be calculated, like have a composition that'll allow you to move forward without a lot of risk. Throw that out the window. This is G2 versus the LPL. You mentioned in our game number 1 commentary about how for the longest time, LCK was the king of it all when it came to international competition. They played a slow, reserved style. Everybody tried to emulate it because they were the best. And then all of a sudden, for the past couple of years, the LPL has stepped up. When you look at Europe, G2 has been one of the most fun teams to watch in Europe because of their innovation, because of the fact that these guys are willing to try and play all sorts of wacky stuff that other people wouldn't try. And I do not define wacky as sitting back and waiting to scale, Mr. Vazale. I define this team by the risks they're willing to take that make them fun to watch, and up against an LPL squad, the region that has historically been known for being a kill-heavy, fight-heavy, in-your-face kind of region. I think this matchup should just be exciting from start to finish.
I agree. I think it's going to be a really, really good one. And it's kind of just really signified an entire shift in the way people think about League of Legends, because in the past it always had been SKT in this kind of slow, methodical style, and everyone was trying to be SKT Junior, trying to emulate, and teams, you know, started to forge their own paths. And G2 is definitely one of those innovators, the teams that are saying, no, you can't always play for the 100% play, because that doesn't exist. You're just going to play the game too slowly. Go for these higher risk, higher reward plays, have confidence in your ability to outplay your opponents. Caps, I think, really does, you know, kind of represent that so well. You know, he is the kind of player that when he's strong, he's willing to look for these 1v3 plays, these 1v2 plays, where he says, you know, I can actually find the angle here. I can find the outplay. And sometimes it's not going to work out, but most of the time, because of how damn good this guy is, he can pull it off. And it really is incredible to watch.
Yeah, this type of League of Legends just makes for so much more exciting gameplay. I remember back in the days of lane swaps, the dark times of League of Legends, I would just designate the first 7 minutes of every game as popcorn time. Take a break, go get some food, nothing's going to happen anyway. I'm so glad we got rid of that. And now we get to have some action-packed early games. We get to see big outplay potential. We get to see a lot of skirmishes. And with these two squads, I'm hoping for it to just be in your face from start to finish. Caitlyn, Nidalee, Lilia, Ornn, Lucian, and Shen all banned away. Suning looking at that top side with the Ornn and Shen bans. Jungle also being focused here by G2, removing the Nidalee and the Lilia together. First pick of the entire draft will be the Twisted Fate for Caps. And this is going to allow him to move around the map and really heavily affect those other lanes, which is something he has done to great success.
Yep, Bin getting his Renekton, his most played by far. This guy has been a monster on the pick in the LPL. That is why they are focusing the Shen, the Ornn. They're trying to target some of these picks that Wunder could perhaps, withstand the onslaught, because Bin and SOFM pair up so incredibly well. Even on these picks that people don't traditionally think of as early game junglers, things like the Trundle, SOFM can make ganks happen constantly up in that top lane. So I'm going to be interested to see what G2's response is up there. I think Wunder, if he wants to go another tank option, I think Malphite can be really, really strong. I don't expect SOFM to go towards the AP junglers. He didn't really play any of them in the LPL. And Malphite versus, Renekton Graves or Renekton Lee Sin or any of that kind of thing can withstand very, very well. And then they can wait for Caps, to be able to make plays elsewhere on the map. It looks like it will be Volibear top, which I do think can kind of fit into a little bit more of a scrappy bucket than obviously the Malphite and whatnot, but you can still build defensively and try to itemize somewhat to survive. You can also look for those 2v2s if you are feeling like you are going to be able to pull that off, but they've got to show respect over to Renekton and Lee Sin, because that is where Suning has shown they want to go constantly. And if G2 can withstand that and get out on the map here with Caps' TF, I think they're going to be sitting pretty.
Lee Sin locked in for SOFM. We talked in game 1 about how the Lee Sin's kind of not one of the most popular junglers right now, not exactly in a spot in the meta where it's a Lee Sin meta. So SOFM still with enough confidence in the pick to take that one into the graves here in this second game of the day. Syndra and Renekton solo lanes, there is a lot of kill pressure with those two champions, Mr. Isaac. We'll see how well they're able to make this game a nice and bloody one, but you were talking about scrappiness. Hey man, Graves and Volibear, two champions that are perfectly fine getting into a 2v2 brawling around the top side of the map. And with Wunder and Bin going head to head, two of the best top laners there are in the League of Legends game right now, that should be a lot of fun to see.
It really is going to be very, very exciting, and also seeing how well Jankos can actually track SOFM. Even if you don't want to go up there and fight, if you can help to ward out and find the Lee Sin, let Wunder know when Lee Sin is in his side of the map, when he has to play defensive, when he can actually go for trades and scrap it out. Because even if you can just do that as the Graves and farm and get stronger, you're going to be feeling really good in your position about that 1v1 and just in relation to the scaling that you have compared to that Lee Sin. You will be looking good, but a couple of bans going down towards perks. Yep. The Twitch has been getting taken away quite a lot, it feels like, in Worlds after its priority in play-in. You can see the support targeting here from G2. Banning away Thresh and Tahm Kench feels like they may want to go for a bit of an aggressive and engaged style support here, try to really go at their opponents. Generally for Suning, because they have such a focus on top and mid lane, on playing around that quadrant, their bot lane tries to sit back, tries to play a little bit more defensively, and it is something that some teams in the LPL have looked to attack, try to take the fight to Sorta and Huangfeng and see if you can make them pay.
Okay, we got the Ezreal and we got the Bard.
Like
so
this.
Plenty of powerful range there. We know the Bard can slap people around in the lane if they go for a melee style support. Of course, we still do get to see Sword Art get that last pick of the draft, but let's see how it shapes out for him.
And I think this is kind of the opposite of attacking that bot lane. Yes, you can still set up and look to do that. But generally speaking, I think if you go Bard Ezreal, you are looking to just get through that laning phase, and you're looking to roam, right? You can leave Ezreal in the 1v2 very comfortably. Yes, you have to respect the engage, especially post 6 of Nautilus and Ashe. That can be dangerous. But if Perks can be chilling in the 1v2, farming it up against Ashe, Bard can be out on the map looking to back up his top laner if he's getting attacked, looking to back up his jungler if they're getting attacked, and even roam somewhere and have Caps ult in, and all of a sudden there's this extra member showing up here for G2 looking to turn the tides of that fight.
And you know what? I like this. I like the fact that they're playing with a safe bottom side for G2, because we've sung the praises of Caps and what an incredible talent he's been on not just G2, but also on Fnatic and just in general in League of Legends for the past couple of years. Looking at how strong of a laner Wunder is, how effective Jankos can be in the jungle. But if you're looking for anybody that could be labeled as a weak link on G2, you look at the bottom lane and you see some of the highest death numbers in the LEC on these guys. They can definitely find themselves in hot water. And if you're looking to play around these solo lanes and play around this top half of the map, knowing that you're up against a team like Suning who wants to invest in their top laner, I love the idea of not having some super volatile bot lane that's like, well, we tried to fight at level 2 and we died. Guess the game's over. I really like the fact that they're going for this on the side of G2. The Bard pickup here allows all that roaming you were talking about, but the thing is, let's look over across the table right now, because on Suning, Sword Art is playing the Nautilus, which he has the most plays of any support champion throughout the summer split. 14 Nautilus games. The man knows his way around an anchor.
Definitely true. I mean, it's Mickey's most played as well, so he should be very comfortable, looking into this. He only has the one Bard game himself throughout the year, rather this split on Mickey. Sword Art was one of his most played, so both these guys are going to be extremely familiar, not only with their champs, but with their opponents' champs and how to kind of answer that. And, to your point about G2's bottom lane, you always got to remember that they actually, lane swap Perkz back to mid lane in spring, and then they're back down to that bot lane in summer, so there is going to be some adjustment period there. And I also just think that his comfort zone, he was so dominant on kind of the crit marksman, and those have moved a little bit out of fashion. Things like the Senna coming really in big and the Ezreal, so we'll see if he can kind of find that same success that he's had internationally in the past on some of those other picks here on the Ezreal. Definitely think he can do it. He's a ridiculously talented player here, one of the best Western players of all time for sure. But Suning definitely setting up here for SOFM. I mean, one thing you'll notice is a trend across all 3 lanes. There's incredible gank setup. You have Renekton point and click stun. You've got Scatter the Weak in the mid lane with that Syndra. You have the Nautilus hook plus post 6. You have the Nautilus point and click ultimate. You have the Ashe arrow. There's so many ways to set up for that Lee Sin flying in, and this is going to be really, really interesting because it makes it much harder for G2 to predict, where exactly SOFM will show up. Yes, he has the inclination to go towards top lane. That is where he likes to play most with Bin, but he could go anywhere this game, and that is always going to make it so much trickier to really track his movements and to expect him at the right times.
All right, we're on the Rift, 30 seconds into the game. Doesn't look like we're getting anything cheeky here at the level 1 from either squad. Keystones popping up on your screen right about now. Everything's par for the course, man. You got Phase Rush on both Graves and the Syndra. We know that both of those champions can go for runes that apply more damage if they want, but we already talked about how Phase Rush is busted. So many champions want to take it just because haha can't be slowed. Very, very powerful thing to have in your arsenal to escape some ganks as well as facilitate yourself landing more damage through your own plays. One Summoner Spellbook in the game is on Caps, so we'll have to see what sort of use he's able to find with that as we move forward. Teleports, once again, we have an Ezreal with teleport versus a different AD carry with a combat summoner spell on the other side, so there will be a teleport advantage for G2 as we move into the later stages of the game.
Yep, and something you have to remember, kind of similar to how we saw that Caitlyn Lux lane, you don't have to match the teleport of the Ezreal if you think that you have the push, right? Because if you can actually reset with the wave at their tower, it doesn't really matter if you don't have TP, you don't lose that much. But if you're going to be on the back foot, then you may need to take that teleport to actually try to match so you don't give up too many minions while that is happening.
So on our screen right now, we were looking at the top laners, and I want to just give a quick fun fact about Bin because we talk about how successful he is and how the team likes to play around him. This guy, and I already mentioned how bloody of a region the LPL is and how this region is just known for how aggressively they play League of Legends. Exhaust used at level 1 down here in the bottom lane by G2. But Bin has the most solo kills of any LPL player. That is not any LPL top laner. That is not...
And there's 17 teams.
At all. Yeah, there's 17 teams with 5 people on each team. Quick maths, 85, not counting subs. This dude's number 1 for solo kills. If you find yourself in an isolated situation, 1v1 against Bin, maybe just walk away because the man is exceptional at these situations, incredibly talented. Engage in the bottom lane from Sword Art. Doesn't exactly find him much of anything. They were still level 1, so the follow-up isn't really there, but you can see here in mid, Angel with the early control over the wave. Caps losing out in a couple of trades there, pretty low HP.
Expected that Syndra should have the push here early on, so we'll see Caps if he can withstand that. But down on that bottom side, because the exhaust was forced this early, G2 really has got to stay away from any sort of all-in fight because now it's essentially 2 combat summoners to 0. Yes, you can kind of erase the flashes as those are even on both sides. But the exhaust is on cooldown and you have teleport on Perkz. There's Heal and Ignite available for Hong Kong and Sword Art. So they really don't want to fight pretty much unless you already have them poked already basically to dead. But Wonder handling this very well up on that top side already, and Jankos has eyes on SOFM, so this is kind of what you have to do. He's going to have to give up this scuttle because Angel didn't move up, but there is a potential angle here for SOFM to double scuttle, and I think he's going to go for it as Angel is just moving down, keeping him pushed in. He's even going to use the Q to just taxi down towards that bottom scuttle even faster. Their bottom lane has the push. I already talked about how they don't want to fight, so we'll see if SOFM can grab this early double scuttle here and start off looking good, but he actually went back to base. Interesting.
Yeah, he chooses to back instead, goes ahead, grabs that Skirmisher Saber as well as a control ward, so has extra ability to escape trouble now by ward hopping over to that ward if he finds himself cornered. Also has the extra dueling potential of the Red Smite. Remember that Red Smite is like a miniature Exhaust and Ignite put together. Not as effective as either one, but still has a similar effect to both. So makes him much deadlier in that 1v1 situation against the Graves. And now you can see the on my way ping. He's saying, all right, now I'm coming to deal with the Scuttlecraft. He fires off the Vision, playing the Scryer's Boon there just to make sure that the Graves isn't hanging around in Pixel Brush or anything. And SOFM gets both crabs really well.
And it's so interesting because G2 so clearly expected that he would be doing it that they didn't even go check, right? They're just like, oh, that's gone. We saw him move, from the top side through mid lane, down into that bottom side brush. Of course, he's taking that scuttle, so they didn't even go and check. He actually prioritized that earlier skirmish shaver just in case he didn't run into anyone, wanted to be ready to fight. You can see that Wonder is going very defensive here early on. Double cloth armor, I think it is so intelligent. At some point in the game, you can expect SOFM to be up here. It's physical damage on Lee Sin, physical damage on that Renekton. And building defensively and withstanding, I think, is going to be the key to the game because you don't need to be the person to make things happen for your squad. You can just kind of chill and wait for Caps to be able to set up for a play. Wait for Bard to be able to roam and try to make things happen there. And Jankos is actually just walking down here. This is not a gank. This is to just get a free push in on the wave. And this will actually allow Perks to potentially just save his teleport if he does want to. He can TP back if he wants to keep up the pressure, but I think in this case, you just hold the teleport, you walk back to lane, and you have that TP available if you get pressured out later. So nice little bit of jungle pressure there from Jankos, and Caps even getting eyes on where SOFM is.
All right, SOFM deciding to counter jungle a little bit. Caps tosses him a couple of cards. SOFM wants to finish stealing this Wolf, but the Wolf may be his own death sentence. He flashes away, going back to the safety of his team. So trades away a big Wolf for a flash.
And not really worth it, but I don't think he expected Bard to be there that fast, right?
Probably
he's saying, all right, Caps is here. Who cares? I'll just ignore him. I'll kill this off. And it's not like Caps has any damage items. He bought a Null Magic Mantle, right? So he was able to grab that, and we'll see if he can secure this.
Jankos steps up to take the enemy chickens, but Jankos, you don't think that a flash is worth a wolf? How about a death for a chicken? First blood for Suning.
He didn't even get the whole chicken. He just got one piece, Flowers. This is the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals.
Well, it's a deal that he ended up striking for himself. Jankos gives over first blood, trying to go even there on the jungle camp, trading back and forth with SOFM. I can see the thought process. He's like, okay, we know that my opponent used both Flash and Smite stealing my Wolf camp. I should be able to steal that chicken camp away. But Angel's control over the mid lane just set things up, made it so he could rotate over, pick up that free kill. And now that means Suning has themselves a 600 gold lead. Things were pretty much dead even right before that, so that is really the only advantage here for this squad, but it's a nice early pickup 6 minutes in.
I mean, giving first blood over to this Syndra, who already is going to have kind of that early advantage in that 1v1 against the TF, so that's not really very fun for Caps.
No.
You're already being pushed in, and this extra injection of gold may keep that happening longer, but at the end of the day, it is not the end of the world here. You can see the early Bramble Vest now completed for Wonder. Got another early base out. Wonder has been handling this 1v1 beautifully, and SOFM has not actually made any trip up there. Things overall, I would say, looking pretty darn good for G2. They have not fallen prey to any of the pressure that could have potentially come out here from Lee Sin, except for a little bit of counter jungle.
Bottom side 2v2. Again, going to find some damage here onto Perks, who shoots the Mystic Shot off onto Sword Art at the back end of the fight. Makes that go a little bit even around here. Hawk Shot off there over SOFM's shoulder, but doesn't exactly see Jankos, who is working on this red buff. Nice Smite secure there, dodging away from that Sonic Wave. SOFM will not be able to move in and secure that one. Both junglers are level 6. Remember, SOFM, no flash on the Lee Sin, so there's no opportunity to make a big play there with the kick. Jankos still has his own flash, can get a chance to use it before he died at that chicken camp. But now, Suning are after the Drake, should secure this one without really any contest here. They didn't even have a smite for that, but now G2 is coming in looking to stop him. Sword Art over the wall, trying to stay alive, uses the blast cone, gets himself away. Mikyx in hot pursuit, but Sword Art gets away underneath the tier 1 turret. The disengage from Suning keeps everybody alive.
A lot of summoners forced there by G2 with that TF ultimate being popped, but end of the day, SOFM able to grab the dragon and Suning gets away. You can see why SOFM is such a respected jungler. He is constantly looking to pressure, utilize the advantages that its lanes have created, attacking the wolves, attacking the raptors, taking the dragon, knowing that they were in that winning position. Did get a little bit dicey though, and we can watch this one more time. Looks like probably a scatter of the week, I assume. Yep. Did interrupt Cap's ultimate, so critical there from Angel to actually prevent Caps from coming over, and that was, his first ultimate of that game. A lot of people really do put a lot of emphasis on making that first play happen, because this is when you have no cooldown reduction, you're at rank 1 ultimate, it's the longest cooldown, so it feels very impactful sometimes to set the pace of the game. Caps also, is going for that more defensive itemization, building towards Aroa, likely some early Merc Treads to survive against this Syndra. So has no early CDR, and it does mean that you're going to pay a much heftier toll having that interrupt.
And I was praising Ben earlier on at the beginning of this game, and Wonder is just doing a great job dealing with him here in this top side. I say as he ends up just getting his butt kicked underneath the turret, eats 2 turret shots, but he does have a nice CS lead up here, about a couple waves worth, as the Scuttle Crab is spawning in topside river, and Suning has brought Sword Art to the party. Mikyx also here on the Bard. Dredgeline nearly finds him. Nice use of the Magical Journey to make sure Mikyx gets away. As Suning, yeah, they brought the bodies up here, Azael, but hey, the Crab's already been secured by Jankos.
It will be interesting. I think G2 actually have an angle to go for this, though, because remember, Perk saved his TP. So he can actually TP up here if they want to try to force, and we'll see if they do go for it. He is going to TP up. They know Huangfeng's on the bottom side, has no sums. He cannot answer this, and big sidestep.
Sword Art just barely sidestepping away. Dredgeline into the wall. Spider-Manning himself out of this one. As the follow comes through, they're looking at maybe making a trade. Instead, it's going to be Sword Art going down. Yanko's still going to be kept alive. Nice outplayed there, but it's still going to be a 1-for-1 trade with the junglers after the fact. Support plus jungler, traded away for jungler, 2-for-1 at the end of the day, and G2 comes out on top.
They do, but the question is how much are you going to lose on the bottom side? Because they're bleeding out farm now here, and we have to take that in consideration. But Angel now getting caught up. He's in trouble.
Now this could be pretty big. Angel goes for the return kill on Perks, but will not find it. Angel, what are you doing there, pal? G2 with the punish.
Yeah, G2 getting a couple of kills, but still, we'll see. Does the second plate go down to Huangfeng? Because all that farm lost on the bottom side. They lost about 2 waves there. They lost a plate. So they do go positive 2 kills, and the Rift Herald wasn't taken. So, you are up those kills, but it's trade for gold and experience that went directly into Huangfeng's pockets. So ends up being fairly even overall. I would say G2 come out slightly ahead, which is, worse than you would think, given the fact that they won all those fights.
G2 making sure they strike back here in this game. Also, notice the stacking items now online for both of the G2 carries. We got that Mana Moon stacking up for Perks, as well as the Rod of Ages already completed 11 minutes into the game for Caps. So right about 21 minutes, that will be at its maximum stack, maximum gold efficiency. He is 2 waves behind Angel there in the mid lane, but honestly, Angel's early successes are now offset by that mistake he had sticking around in the enemy jungle, getting caught out there. That loss sort of equalizes things a bit better here in the mid lane. And G2 now with their bottom laners up here in this top half of the map, they're going after the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think this is actually pretty cool lane assignments, right? They sent Caps down towards the bottom lane, and they just left their dual lane mid to try to make sure that they had the extra members up here and they could get the eventual Rift Herald. But Suning is roaming up. We'll see if they're here in time. It looks like G2 should just be able to finish and walk away, so I don't think any fight is going to break out. But, really smart lane assignments here from G2. And that is going to net them the Rift Herald. And Mickey's actually the one to grab it, which is very rare, I would say. Do you see the support picking it up? But perhaps just feeling like he was the one least at risk of getting picked off there. Maybe nervous about Sword Art, catching someone with that ultimate. And Bard may have been able to keep safe.
Plus, you're a Bard, right? You're going to be one of the supports that roams around the map the most. Usually you see the Herald itself going onto the jungler because he's the one who can apply it to the lane where it's most desirable. But if you have a Bard that's going to be running around the entirety of the map anyway, like we've seen Mickey try to get involved in everything G2 is doing, he does have 3 out of 3 kill participation, so should be still pretty easy for G2 to find the application of that wherever they want it. Looking across the board, we're still waiting to see items come online for first completions across the board for Suning. You can see that the Blade of the Ruined King is in process of being completed there for Hwanfeng. In the mid lane, you've got Angel still sitting on the Lost Chapter, waiting to complete that into Luden's Echo. And now SOFM and Sword Art are going to be starting up the second Drake of the game here for Suning. As the ulti comes out from Caps, it's going to see what they're doing. It sees what's going on, but Caps pops the ghost. He's getting the hell out of town.
Yep, he kind of had an inkling that maybe Suning was looking for a play on him. His team doesn't really have any vision on this side of the map. He hasn't seen a lot of the members, so smart defensive ultimate there from Caps. Gets the intel he needs, does back it up. They're dropping Rift Herald on the top side at the same time. That last plate probably not going to be able to be cracked because there is so much resistance on that, but the turret plates are about to fall in 10 seconds, so G2 should be able to grab that turret for themselves after the fact anyway. And going to be looking at that first turret of the game. Wonder building very likely towards the Black Cleaver plus Iceborne style of build. This is very popular in the LPL. You know, it's an efficient, cheap 40% CDR style build, and does feel pretty nice when you complete it.
Yeah, plus you're allowed to stack the components if you don't want to just go for a straight completed item instead. Between Iceborne and Black Cleaver, there are 3 different about 1,000 gold components that all give you 10% CDR, so stacking those up is very easy. And you can see right there, he had the Kindle Gem already completed, plus the Sheen to start off, and then now completing the Iceborne means he's at 30. So Volibear, very, very deadly when those skills can be going off so rapidly. Also has the ability to resist the damage of Renekton and Lee Sin together, as you pointed out earlier, by stacking the armor. And hey, if the only AP threat on the enemy team is a burst mage that does not want to be wasting her entire damage loadout on the Volibear, you're feeling pretty good about just prioritizing armor and then going for your bruiser items.
You definitely are, as long as you get some health, right? Because that's the one thing with Bramblevest and Iceborne, that's a lot of gold for 0 health, right? You are going to get some from the Black Cleaver, but you know, hopefully your next item after that would be at least some HP. It doesn't have to be MR, but like Deadman's even, get that Giant's Belt in there to just have enough flat health to survive that Syndra burst. And then I fully agree with you, because Syndra doesn't generally want to be expending the ultimate on the Volibear. It's going to make you too vulnerable, you know, in that rest of the fight. And we can see that, you know, with this build also, it's a really cheap 2 items. So, you know, when Ezreal completes 2 items, you're going to have 2 items very quickly after that. Potentially here on Wonder. And you're going to have a lot of members on G2 that are ready to go.
Whoa, that engage there from SOFM going deep underneath the enemy turret. Ends up having to use his own flash. Now he jumps in for some chickens. Gets the kick onto Jankos. Will not be able to stick around and take those chickens. These chicken cams are incredibly deadly this game, Azael, as SOFM does have to use that to disengage there. I can see maybe what he was thinking underneath the tier 1 turret. Yeah, we can go in, try to kick the AD carry back. That's Ezreal. He presses E, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
That seemed a little bit too hypey from SOFM.
They got the tower, right? He's zoning them back. So that's the other thing you have to remember, is that, yes, it did cost him his flash, but he got Mickey's flash out of it, and they killed the tower because Perks was running and the rest of G2 is trying to peel for Perks. So, you know, SOFM definitely plays extremely aggressively. He plays without almost any fear. You know, he shows mid lane, goes to that play, and then he's like, yep, I'm just going to engage and follow up right into the chickens, try to steal away some jungle camps in your face. He's constantly taxing your resources, forcing you to make correct decisions against him, or he will punish you. Because he is playing so bold, but really, he only has the 1 death. It's not as though he's running it down this game at all. You would expect someone playing like this to have died more against G2, who is such a good team at punishing you.
The difference between risk and calculated risk, and SOFM is making sure that even if these decisions might look a little crazy, they're not so crazy that they put him in the dirt. Also, look at his inventory. Knight's Vow, you mentioned this in Champion Select, how SOFM likes to go for defensive itemization on champions that generally build more offensively. He likes to build Knight's Vow on so many different champions. Now in the bottom lane, G2's coming in for the 3-man collapse onto Ben. They're bringing in the teleport to make it a 4-man. Ben is just walking away. Perk shoots off a Mystic shot. G2 committing a lot to this, but won't get much of anything. And now we'll see if Suning can find something elsewhere on the map. Mickey X walking through the jungle. That's a Bard. You're not really going to catch him out very easily. Sword Art leading the charge as Suning path through this enemy jungle here. Perks gets found out with the Sonic Wave. Once again, it's an Ezreal. You won't be able to make much of a play onto that. And now Hwanfeng, with the rest of the team, feeling perfectly safe here on this Ashe, can step up and find some auto attacks in the tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2 were really committing to that because they wanted to be able to set up around that dragon early. If you got that kill onto Ben, you would be in a good position to do so, but that was flash off Caps. You know, that was a lot of ultimates. That was a TP. We'll have to hold that.
They're looking for Angel here with a flash away. Keeps him in a spot where he's not immediately under threat of death. Now that was Bard ulti, that was Ezreal ulti, that was Twisted Fate ulti. A lot of tools there from G2 trying to make that pick. Of course, they do get flash out of Syndra, which can be very important in the follow-up fight. G2 also in a spot now where they have priority over the bottom side river. However, the crab was just secured by Suning. Remember, that's very important. That's vision that cannot be cleared away no matter what you do. As SOFM takes a couple of shots of poke over the wall, now retreating back here with the rest of this squad. Huanfeng also almost has the Enchanted Crystal Arrow up and ready to fire, but the Drake is up now, and G2 seem to just be forcing the issue. Bin is right there in the brush. Could be able to engage
his
on
ultimate.
This one.
It's almost up, and he has a perfect flight position. There to go.
Goes in. There comes your damage. So much going to be poured down onto the G2 lines, and Perks is already out of the fight. Wonder tries to jump back in. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Wonder for Sword Art. Now the Drake is the target. Suning going after this one. Mickey's over the wall. Caps and Jankos both still here. The Drake's going to reset a little bit. It's still at half HP. Suning still working on this one. Over the wall comes Jankos. He's in the pit. He's looking to maybe steal this one away. The Drake is going to be taken low. It's secured by Caps! You gotta be kidding me. The wild cards over the wall. What in the hell? They trade Jankos for it, but G2 will take the objective and stop Suning from hitting that soul point.
That potentially could have just saved G2's game. That wild card steal on the Dragon there, because if you put Suning from this winning position at soul point this early in the game, we can see in our Axe replay here, they found the angle because G2 had to force. They didn't want to give up the easy soul point, but they were missing a lot of key cooldowns. And the perfect engage right over on the Caps. They lair the CC. They knock him down immediately. G2 got slaughtered in that fight, only taking down the enemy support. But it's all about the Dragon because they were sticking around, and Suning did not actually clear G2 out over the wall. They did wait to stop Jankos to prevent any sort of 50-50, but the smite came down, and I didn't even see the health on that. It must have been incredibly low as the wildcards do snag it and prevent soul point, which allows G2 to play the map, allows them to forego going to a Dragon that could be game losing when they are in a tough spot. They have more time to scale now, more time to play the map and try to trade a Dragon for a tower with TF and things like this. That could be really, really critical in this game because Suning have been in full control, it feels like.
Ooh, Sword Art tried to engage there, but the dredge line only finds terrain, and now Sword Art's in a really bad spot. True Shot Barrage, nearly finding the kill. Sword Art walking away. Last Mystic Shot will not find him. SOFM looking to engage on the top side here as Angel's going to be caught out. Tries to go for the blast cone, gets taken down. Shut down credit over to Caps, and the enemy mid laner is dead. Enemy support 10% HP. Enemy jungler at half. Baron is the call for G2.
Did you see that ward from Mickey? He warded out the blast cone, and Angel could not auto-attack the blast cone to get out of there. Mickey with a huge play. We'll see if SOFM can get in here. He's in trouble.
SOFM's going to get killed by Perks if he's not careful. He flashes over the wall. Sword Art's going to engage now. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes through, and Perks is dead. Mickey with the flashback over the wall. Bins in a 1v3, looking to maintain the aggro on the rest of the G2 squad. Volley's coming out. Focus fire going down. Huanfeng trying to keep G2 away from this objective. Suning jump in. They stop the G2 Baron attempt, and they take Perks in the process.
What a tense game. These two teams battling back and forth. Really, really close here. We can watch Mickey again as he comes out here looking for the pick. They see Angel over there. They pop the ultimate from TF, and they are going forward and catching Angel on the very edge. Sword Art, getting focused down. A great binding from Mickey over the wall, but now track Mickey. Long range magical journey over the side, pink ward on the blast cone. I don't think I've seen that in competitive play. Good. Warding the lantern has become standard. This is the next evolution. Mickey warding out the blast cone, getting the kill on Angel there. Unfortunately for them, they did lose Perks and got pushed off the Baron, but still a fantastic play how quick he was with that magical journey and really on your feet thinking to be able to ward that out.
Most players, they go in the shop, Isaac, and they see a control ward and they're like, oh yes, I'll pay 75 gold for vision. Mickey X walks into the shop and says, yes, I'll pay 75 gold to kill Syndra. Outright.
75 for 300, that's a good deal.
Yeah, that's a great deal. Fantastic deal. I'd take that deal any day of the week, and so would Mickey X. Easy kill into Angel means there's nothing left of him in that situation. 3-2-1 here on the Syndra. Still a good KDA overall. Suning still up a little bit over 1,000 gold. Next Drake spawning here in 90 seconds. Now, this one is still very important. Remember, we're working towards an Ocean Soul this game. This is one of those souls that can really, really change the course of a game. And for Suning, You know they don't want to be losing this one again to another wild card, wild steal. This would be the opportunity for Soul for them if those wild cards didn't steal the last one. We talked about how fortuitous that was for G2. They're happy with that situation, but now can they contest around this one? 60 seconds until that Drake shows up. You can see that the Scuttle Crab will be spawning around the same time down there as well. There's control wards on the side of Suning hanging around in this mid lane and the bottom side of that river. Caps is top side, but he has the TP to get to the bottom half of the map if he needs to be there in an instant.
And he actually just popped his ultimate. So this is what I was talking about. I think that, you know, they are willing to make these sort of trade plays. G2 is such a strong macro team, really good at playing side lanes. Caps gets out here, actually pops the TF ultimate to track vision, and then has a timed out, so he's actually going to TP back. So pretty expensive wave push, I will say, but now that they know Syndra's up on the top side, they're going to try to move in here and get vision themselves. Angel does have TP to be down, but they have to keep contesting, because if you give over Ocean Soul, Suning has a lot of beefy boys over on this other team.
Yes,
they got
sir.
some tanks. I mean, this is a full tank Lee Sin. He's going Spirit Visage third. Renekton has a lot of HP, and Nautilus is pretty tanky too. And if you can't burst them down, it's guaranteed incredible amounts of value from Ocean Soul, so they must contest.
Sword Art tries to engage, and once again, the Dredge line only finding the terrain. Nice counterattack coming through from G2. Sword Art's nearly killed. He tries to walk himself away, but a nice Bard ulti finds its way on a Huang Feng and the enemy mid laner with Angel in some trouble. It's now Sword Art going to be taken out. Bin looking to find the damage into the back line. Mickey's going to be taken low, and Suning with a beautiful counterattack. Arrows through the hearts of every single samurai in the fight. G2 tries to fall back. The teleports are coming in, and now can Caps get away? I don't think so. Play your last pathetic card. Double kill for Huang Feng. 4 dead for G2. Soul point for Suning.
SOFM, learn this man's name, because you are going to be seeing a lot of him. What a kick onto Perks. Sword Art was able to survive so long, and with all the resources being spent to try to take down that support, Suning find the angle to turn around the fight, to get in there. This is a full tank Lee Sin up 2 levels on a Graves, who is normally the one doing that to the Lee Sin. He is farming at such an insane pace, almost 180 CS.
And there's no team out on him or anything either.
This is just insane. So let's watch this one more time. All of these resources being put into this really, really tanky Stone Plate Nautilus. He survives for so long. Then watch SOFM here, finding the angle, gets onto Mickey. As Mickey backs up, he gets too close to Perks, and SOFM sees his chance, kicking him right through the Graves. He onto Graves, finishes him off. Safeguard back to Huang Feng, who's pushing forward there. Really good play from SOFM, and Mickey just not tracking the fact that he had that Q on him and was bringing it back into his team, gets punished so heavily for it.
Oh, we're talking about punish. SOFM nearly getting caught there, has to flash away as the gold card is in the air to make sure he does not die. The Suning jungler, now without the flash, down to 1/3 HP, needs to go back, shop up, heal up, almost has that Spirit Visage done too. There you go, seeing that one get completed means he won't take nearly as much damage from the Twisted Fate or the Bard. Also gets extra heals, very nice stuff. Suning still with about a 2,500 gold lead. One more Ocean Drake, Isaac, and they get the soul. Very, very big point of contention here. 3.5 minutes from now, G2 enters into the world. And we talk about this a lot over the course of different games, but it's always worth bringing up. Risk versus reward. When one team is at 3 dragons and the other team is not, you constantly have to fight, because the risk is they get one of the biggest rewards in League of Legends. But what is your reward? 4% bonus healing. Doesn't feel great.
Yep, and if you don't have the setup, it's so tough, right? Because Caps wants to be playing the side lane. He wants to be splitting the map, but they have not really gotten anything going in these side lanes. G2 has not been able to create any meaningful pressure, you know, towards these tier 2 towers to be able to start making Suning send multiple members to answer. It's always Suning pushing forward, and I think a large part of it is because of SOFM, who's farming like a beast, who's insanely tanky on this Lee Sin, and as a result, he has so much confidence to go forward and make types of plays and types of moves that you wouldn't be able to see Lee Sins with a more standard build get away with. You know, if this is a lethality Lee Sin or something, forget about it. He can't go for these types of plays, but he knows how much tankier he is than that standard Lee Sin. He can fly into a fight, draw pressure onto himself, create space for Angel and Huang Feng and Bin to get into the back lines and to find angles to really catch out Perks, and Suning have been able to do a great job at picking him off.
And I honestly really like that. I really think it's such a good way to approach the situation, because when you think about competitive play in particular and what Lee Sin gets noticed for, how Lee Sin wins the game, it's what we just saw in that last team fight. It's finding the kick, it's finding the moment, it's being able to be there for that one big play. It's not the, oh my god, did you see him build 3 lethality items and then one-shot Ashe for the 14th time? Look at his gold KDA on OP.GG. That never happens in competitive play. That is a
Sometimes.
meme. Lethality Lee Sin can succeed in some situations, but so often in competitive play, it's all about enabling yourself for that one huge moment, that one play that can turn the fight like we just saw, and SOFM is dialed in and ready to go. Next Drake in just over 1 minute. Suning gets Ocean Soul if they achieve it. However, G2 is keeping this game close in gold. 2,500 separates them between their opponents. They've still got Caps with a 3-1-2 scoreline. Almost has the Rabadon's death cap completed. I'm not sure how close he is to that recipe to go ahead and finalize it. He's going back to base now. Might be the completion. Show me a hat. There we go. All right, 2 sticks makes a hat. That's League of Legends math. Caps is back onto the map with the TP, and G2 will look to contest setup here for the Drake.
And Perkz has 3 items as well, right? He's on the death stand, so he is at a very strong point. It's just going to get worse for him, you know, kind of comparing the straight-up DPS usually of the Ashe to that Ezreal from here on out. So they are at a pretty good point of the game. The other thing you have to remember is since G2 has no option but to try to contest for this, there's also the option for Suning to say, all right, well, we're going to try to trade for Baron, or we're just going to forgo it and take your towers. They have more of these options, and that's why it's so important for G2 to have the setup to get control of mid lane, and that's why they're fighting heavily for this. We'll see if they can secure this dragon for themselves here. It's up in 10 seconds. Bin is already in a flank spot, has not yet been spotted here, and look at this.
This is a big moment here in this game. Caps fires off the ulti, but it's going to be a catch down onto Perkz, looking for some of the damage onto him, nearly able to finish him off. Now they're going to find the kill. It's Yank goes down as Bins dive into the back line. Once again, going to be disrupting multiple people on the side of G2. Dredgeline not finding the mark. Suning's able to find the kill, but they're all down, low HP. Huanfeng nearly dead, flashing out, keeping himself alive. G2 disengaging, still looking to skate the periphery of this fight. The Scuttle Crab is up, the Scuttle Crab is down. Securing that one is guaranteed vision over the Drake pit. G2, they're still in good enough condition to fight. They're going forward, they're able to find the kill. Now down onto Sword Art. Mickey X is going to be taken low. SOFM looking to jump into the fight. Ben's going to be trading the kill there, 1-for-1. But now it's Huanfeng in trouble. Perkz going after him. The Ashe is down, and G2 responds. But here comes Angel. Can he send Perkz to the afterlife? Yes, he will. There you go. See you later. Wonder's having to run out of this one, and just when things look doomed for G2, Angel comes back and facilitates the end of the fight that will provide them the Ocean Soul. Caps did it once. Can Caps do it again with the wild cards over the wall? He throws them through. They will not find the mark. The dragon is slain. The Ocean Soul for Suning. Wonder has come back in. He uses the TP to try to interfere on the very back end of things, but it won't find him anything at all.
What a close back and forth fight. G2 lost the first member, but they had so much poke damage in this replay. This is the re-engage here. They go in, Bin decides to commit forward. Huanfeng is a little bit behind the play. He was actually life-stealing up in mid lane, I do believe. By the time he gets here, it's a nice sidestep on the Q from Perkz, but it doesn't matter. They've stacked on top of him. They take him down, but Angel has based the sidestep, keeping home guards up, flashing in, closes the distance onto Perkz. That ain't the Angel of Mercy. Taking down the G2 marksman, getting the Ocean Soul. And now you have these multiple Spirit Visage frontliners, you know, getting so much healing from the Ocean Soul, and you have to wonder, can G2 fight themselves out of this hole? Because the gold is very close, but it's going to be so hard to punch through all of that extra healing. And I love that Perkz immediately goes back to base, buys the Executioners. That is a must-have in this spot.
Very important to make sure you're making that adaptation when your opponents get the Ocean Soul. Yeah, there's a Bramble Vest on Wonder, but remember that Bramble Vest also depends on him being auto-attacked to apply the Grievous Wounds, so it's not really going to do anything against Angel or against Sword Art if he's just applying CC. Now Suning's pushing down the mid lane. G2 actually decreased the gold gap in this game with the last fight, but Suning's still pushing up. TP coming through. Sword Art with the engage onto Mickey X. The damage comes out. Angel's going for the kill, but he won't be able to find it. Now engage from Wonder onto the back line. Huanfeng trying to disengage. SOFM barely going to be kept alive. Sword Art also walks away, but Bin's into the back line, engaging 1v5 all alone, slashing and dashing and crashing. Angel finds the kill into Wonder. Where's the Sonic Wave? Resonating Strike not going to be coming through just yet. SOFM not able to find the kill. 1-for-1 overall, making it 2-for-1. It's another kill for Perkz. He gets Sword Art, he gets SOFM together, and that means Suning is running the hell away.
And this could be Baron for G2 potentially. We'll see if they want to try to force it. The carries are still live for Suning, but it is a jungle advantage for G2. This is a team with the killer instinct, and I think they have got to go for something. You don't want to play slow against this Ocean Soul team, but we'll see if they can make it happen. Perkz is running out mid lane right now. He is going to get the push, so G2 will not start it up. They are just looking to lay a trap and are now going over towards that Baron pit. And they're going to try to look for a pick here. They're hoping they can find someone from Suning trying to check.
Well, hey, there's Ben, who dashes himself back away. He's not going to die to this anytime soon. I like the fact that G2 went for it. That is something that if they got somebody that wasn't the Renekton, that didn't have a dash immediately away, that could have been a kill. But unfortunately for them, does not work out. Now G2 with control over the mid lane, trying to push this up. They have 2 turrets compared to 4. They'd love to take down this mid lane tier 1, get that off the board, use that to shore up the gold a little bit more. 1,500 gold separating the teams here. Baron is up. Elder is up in 3 minutes. And with that being the state of the game, I do want to address a change to the ebb and flow of the neutral game fight that Elder brings in. You're no longer in a low-risk, low-reward situation if you're G2. Yes, you have to deal with Ocean Soul, but now winning the Drake fight actually gives you this super powerful reward as well. If G2 can win a team fight around the Elder Drake and take the buff, all of a sudden, this game can swing just right back in the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's no longer Ocean Soul versus 4% regen. It's Dragon Lasers versus Dragon Lasers, and they're up for grabs.
Fair fight. G2 now having to deal with the fact that Suning is starting up the Baron, and Suning want to be able to secure this one. Nice follow-up coming in from the Ashe ulti. mikyx loses about half HP. Suning still on the Baron. The Baron is dropping incredibly slowly. There's no way they can stick on this one the entire time. G2 has arrived. Wonder's ready to jump into the middle of everyone if need be, and Suning will walk away.
And you see, Angel wasn't willing to actually commit the ultimate to try to kill off Mickey there. You know, wanted to just try to poke him out and save it for any sort of committed fight if it broke out afterwards. At this point in the game, it's going to be long respawn timers if they go for it, and SOFM is just moving aggressively forward here. Knows he can't really be taken down, and look at that regen when he gets his damage out with the Ocean Soul, just kind of flying right back up.
This Lee Sin, this is a Chad Lee Sin if I ever seen one in my life. Land the Q, take the Q. And it's not even my mind's telling me, you know, but my body's telling me yes type of thing. He doesn't even die for it.
Both are telling him yes.
It's 3, 2, and 10. Mind and body are in sync. The man is just ready to go on this Lee, and I love watching it. Game's still dead even in terms of gold between these squads. 1,000 gold doesn't really mean anything. 35 minutes into the game, it's the difference in wards at this point in time. Look at the itemization on Huanfeng. Has that QSS, 2 crit items completed, third one in the process. Over on the other side, you've got QSS also up on Perkz, who has been caught out a few times this game, 5, 4, and 5 on the KDA, so wants to make sure he's able to get away if he gets hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow or by a stun from Angel. Because honestly, if he sticks around for any amount of follow-up, he's just dead.
Yep, but he hasn't had to fight yet with this QSS, so it is going to be harder to take him down. The one you might be worried about on the side of G2 is actually Caps now, because he still has no Zonias and he has no stopwatch. He's very squishy, but he's high damage. He has the rapid fire in to try to get those picks with the gold card, and he's also sitting on no flash. So, you know, if he's in a bad spot, he could be in trouble. He's going to have to rely on some really good positioning. It's a higher risk, higher reward build, and that's the kind of playstyle we have come to expect from Cax.
Bin gets spotted by the sweeper of mikyx, so G2 is aware of where the Suning top laner is hanging out. Blast Cone is up. Could be used to go over the wall here for the Elder Drake fight. Remember, G2, man, this is a fearless kind of squad. Even if Suning has control over the pit, you know Jankos will be getting in there, going for the 50-50 on that steal. As the red buff is secured, SOFM has that one. Enchanted Crystal Arrow flies out. Perk's going to use the QSS, getting himself away. Caps will not be hit by the dredge line, but SOFM is going in. SOFM is exhausted. Bard ulti finds its way onto Sword Art, and Sword Art alone. SOFM still looking to find some more onto Caps. SOFM is alone. SOFM nearly going to be taken out. Has to get back to the safety of the team. Bin and the ulti now having to run away as well. Suning, they tried to go for it. They tried to look for some capture potential onto that pick on Caps. Flash coming in from Bin. Follow-up dredge line won't find the mark. Suning may have overestimated their engaged potential, and now they're going to be eating some damage on the back end of the fight. The True Shot Barrage comes through.
The Mikhails there was so big from Mickey. They knew there was no cleanse on Caps, so Bin went for it. But Mickey was there with the Mikhails, saving his mid laner again. G2 playing it so well.
For the kill, and they found it. Angel has been destroyed, and Suning is in a 4v5. G2's looking for more now. They're finding the gold card. It's on to SOFM. Sword Art's going in, looking to buy some time, looking to protect his valuable members of his team. Lee Sin has to disengage. Huanfeng running away now too. Suning losing their mid laner. Proper team play, protecting each other, kiting out the CC, disengaging when Suning tries to deal with them. Now they have to fight through this Elder Drake fight. They have it aggro. They're the ones tanking it. Suning still sticking around. They don't want to give this away for free, but they make the call to go in and fight 4v5. It looks like they do. Yes, they will. Mickey's in some trouble. Enchanted Crystal Arrow flies out. Suning going in for the fight. Wonder in the middle of 4 people. Two-shot barrage coming through. Finds the kill into Huanfeng. Sword Art's taking all the damage down. Mystic shot over the wall. Perks with the follow-up, able to find the kill. SOFM still alive, but he's down to 1/3 HP. He goes in. He's looking to steal the Drake, but he will not be able to do it. Here's a losing hand, buddy. Jankos ends up grabbing the kill, facilitated by Caps, and G2 will take the Elder Drake.
What a fight, Flowers! That was incredible! G2 and Suning going blow for blow there. The kiting, the team play from G2 to survive the early seconds of that fight was incredible. Everyone coming together to peel for Caps. He had the cleanse, the exhaust, the Mikhails coming through to save him, and this is the later re-engage. They've already killed off Angel. They wanted to try to finish this dragon before Angel respawned, so he couldn't just come straight back to the fight. But Huanfeng moving down here as they go for the re-engage overextends a little bit, and G2 were able to capitalize on it so heavily. SOFM going in, Huanfeng moving forward, but Ingo's Wonder stuns him up. He has the flash, but he could not get out of there. The ultimate from Perks coming straight over across Huanfeng, bursting him down. As soon as the Ashe fell, there was no chance for Suning in this fight. Ocean Soul be damned. G2 came to play.
And now Suning are the ones having to respect G2. G2 up 5,000 damage dealt in the last fight. 10,000. Is that thing broke? 10,000 damage.
Wait, is that the whole game or is that the last fight? Because that is insane.
That's the last fight because it says 312 for Angel. There's no way he did 312 damage in the whole
yes.
game.
That is insane.
Holy moly, man. Now, G2 with the Baron, with the Elder. This Red Bull Baron buff could be the end of the game right here. Suning must defend against a double Uber buff G2. Can they end the game right now? True Shot Barrage finds Angel, takes about 1/3 of the health. First Nexus turret is gone. Ben is in the mid lane. Ben, you need to get back to the Nexus.
Crocodile.
You gotta get back over there, man. You gotta help your boys. Suning are truly in a spot that could end this game for them right now. But the Elder Drake is such an X factor.
Trying to wait it out.
30 more seconds. They've got to survive another half minute. They need to clear this wave away. G2 want to stop them. Enchanted Crystal Arrow fired off, looking for some damage onto Jankos. Ben goes into the ultimate, keeping himself alive. G2's on the push. G2's looking to make the play. Wonder into the dive, looking to disable the turret, keeping things going. Wonder's going to be killed off. Huanfeng taking that one. Beautiful scatter the weekend. Send them running. SOFM goes in. He tries to dodge away. A little bit more damage would trigger the Elder Dragon, but they won't be able to find it. The dredge line now
Caps
down to the X, looking to find the kill. Caps into the back line, trying to find the wild cards, trying to find the damage. Caps is going to be barely escaping. The damage down onto the remaining players. Perks is out. Caps is throwing the cards around, looking to finish off the Nexus turret. He won't be able to do it. And it's an ace for Suning.
Oh my God, this game is incredible, Flowers. Absolutely delivering the debut of both these teams at Worlds 2020, and we are in for a treat. They are on the push here. Can they actually end? They don't have a minion wave, so I don't think they can. Jankos could be up, but Caps' res timer is so long. Maybe they just try to straight up go for it because the full march is on. Jankos and Wonder will be back.
God.
Mickey will be back, but the question is, will they be able to hold without Caps and Perks? And is Suning even willing to go for it? Because they have lost these last couple fights. Maybe they want to go for it.
Give me 5 games of this popped directly into my veins. This is Worlds. This is League of Legends. This is Suning looking to end the game. Nexus turret's being kept alive now by the Bard ulti. Perks and Caps going to be coming up here in just a moment. Suning going for the game-ending push, going for the team fight, looking to find the damage. Wonder's going into the ulti now, looking to mount the defense. Bin runs away. Huanfeng's gonna be taken low. Wonder's the first one to die, and Jankos is nearly gonna be killed off now. Where's the focus gonna be? Players or Nexus? It is 1-for-1. They're trying to kite themselves back. Huanfeng stays alive, using the QSS, keeping himself in a good spot. Caps coming in with the ulti. Gold card goes out. Huanfeng goes down. Sword Art is gone. Caps is going in. He uses the ulti, getting himself in a good spot now as the TP comes through from G2. They're into the top lane of the base. It's Perks, baby! Knock, knock! Open the hell up! The Nexus is the target. Suning's advance is resisted. G2 has persisted, and Perks insisted on a win in this game.
This is League of Legends, baby! What a game between G2 and Suning! That was incredible!
That's Worlds! That's why we're here! Anybody ever asks you, what are you doing watching video games at 4 o'clock in the morning? Turn this on! Holy moly!
Oh man, I sure hope you didn't miss this game. This was, I'm gonna say, this is the best game I ever cast. That was so exciting. From G2 and Suning, both teams played some incredible League of Legends here today. Suning really playing out an amazing first 25-30 minutes, getting the Ocean Soul. SOFM playing his signature style, his signature pick. You felt like G2 were painted into a corner. You felt like G2 were gonna lose from there. But the coordination, the skirmishing, the ability they had to kite it out in these fights around the dragons is unmatched. That was just a thing of beauty here from the #1 team from Europe.
Look at the excitement on Caps' face, man. What did I say?
Damn,
what
Flowers.
did I say about the LPL against G2 and how fun this would be to see? This is everything I wanted.
Let's
from
go.
This matchup. I need more games like this in my life.
Run it back.
Best game of Worlds so far. I know we're only on the second day of groups, but that's the best game of Worlds by a mile so far. What a matchup between G2 and Suning, man.
Man, I don't know. I don't have anything else to say. My brain is melted. That was hype. If that's what Worlds is going to be in 2020, you can make this a 12-month-long tournament for all I care. Give me more of that.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, now that the game has concluded, head to the hub on Spotify for all the League of Legends action, all in one place. Hear the sounds of League. Check out the League of Legends playlists and podcasts, including teasers for Untold Stories, a new exclusive podcast coming this October.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Promise tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I act if you don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force, you will block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one can stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we'll
behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, try and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Niggas my self-esteem. Run it back, man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run out of time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now, our eyes are wide open. We're running this world, we're keeping it turning. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. You thought that we were weak, oh, we coming right back.
And welcome back to the interview studio here in Berlin. G2 Esports enter the World Championship stage with a boom here with a win against Sunning. And I have Perks with me to talk about the game. Perks, first off, how do you feel after this one?
Well, I'm very happy we won because we haven't played on stage in such a long time that for sure there were like some differences in playing online. We were like choking a little bit, I think, and yeah, I think we just have to get used to it a bit. And like the sound is different than previously.
Yeah.
So I think that's like something that threw me off a bit. And other than that, I'm just really, really excited to be back on stage and to be playing League of Legends at Worlds 2020. I'm just very happy we won. Yeah.
I can only imagine, but okay, I have a fun fact for you. Did you know that this is the first time this G2 roster wins against an LPL team? So since 2018, you didn't have caps back then. So what do you take from that?
Okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about it. We didn't play against any LPL. We lost against IG twice at the MSI. Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess that is pretty good. I think LPL has been like our biggest opponent, I guess. They're very aggressive and they play them up very well as a team. So I feel like even this game Sunning like played really well. I feel like we gave them some openings. Like for example, I once misplayed in a fight and then they got Drake, and I feel like it was hard for us to play anyways, but I think we just managed to stay strong composure, and due to our solid teamwork, we managed to beat them in the end. So I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you did, but I want to know more about keeping calm here, because as you said, it's the first time you're going back on stage since March, I think. First game at Worlds, we know how it usually goes for G2, so how did you manage to stay calm and collected to finally get the win in the end?
I mean, I feel like our laning phases were going pretty well, like everywhere, and or like, I mean, I don't know everywhere actually. I'm just taking bot lane, like we were like 10-15 CS ahead, and we went top, and we got Herald, and we got 2 kills on enemy mid jungle. So I was really happy about the game, and then maybe feel a bit overconfident, I guess, in the game, and then I got thrown back a little bit, so I had to like basically just think about, okay, stay calm, it's fine, we can win. And then when I got the Ocean Drake, it was like, oof, a bit sweaty right now, but it's fine. I'll buy healing reduction, and then hopefully I'll be useful again. But I think Caps played super well today. Like he communicated a lot. It was basically just, I feel like he was just solo carrying this game. So I'm really happy that whenever someone of us like doesn't perform super well, someone else steps up. So yeah, today was him.
It's a team effort in the end, and as you say, you have a lot of things to improve on, and you have a lot of time to do so as well. But Perks, thank you very much for this interview, and congrats on winning the first game at Worlds 2020 here.
Thank you.
And Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laure. Wonderful interview. Perks commenting a bit on the fact that it is a different situation being back on stage. And welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. We got our first look at LGD Gaming and G2 Esports. Imagine... I'm bursting out laughing a little bit because that game was just so crazy and we're supposed to analyze it. I just think from a fan perspective, most fun game at Worlds so far.
I think it kind of had everything. Crazy Lee Sin kicks, a crazy ending with a backdoor, whatever you want to call that. Just give it a new name. You guys
it was
do that
like the
super
double
well.
front door, right? Everyone was trying to run
Everyone
it straight
just
in.
knocking on the doors, I guess. I don't know.
You home? Yeah,
we shouldn't do the name creation because it's terrible.
Many highlights. We don't have that much time, so I'm going to try and kind of narrow it down in a few moments that were very, very impactful. First up is G2's Mercedes drive to victory that started right at the comeback fight at the Elder Drake. This one was incredibly, incredibly important for the game.
Yeah, and finding this flank over on the side here, Caps being able to get the gold card onto the Syndra was absolutely massive for them because Syndra had been such a problem for G2 in the previous fight, deleting Perkz because Perkz is trying to do all the damage, and if Syndra still has R, it's not possible.
I think it was so key as well how Mickey remained calm throughout all the chaos. Now he's taking a new form. I saw that he's shaved, he removed that beard that he had, and feels like we have the Mickey of old. A Bard as a classic champion that he's always on, and finding those cues and always being the force that was always on point throughout this game meant so much in these fights. Even in this one, he managed to use Bardo twice. That's how much cooldown he had.
And these fights were so incredibly close, and I think because of the nature of this post-game that we kind of look to the highlights of G2, but we have to remember that this was an incredibly close game where SOFM and Suning has gotten the better of G2 before these fights.
Yeah, and this really was a comeback because Suning was in a commanding position. Perkz had gotten picked on so many times, whether it was, again, the Syndra one-shotting him or SOFM finding him on those kicks. So that's why we were even in this position where Suning had the Ocean Soul. Winning a game against Ocean Soul is really insanely difficult, but it was finding the Syndra and then just running and getting both the Elder Dragon and the Baron buff that allowed them to win.
And also to say, we said, well, Caps versus Angel, this or that, but everyone on Suning also impressed me in terms of flanks in those earlier fights and the way they were able to pick G2 off. It did take, I don't want to say miracle because that's not it, but it did take a lot of very interesting and difficult plays, I think, for G2. Another example is this final fight, and then a base race of sorts, you know? I don't want to use the word too often, but this looked like Suning could just finish the game right here.
Yeah, this was absolutely wild because right before this, G2 was in a situation where they had the Elder, they had the Nash, they were pushing for victory, but then just overextended. And then it turned into a situation where the minion just couldn't die because they scattered after the Bardo, they didn't know where to go, and these minions are still alive, so the turrets are falling, but then again, the carries fall, and then the chase with the Ezra and the TF ult. We knew right away from this position that it was over because there were too many TPs on that side, but Caps wanted to just finish off some more kills before he went for the finish.
Yeah, both Caps and Perkz had the teleport, so Suning, you can't really run away here because if you run away, they're going to TP into your base and win. You had to be able to win a fight, but with Perkz alive, 100% HP, you can't really do that.
You had a bit of doubts about Perkz and the bot lane performance coming into this game. It seems like a mixed bag, right?
Yeah, so I think Mickey had a phenomenal game, and in the very late team fights, Perkz did play well, but there was a lot of problems with him getting picked off by the Nautilus hooks, Ash arrows, dashing over the wall with the Ezreal around the Baron pit too, that almost cost G2 this game.
It did, but as you said, Mickey was instrumental in a lot of those things. Also that sick play with the ward on the blast cone earlier, and that gives him the Oppo Player of the Game award for this one. Sword Art also loves Bard, and Mickey picked it away to do some magical things, Yamato.
I thought it was funny that G2 banned Tom, maybe it was away from Mickey, because Bard is great into Tom, but nevertheless, the Bard performance was super, super good. I remember we're working with Mickey in his rookie split.
Oh, he autos the control.
You know, Bard was something that was permabanned against this guy, and now it's kind of revived, and it's something that we have to keep on the radar because Mickey had a stellar performance throughout the chaos. He was the pillar that stood tall.
Beautifully put. It gave me memories of the putting the ward on the lantern when they played versus Uzi in 2018. Shades of that, G2. Sick though, and also as we heard in the interview, kind of for G2, winning versus Vietnamese jungler, weird. Winning versus an LPL team, weird. Winning on the first day, weird. It's going a bit too well, I think. But
yeah, something's very, very wrong here.
And I think as a final note, Suning and G2 just looked like they were very evenly matched in a lot of that game, and I don't think we can take definitive kind of judgment on Suning or on G2 from this.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think the game right now is so focused on team fighting. We saw so many team fights. We saw both teams win and lose. It seems very closely
You're
matched.
being Oscar music cued out. That's what they're doing. I guess we're taking a break. When we return, though, LEC's Rogue aim to take down LCK's DAMWON. Do not go anywhere.
And that is it. Rogue with utter domination will slaughter PSG Talon.
DAMWON Gaming obliterates JDG to start their world's run.
pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 멜로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
Welcome back to the World's 2020 group stages. If y'all are just now joining us, I highly recommend you keep it tuned right here. But after the show, you owe it to yourselves to go back and watch Game 2 of G2 versus Suning. That was some of the best League of Legends I've ever had the pleasure of watching. I've been playing his game since 2009, and that was just up there with the best of them. Incredible moments here so far at this tournament. And now we're about ready to jump into our third match of the day as the LEC's Rogue takes on DAMWON from the LCK.
And this is going to be a really exciting one because both these teams looked incredible on day one. Rogue, obviously, this would be an enormous upset if they were able to take down DAMWON here, who is one of the tournament favorites. And DAMWON just looks so good against Gen.G yesterday. Their preparation was incredible. They absolutely shut out Kanavi from the game. They destroyed him. I want to see if they have brought that same level of preparation for Rogue, if they have picked up any tendencies from him. I do think that, what we saw out of Rogue also on the other side was great for them. They dominated their game. They got Finn onto Malphite, which I think he looked so good on, and they have got to find a way to protect him from Nuguri, who is just such a dominant top laner. And, if they can grab something like the Malphite into a good matchup, I think that will help Rogue out so much.
Yeah, what Rogue's bottom lane did yesterday against PSG Talon, I'm pretty sure is illegal in like 8 states.
Their poor mid laner.
Here in the United States. Yeah, there's just that mid laner just got abused for the entirety of the early game. Tank did not have a warm welcome into his Worlds competition. But now, going up against DAMWON, you said it, man, this is a tournament favorite here. This is the team in the LCK that has just been so standout, so powerful. This is the team that globally spends the most time in a major lead and the least time in a major deficit. Now remember, those stats don't have to be together. You can have teams that spend a lot of time in a major lead and a lot of time in a major deficit because they either win really hard or they lose really hard. DAMWON just says, no, we're going to be excellent at everything. It's like they went into character creation and they said, we're going to use nothing as a dump stat, but we get maximum rolls anyway. They just have a 20 across the board on literally every stat. These guys are incredible. Looking at the scores from day one, I went ahead and wrote them down just in case I forgot how one-sided both games were. Rogue beat PSG Talon 16-0. Not a single kill onto any player on Rogue. 25-7 was DAMWON's final score over Gen.G. Both of these teams, just such incredible showings on day number 1. But hey, we're already into the draft for day number 2. Let's forget about the recent history. Let's go to what's happening right now. Twisted Fate, Camille, Nidalee, Renekton, Ornn, Lucian, all banned away. It's Hecarim, Syndra, and Kalista picked up here for Rogue. As on the other side, it's Marksman Town, baby. We got Ashe and Graves both locked in.
Targeting some of the key picks was Rogue. The Camille has been so big throughout this tournament. Nuguri is one of the best in the world. We have seen Showmaker dominant in the LCK on the TF, so that feels like an absolute must takeaway. Going to be interested to see if there is parity here in that final pick, if they're going to grab Showmaker's selection. It does instead look like this will be Pantheon support for Beryl. He is the guy who does play this a lot. It was his most played in the LCK, so we are expecting it to go down there for sure. Yes, it could theoretically go somewhere else, but not really worth considering given how often he does like to play it.
Plus, a point-and-click stun is great against Kalista. This is a champion that has a lot of dodging opportunities through her passive with the martial cadence. Can't dodge away from a guy hovering his mouse over you and then pressing a button. It's very good at locking down those slippery champions. Beryl, as you already said, his most played. So many supports share champions in common, but Pantheon's one of those ones that it's kind of hit or miss. Some people play it, some people don't. Some people that play it aren't good at it. But Beryl is the Pantheon player for support.
And I mean, it's kind of representative of the playstyle of this team, right? You know, every single person on their team except for Ghost was first team all LCK, right? And it's like, Beryl's like, all right, Ghost, good luck, bud. Get out there on the map. You have a good time. Be back here in 20 minutes. They like to get things going in the other lanes. Ghost, though, was dominant yesterday. You know, he is a very good player in his own right, but he is kind of on a team surrounded by 4 absolute stars, and he's new to the scene. So this is one of those things where he is not prioritized for the team, not because he is not good, but because they like to play through top. They like to play through mid. And I am expecting last pick probably for Nuguri. I do think it would make sense given that, you know, Rogue, their big weakness is Finn, right? That is the guy you are expecting them to target. And that is the big reason, honestly, why people are not expecting Rogue to get through this group, because you have DAMWON with Nuguri, you have Gen.G with Zoom, you have these guys who are so dominant in the top lane, you know, 2 of potentially the 3 best top laners in the world in this group. And then, you know, Finn is going to have to be able to survive that. Sylas could be a flex, and I actually love Sylas as a pick here, not only because, you know, Showmaker is very comfortable on this, but guess what slams Malphite? Sylas. You can't pick it if that is in the game, because you're going to give over, like, you know, an AP character that ultimate that he can steal and just crush you with. So he is going to go to the GP. This was his most played in the LEC, but this is something that can be picked on. I'm going to be really interested to see what Nuguri does go to. You know, I don't think that this will be flex the top lane. I do think that's a mid lane Sylas, and we get to find out how aggressive does Nuguri want to go. The Rise would be a very strong pick. Kayle also good. A lot of the ranged top laners that can scale are very strong in a GP because you have the ability to outplay the barrels to knock them down, and you have the ability to scale alongside and really get access to the tower to be able to punish the GP by taking plates, by pressuring him there. And that got locked. So we will see Lulu. Is this going to be Lulu top?
Maybe?
Or is it going to be Lulu support? And it actually is going to be Pantheon mid, so wow. They are completely throwing a wrench in the gears here.
Shake it up a little bit.
Showmaker did not play Pantheon all summer split. So, you know, I was writing it off as a Pantheon support for sure. And it doesn't look like it's actually going to be the case.
No, but...
Or no, they're swapping again.
They switched around. It's Beryl and Pantheon. It's top lane Lulu.
Okay.
Now, this could be, yes, supportive Lulu, haha, cast AP,
yeah,
whatever. I want to see Machine Gun Lulu. I know it's just a solo queue build and it's not very good, but, oh, I would love to see an aggressive Chad Lulu.
take over the group stage.
I wouldn't be shocked to see something, somewhat aggressive, something along the lines of Roa at the very least. I think could make sense. You don't want to be too squishy up there against GP. Being able to get burst down if the jungler does come, there is potential in that. But this works similarly to some of the other matchups that I was talking about. Just ranged top laners in general, you can poke down GP. It's about consistent damage because GP wins lanes by just queuing you on cooldown with grasp, slowly whittling you away. What he doesn't do well in is when he's up against a ranged top laner, you go up to Q, the Lulu E's you, Qs you, slows you down, polymorphs you, is autoing you, like the trade gets extended beyond where GP can win, and that's where it gets really difficult. And GP can no longer just sit back and drop a barrel and dissuade a melee champion from walking forward to him because of the risk of the barrel chain. You can actually win those little games where you're knocking down the barrel from your opponent. You're trying to pressure very hard. I'm super excited to see this work out because it has been so long since I have seen a Lulu top, and this is a very different take of how to dominate a lane because it can turn from this early game lane bully to what you were talking about, where maybe you go Roa into just like Athenes and Ardent and all this sort of stuff, and then all of a sudden you're just this super powerful support buffing up your Graves and your Ashe, and that can be quite strong too because this team wants to dive in on you. There's a Hecarim over there. Well, if Hecarim flies in and gets polymorphed during the Taric ultimate, that sucks for Hecarim.
Yep.
And if Taric gets thrown in and you polymorph him before his ultimate can come down, and these types of things can be very difficult to deal with. So this is so interesting. Really excited to watch it.
Okay, Airy is the keystone of choice here for Nagri, which generally tells us it's not going to be some crazy super cheese on hit Lulu because those generally will take press the attacker lethal tempo or something in the yellow.
I mean, this is better anyway for lane bullying, I think.
So Airy will allow that consistent lane bullying there, looking at the keystones on everybody else. Electrocute on the Syndra this game, so no phase rush for Larson. Wants to go with just the straight up more damage option there. Phase rush, however, will be taken by Inspired's Hecarim. This is a champion where sometimes you see Conqueror, sometimes you see phase rush. Phase rush does give you more options to get in and out in the fights. So he'll be opting for that this time around. Bottom lane summoner spells, both 80 carries taking the cleanse.
This is so interesting. What are they doing here? GP's going down towards that bottom side, and they're actually just stacking here. Maybe they're worried about some sort of an invade or something. Are they like, what are they going to do? Are they lane swapping? This is pretty interesting. So
I think they're trying to Galaxy Brain.
Okay, I think they were just waiting for a late invade, and they were just doing a 5-stack for a potential late invade, and then waiting so long to walk around because if Canyon's already there on the Graves, sometimes they would go for that type of play, and then all 5 members are there and you punish. And that's actually kind of trying to use what DAMWON did yesterday to JDG against them. So I do like that. Pretty clever stuff. But it does mean, Finn actually started Trinket Ward and then dropped his ward and swapped to Sweeper. That's something that you see a lot from junglers. That is not something you see a lot from top laners. And this is going to mean that Inspired has got to drop wards for him because you are going to potentially be in a spot where you have no idea where the jungler is. It can be very risky. And Canyon is actually just going buff to buff, red to blue. He should be able to finish this off very early. And if they get into a split map situation, that's just going to be even more dangerous for Finn. But that being said, if you can survive and hold weak side and not just get slammed, well, that's great. GP is a great weak side champion. You can farm it out, you can scale it up, you can drop ultimates on the bot side for your Hecarim and Taric combo who are looking for hard engages. But I think surviving is going to be so tough when you have no jungler up here to help you, and you're up against one of the best top laners in the world playing counter pick.
Yep, the Lulu will take over and control this lane. Canyon accidentally makes the Gromp lose its patience. You always hate to see that as a jungle. You want to kite it to the very edge of the aggro range, kill it right as the bar would have run out, but just took a little bit too long on that one. And now he's topside. Oh man, died. If Finn dies as this wave crashes, that is just a tragedy.
He's not level 3, so he has no W.
Level 2, here on the Gangplank. No mana left to work with first, but they made it look so easy, man. DAMWON Gaming with that first blood.
Their preparation is honestly just too good. I was talking to some casters yesterday about, how you would punish Finn, after he showed the Malphite, and it's ranged AP top laners, right? I was thinking Vlad, I was thinking Cassio, maybe even Kayle, things like this. They bring out the Lulu. They have the map split with the Graves going buff to buff, and they time this double level 3 dive on a stacked wave where Nagri has zoned Finn away so he cannot be level 3, and there's essentially nothing he can do, right? Like, if you don't have the orange there to try to get a heal and some sort of outplay, there's no chance. And you force the TP now on a mana crystal. GP's always trying to hold out to get Sheen on that first buy, and then you're really much more in the comfort zone.
Right.
So he is going to be in a pretty bad spot. Thankfully for him, at the very least, Nuguri is not the one who got the kill, and he is farming okay. So if he can actually get this wave reset, he could put himself in an okay spot, but I don't think they know where Graves is, so Inspired's got to get up here and try to help him escort in this wave. He really wants to reset it and be able to get himself out of this danger zone.
Yeah, we saw a big wave, like 2 waves colliding into the turret, but Finn is still even with Nuguri on farm. So it's not like he lost more than just the death, really, in that 1v1, or in that 2v1, excuse me. But Inspired is showing up here. They want to shove this wave in. They need to just make sure this resets. This is something that I've failed to do for you 100 different times in our games together, and I'm sure you're hoping that I learned something from the way that they're able to play this game together, but unfortunately I will not, but that wave will crash into the turret.
Hey, you come up sometimes. You just take the wave when you come up.
Well, there's a reason I'm not on a pro team. As Canyon rotates into the mid lane, he'll be doing the same thing that we saw top, making sure that this wave collides, providing Showmaker with the opportunity to get out of the lane, reset, do whatever he needs to do.
But strangely enough, Finn didn't actually base there. I expected that maybe Finn could have gone back and got a Cull or a Doran's Blade or just something, because really he just wants to survive this, but he did decide to stay around. Nuguri is very low on mana, so he may not be punished for this, but his health is getting pretty damn low. Thankfully for them, they did see Canyon show mid lane and then head over towards the bot side, so he's not really worried about a dive, and as a result, Finn may be able to hang in there in lane, and if it just kind of continues as a farm lane from here, then I'd say Finn's looking good.
Now, Finn on the gangplank, still keeping that farm nice and close. Remember, once he does get that Sheen that you were talking about, the Grasp enchanted, Sheen enchanted bullets from the parlay as he puts more levels into it will eventually get to the point where they'll be able to do a little bit of damage past Lulu's shield. And remember that as a champion, Lulu has shielding but not healing. So even if he's only able to chip away a little bit here, a little bit there, it will still be able to try to whittle her down a little bit, maybe make her use potion charges, something or another. Also, one thing that I didn't point out earlier when we were looking at Keystones that is very much worth mentioning right now is Canyon's Ignite on the Graves. This is a choice that we do see sometimes, not super common, but it gives you a lot more kill potential, a lot more kill threat, particularly against a champion like a Hecarim or a Gangplank that have a lot of healing in the kit that can use that to escape what otherwise would be a deathly situation. But it does mean that if Canyon's ever caught out, boy, is he in some trouble.
So this actually...
Ooh. Mid lane, Larson trying to defend himself here. Showmaker gets aggressive.
Yeah, and he is 6, so he can actually get the Syndra ult before Syndra has her own ult. Larson does hit 6 there now. But that was a move that was very respectful from Rogue. You saw Finn back off the minion wave because it was stacked. You saw Vander and Inspired both go up there, but Canyon was actually nowhere even near, right? So they didn't even go for that, and now Hansama going to be taking a lot of damage.
But he returns a lot onto Barrel as well. They both trade half HP for that. Usually, though, when you see those kinds of trades and you trade half on your support for half on their AD carry, you're going to consider that a win. Kill the AD carry in the 2v2, you're pretty much guaranteed to walk away with the dub on that one. As Nuguri, every time we pan up here, he's completely out of mana because he's always just using everything in the tank to harass Finn as effectively as possible. Keep the Gangplank stuck underneath the turret, keep him low, and you're starting to see that CS lead build. As the Lulu builds up more mana, as she gets more levels and more points in these abilities, she'll become more and more oppressive here in this 1v1. Now, Finn goes back to base. He will finally be able to acquire the completed Sheen, has an extra Ruby Crystal just to make him a little bit tankier up against all the shots he's going to have to be enduring against this Lulu. And he has to hoof it back up the top lane because, of course, that teleport not quite available here just yet. Barrel tosses out a spear towards Hansama. Now, the bottom lane of Rogue does have that little spirit there patrolling in their own jungle, making sure Canyon isn't coming around behind him. Canyon is level 6 with Ignite and ulti on this Graves. Wherever he shows up, there will be kill threat.
And you can see Finn actually drop the ultimate to try to get that wave. Because he based, Nuguri had the push, so he was going to lose that, and he didn't want to lose too much tower HP there on that cannon wave. So picks up a few of those minions with the ultimate and does defend the tower a little bit. Interesting build here from Nuguri. So the early Swifty boots is going to allow him to shrug off any potential slows from a barrel chain to be able to chase down and harass more effectively on Finn. And the Fiendish Codex makes me think that he's probably just rushing Athenes. That would be my guess here. Yes, there are other options. He could be going towards some other things, but I don't think that Zonu's Rush or Banshees or any of those types of items really make sense here. So I do think he's just going to be going into a supportive style build, probably Athenes first, just counting on the matchup itself rather than the itemization to win that 1v1 and to extend an advantage, and then use that gold that he is stacking up to then not try to extend the lead himself, but to empower his teammates, right? And to have this really early Athenes and maybe into a death cap or maybe into just more full supportive items right after that, and then say, all right, Ghost, Canyon, Showmaker, time to carry me.
And while we're talking about how the game's going to play out and how things will look, one thing that I think is always worth examining when Sylas is in the match, how effective will the ultimates be that he can steal? And Syndra and Taric are two different ultimates that you would look at and your first thought might be, okay, those are very powerful ultis that can change the course of the fight. But remember, when wielded by Sylas, they are both limited compared to their capacity in the hands of the actual owner. Sylas can only use Taric ulti on himself. He doesn't have a partner that it gets summoned down on, so there's not two source points for it. And he only ever gets 3 orbs because he's not Syndra and he can't make more. So those two ultis will have limited applications. However, Hecarim ulti can be very powerful to engage into a team. We know what Gangplank ulti can do when placed down in a team fight. That's going to be an absolute mess with both of those just raining hell on the entirety of both rosters. So there are some good options here for the Sylas. You can see Beryl, once again, working with Canyon here, playing aggressive in the enemy jungle, looking to see if they can find this horse and send him to the old glue factory.
Yep, I mean, Inspired, you want to play to farm when you're playing Hecarim, right? You are trying to get straight to Triforce, avoid the PvP, go for the PV, farm it up. But the fact that Ghost and Beryl are having the push, and Beryl just roams away from Ghost and just sits here in the jungle, plus the fact that Showmaker is constantly pushing, they have all these winning lanes, and it's allowing Canyon to just go into the face of his opponent. He already has a 2-level advantage. You know, he's up nearly 30 CS. He took the Herald, and he took the Dragon. And usually when you take those objectives, you're foregoing farming your camps as efficiently to do that. So usually you're not creating an enormous advantage, but in this case, because of the skill of this team, because of the fact that they drafted for winning lanes, he is kind of getting to have his cake and eat it too. And as a result, he is going to be monstrously strong and then empowered by this Lulu who's already ahead. Finn does have that ultimate backup though, and you have 6 now on Vander and Inspired, so if they want, they could try to make a play around that. You know, dropping the GP ult on the head of the Ashe does make for a pretty good engaged target. With that Taric plus the Hecarim flying on in there, it's a very easy dazzle stun coming off the Hecarim. You throw the Bastion in, you fear them straight into that stun from the Taric, and it can be really, really nasty engage on low mobility champions like Ghost.
DAMWON's going into the enemy mid laner here. Larsen's in some trouble. Tries to flash away, evading the damage. Collateral damage comes through, but an amazing turnaround's able to find the kill onto Beryl here, and now it's going to be a 2-for-1. Showmaker tries to get himself out, but Han Sama's got the spear.
Nicely done from Rogue. They find not the engage, but the counter engage there, as it was DAMWON trying to go for Larsen, and it looked like Beryl did not get his shield up in time, or perhaps he's a little bit too early to absorb a lot of that damage. Finn also was so quick on the GP ultimate. Credit to him here. Yeah, so he just didn't get it out. He didn't actually get that shield off in time. Great scatter from Larsen, perhaps before Beryl was expecting it. You know, generally for the Pantheon, they use their full damage combo. You come to the stun, they put up that shield to block all the damage. He was not able to pull that off, and as a result, really got punished, burst down very quickly, but top turret, that is gone. And despite the fact that they get those kills, this is going to be an over 3,000 gold lead, very likely, when it's all said and done here. As DAMWON have a huge top advantage. The Athenes is already finished, so now Nagri can kind of almost play like a funnel-esque game, where he can start just walking around with Canyon, and Canyon can start taking some of the lane farm, you know, just power him up. And with this Lulu plus the Graves, who are both very far ahead, there's just no world in which you lose a 2v2 to Inspired and Finn pretty much ever. So they can really have the run of the map, and as long as you're kind of tracking where Syndra is, tracking where the bot lane is from Rogue, they can go wherever they want, do whatever they want.
Perfect use of Shelly up there too, making sure to get the headbutt on the last 2 plates for maximum value with the true damage, securing the first turret. 3,500 gold plus 1 Drake. The lead for DAMWON Gaming, even though the score is only 2-2. 4 kills in 12 minutes, nothing super exciting, but the way this team is able to just build leads for themselves. We already mentioned the jungle farm advantage. Now, the marker for Hecarim to complete a Trinity Force with nothing but Hunter's Talisman in the inventory is 14 minutes. That's generally where you would want to try to have that completed by.
Yeah.
However, he did stop off for the completed Smite first, as Showmaker's trying to trade here with Larsen in the mid lane, but Beryl's showing up. This time he gets the shield down. He blocks all the damage coming out from the... He missed the spear! Oh, he missed the spear, and Larsen comes out on top. He plays the fight well, and he gets the outplay.
That was such an overforce from Beryl, though. Why did he stay after they couldn't get that kill? He just stayed in turret range. It was like he was not accepting that the kill was gone, and it was very clearly gone. And Larsen makes him play. This guy has been a monster for Rogue all year long. One of the best mid laners in the LEC for sure.
Now we got another fight breaking out here in the mid lane. Oh, the Taric ulti barely keeping Inspired alive. It blocks the collateral damage, it blocks the second half of the Ignite, and Rogue are able to walk away. Despite DAMWON's gold lead, Rogue are doing a good job keeping their defenses ready and resisting the aggressive plays of DAMWON here in the mid lane.
Yeah, that Taric ultimate was perfectly timed by Vander. So often you see it coming down just a split second too late, but it landed in time, saved Inspired. Larson had the 1v2 outplay, and
well,
get out of there. Quick ultimate.
Inspired walks out. Now remember, the Graves does not have the ulti to kill him, so it's not like he's under real threat now. Did use the ult to get away, but he'll be just fine. And yeah, talking about Larson, man, this guy was second in MVP votes, only behind Caps, who is pretty much the most talked about player in all of Europe ever.
Yep.
It's always like Caps is just such a huge force in the region. To be right behind him is absolutely a victory in itself. There's the power of Kalista. The support gets caught out, immediately can just pull him to safety, make it so there's no consequence on that one. DAMWON, they try to go for the play, pick off the enemy Taric. But here's the cool part. Even though Taric survives, DAMWON still know that Cosmic Radiance has a massive cooldown. That's the trade-off for it being one of the most powerful ultimates in League of Legends. It will not be ready to go in time for this Drake if DAMWON force a fight on the Drake immediately. They still have a 3,000 gold lead. It's only 15 minutes into the game. That is pretty impactful. Barrel's hanging around here in the brush. Won't be seen by that Hextech sweeper. Tosses a spear at him, but nobody else is nearby, so it's not like he can engage and have the rest of the team near him to follow up. Nagari is walking down here, but here's the other thing I want to point out. Finn had recently used his teleport. He can't join this fight with anything except for his ultimate. If Rogue wants to contest this, which it looks like they won't, it would have to be a 4.5 versus 5 with only GP ulti, so that one just goes over to DAMWON. That is 2-0 on the Drake count, and here they come for the mid lane. It's Shelly summoned up for the second time for DAMWON Gaming. They've got the mid lane turret down below half already. One headbutt will take care of this one. Here we go, and bonk. Turret taken care of.
And despite the fact that Rogue have done well in the skirmishes and the fights, DAMWON is just playing the map so damn well and expending their advantages constantly with Canyon, winning these lanes, being able to use that to get the jungler so far ahead. Is really putting themselves in a position where I think Rogue definitely made the right choice to not fight that. Fighting with this Lulu already at level 11 with rank 2 ultimate, Canyon so strong. These guys were ready to go, and I think trying to fight that without the Taric ultimate would have been absolute suicide for Rogue. So the one thing kind of going for Rogue is that DAMWON, because they were focusing so heavily on getting ahead in gold, they did not stack super early dragons, right? So it's not as though they're on pace for like that just past 20 minutes soul, right? They're about 5 minutes behind that mark, so Rogue will have more time to try to scale, to get the GP up to a spot where he's ready to go, to try to get Han Sama to 2 items, and then maybe we'll see them look for a fight around that, because Inspired will have his Triforce ready. They're gonna have a lot of these key completions at the next dragon.
That next dragon, they will need to potentially fight for it for Rogue, though. You really hate to let your opponents just get to that soul point nice and early. Total gold on the side of your screen right now. You can see the top 3 spots held onto by DAMWON Gaming players, particularly that Lulu. Even a pure support build of an Athenes and an Ardent Censer can be very scary if Lulu's got 2,000 more gold than you have. Canyon walks up towards that brush, sees the red silhouette, backs away from it. Level 11 here on this Graves has Warrior plus the Yumu's Ghostblade second item. Now, sometimes we do see a Graves go for lethality second. Usually it's an Umbral Glaive, but this time around, Canyon wants to be more aggressive. Yumu's gives him so much sticking power in a team fight to make sure nobody gets away from him with those close-ranged autos. That's scary.
And you got to remember, he has no flash, and he's also kind of acting as a pseudo carry for this team, right? Because he has the Lulu power him up. So
I like
the Ghostblade gives you the added mobility. You're going to have the Nimbus Cloak proc on your Smite as well as the Ignite. So you're going to be able to amp up your move speed with that. You have the Ghostblade for additional move speed, and you have Nuggery, who's likely going to be behind you, speeding you up. So that's kind of circumventing the flash that he has not having access to this game. So I do think it's pretty smart stuff from the year. And I honestly feel like this game is going to be decided the next Dragon fight. I think that DAMWON are just in such a commanding position. If they get an early soul point in this game, it's going to be incredibly hard for Rogue to ever really find a window into fight. And the tough part about that is for Rogue that they're going to be able to force Rogue to fight when they're still 4 or 5K behind because of how effectively they have really extended this jungle advantage. So it's going to come down likely to the engage. You know, can Rogue time that perfect Taric ultimate alongside the engage from the Hecarim, alongside the GP ultimate, and just get this layering of CC where you can then get access to these squishy members here from DAMWON and try to burst them down. Because despite the gold advantage, they are all very squishy. This Lulu could die in an instant. So could the Graves if you can time everything.
There's a lot of squishiness on both sides. The tier 2 falls on the top side, but when you're looking at the targets, and this is why I like the Ghostblade on Canyon so much. Yeah, there's no armor on anybody except for the Taric. And when I say no armor, I mean it. Like, sometimes you say that and there's a cloth armor or there's a ninja tabby or something, but no. Everybody on Rogue is so flimsy against Canyon's damage with this lethality. It feels like one of the hottest topics in League of Legends conversation, and you tweeted about this earlier this year, was just losing to the shopkeeper. Players buying the wrong items in wrong situations and things along those lines. This Boris is shaking in his boots right now at Canyon's Galaxy Brain. I don't think there is really a better purchase for a single item you could have gone for a second item in this game other than Yumu's Ghostblade. I think that this is exactly what DAMWON needs to do to enable the Graves to be as successful as possible in this upcoming team fight, which, as you properly pointed out, is going to be so important moving forward. Yep. If Rogue lose a big fight at Dragon, I think you GG it.
Yep, I mean, if Rogue fail their engage, you know, if you don't have that perfectly timed engage where you layer CC and you take out some of these members, you're going to get shredded because they just have so much more gold than you, and they're going to be empowered by this Lulu already with those 2 support items, you know, multiple AD carries who are really, really strong. So it's such a key moment in the game here for Rogue. I love that they have set up early, multiple pinks in the area. They know they had to be first here. We are seeing DAMWON try to get control of the waves, try to draw Rogue out from those brushes and force them to come and check out this mid lane, and we'll see if Rogue does kind of respond to it.
Canyon kiting the minion wave away here as Rogue decides to step out into the mid lane. Clear that one
behind them, though.
They do have scuttle control towards the Drake, but Showmaker coming in from behind. Remember, if he steals away the Hecarim ulti, he can be an engage on his own. Collateral damage comes through. Yep. There's that Hecarim ulti steal that I mentioned. Showmaker is now a primary engage candidate. Larson has lost a little HP. Hansama has lost a little HP. Drake is up. Showmaker's in the pit. Barrel moving around from behind there. Does know that there's a control ward in that brush. We'll clear that one out. We're just sort of playing a game of musical rift here, Isaac. Everybody's just walking around the center, trading spots, seeing when the music is going to stop. Showmaker walking towards that tri-brush as TP shows up from Larson, arriving back into the fight. Drake is down to half HP. Over the wall goes Showmaker. Could find his engage right now. Drake's at 2,500. There's spears in it. Hansama might be able to go in. There comes Cosmic Radiance. The Dragon is secured by Rogue. They got the objective. Can they get out? There's the Kalista ulti over the wall. Comes Showmaker, but he won't find anybody. Gangplank ulti's going to disengage it. And honestly, Rogue, just beautiful. They navigate the fight perfectly to take the objective, escape the DAMWON counterattack, and stop the Soul stack. Couldn't have done it better.
Incredible smite there from Inspired. That was so key to be able to grab that dragon for Rogue, staving off Soul Point from DAMWON. And also, credit to knowing their limits. No one got antsy on Rogue. No one just tried to pull the trigger on an engage and say, all right, we gotta fight, they're poking us. You know, everyone stayed calm. They stuck to their guns. They nailed the smite, and that's really the best you could hope to come out with from that position. But, you know, it's still a tough road from here for Rogue. I think the longer this game goes, the better it is going to get for them, you know, with this Taric, with, you know, these members catching up, you know, GP getting to relevance is going to spell good things for them. So they just need to keep hanging on, because now, you know, really the earliest expected soul timer for DAMWON would be like 30 minutes, because they didn't take an early first dragon. They lost the third one. So Rogue should have enough time to get to their items and earn themselves a shot. So instead,
will they?
DAMWON is just going to start the Baron and try to force their hand, try to force them to come to them before they can close this lead whatsoever. And Rogue doesn't seem like they really know until just now.
Well, they're aware. The TP is showing up. DAMWON ready to make the attack. The teleport will be jumped on, and Finn tries to get away. Now Inspired has to defensively ult to retreat.
Back to the Baron.
So Rogue has stopped the Baron attempt for now, but they do it at the cost of their top laner summoner spells, both of them, as well as their big engage mechanism on the Hecarim there. However, DAMWON will not immediately try to go back, but a TP is coming in behind Rogue. It's Showmaker wanting to show up here for the flank, but nobody else from DAMWON can get in there in time. There goes your Glacial Augment power, not Glacial Augment, excuse me, Hextech GLP. I see the two together so often, they are easily confusable, but the Cosmic Radiance has been stolen by Showmaker. He's at a point where he can drop that defensively, make some use out of it. Rogue once again avoiding the engage from DAMWON, making sure they're playing with respect, but DAMWON still continue building leads in this game. The respect that Rogue shows them means that DAMWON are able to keep playing League of Legends how they want to, and the way they want to is knocking down all these turrets. 5-to-1 turret count now, 5,500 gold up.
The Rogue have done a great job of staving off the killing blow, but DAMWON, as you said, they're still extending the advantage. It's not as though it's stagnated. We're up near 6,000 now, past 5.5 as they keep taking away buffs, as they keep taking down towers. This is where it's a lot harder to continue getting those objectives for DAMWON, though, is just that one outer turret left in that bottom lane is a tier 2, so it can be tough to get over there. But I think that DAMWON can continue to look to force around objectives. Right now, there's no TP available, so Nuggery's just going to go to bottom lane, try to bring people to him. If anyone comes in answers, he could TP up to Baron, and even if they don't actually look to do that, if no one wants to answer him, well, then he's going to pressure the tower and look to try to take even more of a gold lead.
Rogue's doing a good job of avoiding the big ol' hit that just knocks your head clean off, but it's still death by 1,000 cuts as DAMWON's lead builds up consistently in spite of that. 90 seconds until the next Drake is alive. It is a 2-to-1 Drake count for the side of DAMWON Gaming. A ward will spot out Vander and Hansama here. Canyon and Nagri will show up. They'll join up with Beryl. We didn't point it out earlier because we were discussing something else at the time, but when the vision chart showed up, at one point, Beryl had 72 vision score. Next closest was 30. Nice engage shows up from the Ashe, but it's only onto the Taric once more. Remember, when Kallista's in the game, you never have a pick on her support. No matter what's going on, she can always pull him to safety, but now the Kallista ulti is down. Can they do anything in the absence of that? Taric is now a vulnerable target. Showmaker is off to the side. I believe the cooldown for stealing the Hecarim ulti should be just about expired by now. He can steal that one away from Inspired yet again. Finn in the chase here, but Showmaker with a good interrupt on that barrel, making sure that the explosion doesn't go off.
Yep, Finn is now on 2 items, though, so he is relevant. He has the Essence Reaver plus the Triforce. You can see 2 items already done here for Hansama. The Void Staff is a bit of a question mark for me for Larssen. Grabbing that early Void Staff, there's not really much of any MR over on the other team, so don't love the buy, compared to just going Oblivion into a Death Cap or even just something like the Leandries. It's not going to be the best burst item to really just kind of one-shot people. Maybe is anticipating that there's going to be more MR coming down the tube, or could be one of those things where he just felt like, okay, I can afford this right now and I need the maximum power because we are behind, we are losing, we've got to be able to be as strong as possible for this fight, and I think that's a reasonable decision as well.
Drake is alive, and it looks like there's no contest from Rogue this time around. Because they bought the time last time around, they're saying, all right, this is the one that we have to sacrifice. It's still not Soul. Yes, it's going to put them in a bad spot going forward, having to fight for everyone thereafter, but they're just not in a good spot here. The arrow doesn't find the engage onto Hansama, but he's putting a lot of damage down onto Beryl, nearly able to kill him off, and there he is. Gallop, gallop! The horse has arrived. Rogue once again outplay the DAMWON engage.
Nicely done. Hansama barely didn't have his cleanse, so that arrow actually could have been death. But Ghost and Beryl not on point here, not coordinated. Beryl has had a lot of missteps this game. We'll see, does Rogue want to try to force something? They get a kill here. They're up near that Baron area. They're trying to bait DAMWON in towards them. But thus far, DAMWON has not taken the bait. They are not willing to believe that they are on that Baron. They're just going to try to stay in mid lane, get control of this, push in the next wave. And Beryl's back on the map now with ultimate available. So Rogue just going to take the kill and have to be satisfied with that.
Yeah, Beryl's 0-3 here on the Pantheon. I mean, the team only has 2 kills in total, so yeah, you can say he's at 50% KP, but I mean, it's 1 assist. He's been in a bad spot here a couple of times. Some mistakes getting punished. It is a champion like Pantheon where if you go in, you try to do your job, and the shield is down, and your job's not done, you are. Yeah, because you're not walking away.
And I mean, you can say it's either one of their fault or both their fault, right? Like, when you have Pantheon plus Ashe, and you have that the cleanse cooldown is still off cooldown, like he doesn't have it, you flash Pantheon stun, then you Ashe here, and it's guaranteed, right? And they didn't do that. They didn't actually have it layered perfectly. It looked like Ghost was shooting it at the same time as Beryl was going in, and as a result, that just barely whiffed. They aren't able to take down Hansama and do give over another kill. Rogue has done a great job of holding on. You know, they are still over 5,000 gold behind, but that means less now at 28 minutes than it did, 5 minutes ago when they were still at that deficit. So they're staying alive. And one big team fight win at this point could still turn the game, right? If they get that perfect engage, they kill off DAMWON and they take Baron, all of a sudden, they probably just win the game.
Yeah, they've staunched the bleeding. Yes, they staunch it at a 5,000 gold deficit, which is kind of like having one of your arms still just hanging on by a thread. But hey, they still got it. The arm is still there, and Rogue is still at a decent enough spot in this game to fight back based on what we've seen from them so far. They have done an immaculate job at playing from behind and avoiding DAMWON's attempts at the death blow. DAMWON, on the other hand, have not faltered. They have not let Rogue catch up. They've maintained that advantage that they have, and now the next Drake is spawning in 2.5 minutes. They will be able to secure Soul if they get this one. Look at the crit itemization from Canyon, going full carry mode here, recognizing that his top laner is strictly a support and he's got to be the damage dealer. Phantom Dancer already done, has that extra cloak in inventory. Yeah, it's so much damage too if he's able to get in there and deal this damage with the Graves with that Lulu supporting him. And another thing I do want to bring up, we're getting close to the summit of Lulu's power. Remember when you're building support items like this, each one of these items is worth 2,000 gold instead of 3K-ish of a tank or a carry or something like that. He will hit full build before anybody else, and then that means he's plateaued. He's not going to get stronger. So once Nagari and DAMWON Gaming hit that point, that's when we really need to see them flex their muscles, take a Dragon Soul, take a Baron, and look to end the game before Finn on the Gangplank catches up and just becomes a much bigger threat.
Yeah, and I mean, Hansama now, has the Bloodthirster. He's getting to that point where it's harder and harder to just burst him down. The only healing debuff right now is from Ghost, and he may not have access to that backline. If Showmaker dives in there and can't immediately kill him off, if Vander lands that Taric ultimate, all of a sudden the Bloodthirster and plus the Blade of the Rune King, you're healing back up to full, and you're turning around that fight, stacking up spears during your Taric ultimate. So DAMWON really want to try to get a fight right now.
Oh, Larson is caught out. The damage comes through, and he's going to be killed before Cosmic Radiance. This could finally be what DAMWON Gaming is looking for. Showmaker gets himself away. The stasis provides him the chance to get in and get out without being killed. He can go back to the base, TP back into the fight, and DAMWON, they've still got 1 minute before the Drake would spawn, and they're going after the Baron.
Yeah, one slight misstep there, and Ghost nails the arrow onto Larson. If it was Vander, he could be Kalista ultimate out. If it was Hansama, he could cleanse it, but nothing there for him. And Rogue trying to get an angle. Inspired looks like he wants to try to go for this steal. We'll see if he can find it.
Inspired going in for the 50-50. Is he going to be able to do it? Looking to maybe take down the Baron. No, he will not. Nagari gets the kill, and Baron is secured by DAMWON. Now they're going back. They're healing up. Remember, if they get back out onto the map, they can go for the Drake's Soul.
They're going.
Inspired will not be alive in time to contest. This is the breaking point of this game. That engage right there in your Axe replay.
Yep, and it's just Larson trying to get some damage down, but one misstep against DAMWON. Rogue was playing with the Executioner's axe above their neck this whole game. You step one position out of position, and that's it. They just get knocked out right like that. I mean, again, Vander was ahead of him. If he could tank that arrow, you get pulled out of safety by Kalista. If Kalista gets hit, you cleanse it. If GP gets hit, you orange it. He's really the most susceptible person to that, and stepped a little bit too far forward looking for that poke, and it costs them Baron, it costs them Soul, and now we will see if DAMWON can clean up this game.
DAMWON are starting their Red Bull Baron with a Soul Collection. One hell of a way to get things rolling here, as now they're pushing towards the enemy base. They got that minion wave enchanted. Of course, they don't want to step up any further. They know that Canyon is in the bottom lane. They don't want to really force any huge issue without that jungler here. He is such an important part of their damage profile. Instead, they're going to regroup with him in the bottom lane. Ghost and Nagari right next to him. Canyon's feeling plenty comfortable here. That Mountain Soul giving these guys the extra shield just to make sure they can play as aggressively as they want. Barrel here coming in from the side. Everybody from Rogue is grouped up around this tier 3 turret in the bottom lane, which means Showmaker just gets free hitting time on the mid lane tier 3. That one's going to lose about 3/4 of its health. Now Ghost is able to step up in the bottom lane. And this is where things get really dicey for Rogue. This is where split seconds can break the game because you've got to be picking and choosing when you go in. That ultimate was not it. There's a whole bunch of things that could have been it, but that is not it. Over the wall goes Vander, looking to keep himself alive. Inspire going to be tanking up in the middle of all 5. Showmaker grabbing the kill onto Vander, 2 down. We have been complimenting Rogue's synergy, Rogue's team play, Rogue's ability to avoid that axe hanging over their head this entire game. But when they tried to go in the bottom lane, everything was out of sync. The Cosmic Radiance way too early. The Gangplank ulti didn't end up setting up for anything. And now DAMWON is looking for that death blow. Showmaker tries to go in. He tosses his ally in there. Canyon with the damage. The remaining 3 players of Rogue trying to heal up, trying to maybe mount some sort of a defense here. The minion wave is still at the Nexus turrets, and those are gone. The damage pours onto the Rogue health bars. Larson is eliminated, and the volleys continue flying. Canyon tanks the turret even for a split second there in the Nexus, and that is it. DAMWON victory.
Move to 2-0 in the groups. Another clean game from DAMWON. They have come in so prepared to this group. Really, really smart preparation in both games. I loved how they attacked Kanavi in game 1, utilizing the LPL invade strategies that they always do with Lilia to punish them. Game 2 here, coming out with the AP range top laner against Finn, try to deny any possibility of him being able to go to a tank, of being able to go sit back. And they extend these enormous advantages by getting pressure in the lanes, by super farming up their Graves, and despite a really valiant effort by Rogue, avoiding that killing blow for so long, DAMWON also never made the mistake to give Rogue that engage where they could turn around the fight. They were able to hang on and find their moment where they finally got a pick onto Larson to kill him off, and that was really it. They just needed that one slip up from Rogue to close this one out.
Rogue did a good job avoiding that slip up for the longest time, but man, watching 2 games now of DAMWON, they're just built different. This team is so damn good.
An absolute
League
unit.
of Legends. The way that they're playing, the way that they're preparing, the way that they're executing, playing well around that support in the top lane, making sure to facilitate it with a properly adapted build for a carry in the jungle. And then even though they made those plays time and time again, trying to force things onto Rogue, and Rogue responded properly, DAMWON never lost their cool. They never went way too far in, way too ham. Yeah, a couple times Beryl was maybe feeling himself a little too much, but it just ends up being a small misplay that gives Rogue over a single kill or 2, not anything that cost them a major objective. There was never anything where it's like, wow, DAMWON really tossed this game right into the trash bin with that one. DAMWON was in control from start to finish. They kept the lead strong, and it's easy to see why this team is a lot of people's favorite to come out on top of the whole thing. They are looking fierce here in Worlds so far. We'll be back for more Worlds after the break as PSG Talon, Esports, and JD Gaming hit the Rift.
Don't miss it.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free, and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today and make it out alive? Gotta calm the monster in your head and then you'll fly like a phoenix fly. Some for a new empire. Don't bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Demons fly. Now you're playing with matches, out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming. Well, let them swallow the pride, just turning the tide to believers. Got them in the palm of your hand. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today and make it out alive? Gotta calm the monster in your head and then you'll fly like a phoenix fly. Time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Demons fly.
Welcome back to the interview studio here in Berlin. DAMWON win their second win here in a World Championship, and I have Showmaker with me to talk about the game. Thank you very much for joining me. This is the second win for DAMWON here, as I said, but it looked less convincing than yesterday, if I may. Was it more difficult for you?
우선 두 번째 경기도 승리로 이끌으셔서 대단히 축하드리고요.
네.
이번 경기 첫 번째 경기보다 약간 좀 힘들어 보이시던데 어떤 상황이 있었는지 간략하게 좀 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
이제 시청자분들이 보시기엔 좀 힘들었다고 보이실 수도 있는데 이게 상대가 뭐 저희가 카운터 정글 하는 거나 뭐 사이드 라인을 관리하는 거나 그런 부분에서 애초에 상대가 아예 상대도 그러니까 싸움 견적 같은 걸 아예 보지 않더라고요. 그래서 좀 굴리는 속도가 많이 늦었던 것 같고 네, 그냥 그래서 저희는 그냥 내부적으로 별로 그렇게 힘든 상황이라고 인지하지 않고 그냥 엄청 유리하다고 생각하고 있어요.
Well, compared to yesterday's game, it wasn't that really difficult to us because it looks like difficult is that the opponents Rogue they not try to against to us. When we try to battle with them, they just not try to fight with them. So it just shows like that difficult to us, but it wasn't. We were expect it was gonna be win.
Yeah, and it echoes to something I also wanted to mention, which is the fact that Rogue tried to keep up and stall for that game with the composition they had. How did you prevent them from doing so?
게임에서 어떻게 해서 이 경기를 좀 더 수월하게 이끄실지 미리 생각해 두신 게 있었는지요?
그냥 저희 이제 좀 저희 상체 쪽이 좀 픽이 유리하게 그냥 전체적으로 초반에 좀 유리하게 뽑혀서 좀 초중반에 상대 정글을 많이 들어가서 좀 헤카림을 많이 말리려고 했던 것 같아요.
From the beginning of the pick, we had an advantage of the pick bands. So we focused on our top line. As a result, we got a smooth game for this time.
Yeah, I agree with you, but now focusing on your group, you are the most dominant team in Group B. That was expected. But do you expect any surprises in your group?
팀에서 가장 중요한 역할을 맡고 계신데 여기에 대해서 혹시 전에 생각해 두신 게 있었는지 간단하게 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
근데 저희 팀은 근데 각자 다 엄청 좀 자기가 뭘 해야 될지 다들 아는 선수들이어서 그냥 뭐 제가 뭐 가장 중요하다고는 생각하지 않고 그냥 각자만의 역할이 다 있는 것 같고 그냥 그렇게 해서 쉽게 이길 수 있는 것 같아요.
Well, we all, as I thought, we all equals in our teams. I have a role and they have theirs. I'm gonna do my best and they will do their best. So I don't think it's gonna be really special or they are less special.
And that's what we expect from you guys. Indeed, thank you very much, Showmaker, for the interview. And Bruce, thank you very much for the translation also. And we're going to take a break now and we'll come back in a few minutes for PSG Talon versus JDG. Stay tuned, guys.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last strife. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last strife. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
"对我来说，成功的话，我觉得无非就是先进入4强，然后尽量打到决赛吧。用一个词语的话，我觉得应该是血腥吧。 因为今年的队伍都是实力比较强劲的嘛，就我感觉挺血腥的。
感觉大家能进世界赛都是实力比较强劲的，所以说竞争比较激烈。我感觉只要打得好的话，就用实力让大家记住就好，争取打到冠军嘛。
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where PSG and JDG are loading up for Game 4. Lumao with a bit of foreshadowing there because it was a brutal game yesterday of JDG versus DAMWON. And with that, we actually wanted to take a closer look at these teams' rough day one start and where improvements could be made starting in Champions Select. It is so important. And we've talked a lot about draft and about kind of choices, especially for the jungler already today. So let's take a closer look, starting with this JDG draft versus DAMWON. Tell me what you liked, what you didn't like, and what to change.
Well, the tricky thing is Zoom was instantly targeted in the pick and ban phase, and we've looked at the jungle pool, and we've always talked about how Nidalee and Graves are the two premium picks. Graves was banned out from DAMWON, and also they removed the Renekton and the Ornn and went for the first pick, Camille. In this case, JDG answered by removing Pantheon, which is understandable, but at the same time, when you have so many bans going in the direction of Camille, then you need to kind of consider the options here. And as a continuation, they had the Volibear planned into Camille, which is completely fine, but the problem came when they gave up the Nidalee too. I think Lilia as a champion is something that has been kind of misunderstood. I think she's strong in some scenarios where her mobility, the move speed, is useful in cases where there's too many instances of hard CC, like a Twisted Fate or a Camille that can lock her down, and the follow-up with the Leona and Jhin, then she tends to struggle because she wants to stay in those fights for a very long time. So from the get-go, this already looks a little bit grim from the draft.
Yeah, and that's what you said also today in Countdown. It's not just about the Nidalee, even though she is also incredibly strong, but you do have to pair it up with a certain amount of things to make it work even better. So that was a no-no from JDG. Could they have balanced it out somehow? Because when I see what DAMWON put on the table, they got a lot of their most strong picks that they've played in the LCK this year, and it seemed a hard one from the side of JDG.
I think just a point of, I think Jace serves a similar purpose like a Lucian. He wants to, of course, create space for his jungler, but Jace doesn't really fit the build the same way. Sure, you can get the man immune yourself, but it doesn't scale as well. And I think this is where the question marks come in, because I think JDG's biggest strength is when their mid laner plays for their jungler. This is what we saw throughout the split. Yagao, the way I view him, is kind of like a Doinby of some sense that just plays heavily for his jungler. I think just repurposing Lilia and looking at her differently, because JDG came in with such a strategy that everyone kind of expected. They had success with Lilia in the past, but this was based off they went for the level 1 invade. This is where Lilia is strong. She can gain advantages, but DAMWON was just so prepared for this. And the moment Nidalee is ahead, there's just no turning back in a matchup that is so close when you look at the pound for pound in terms of players.
There wasn't. We've heard some rumors about some Lilia going off in scrims, but we still don't know who it is. So in summary, not the best draft against Nidalee with everything that she was flanked by in terms of the CC as well, and not the biggest fan of the mid jungle here for JDG. That's what we're looking at for the next one. I do want to move on to the next draft that we want to look at, which is PSG versus Rogue, which was unfortunately also a loss for PSG. And Rogue, for me, that spelled out, you know, a lot of comfort for some people as well, in a combination with some new things, versus the PSG draft that did not end up working out.
Now I'm looking at Malphite right
yeah,
away.
Me too.
Malphite.
It's like, what?
It's weird. Someone told me when I say Malphite, it sounds like a fight in a mall.
Malphite.
Like a mall.
A mall fight?
How do you say it?
I don't know.
Malphite?
Oh, no, Malphite.
Malphite.
Yeah.
Malphite. Okay. Malphite is fantastic here because, you know, he has issues in lane. I'm just going to refrain from saying his name. This top laner has issues in lane. The Rock champion has issues in lane. Renekton is supposed to win out on some CS. But the key thing is when this top lane champion, the Rock, has so much value against this composition. We saw the same thing happen when Mad Lions faced off against Supermassive. It was a situation where Renekton and Graves were picked together. You just buy up armor. And no matter how little gold you have, that cloth armor or a chain vest is going to just be so valuable. And then the Senna to top it off, you can't really kill any tanks in this situation. And that just made Malphite the perfect pick. And if you look at the adjustments, I kind of just want to scratch everything here because Renekton and Graves just don't work together. when you see the Lucian first pick and Nidalee is out of the picture and Lilia is also out of the picture, you just need to lock in the Renekton Evelynn if you plan to pick the Renekton in that position.
Well, expectations are we're going to see different things for both teams trying to make up for that loss. You go practice your Malphite pronunciation.
Malphite.
But we are going to jump into Champion Select, and it's time for Medi for Game 4.
Wow.
Thank you very much, Shox. I'm Medi, he's Vedi, and we're here to bring you the final 3 games of the day. Kicking off with PSG versus JDG, 2 teams that have yet to pick up a win here in group stage.
Yeah, it's definitely been a rough start for both teams. I think that everyone had very high expectations of JDG when they went up against DAMWON, and then it was a very one-sided affair, in case you did miss the game, and we did get to hear from Yamato saying that he thought the draft was a large influencer in that. Of course, the level 1 made it very difficult for them as well, and I think that expectations for JDG is, you know what, that was just a rough loss. It was a bad game 1, bad way to start the tournament, but still coming into this game, expectations are still very high, and that they are the clear favorites in this matchup.
And although a lot of the JDG players are well known, you have to remember this is their first international tournament, their first Worlds or MSI. They're all very new to this stage, so a little bit of nerves perhaps playing into the day 1 for them. PSG, of course, brought back River and Tank after they made it through the playing stages. And my expectation for these 2 teams is that we see a much slower pace of game. They are much more well known for scaling up, getting to teamfights and fighting around objectives in their home regions.
It's definitely true. Let's see how the drafts do in fact shift out as a result of that. Of course, with the return of River and Tank, we'll see what the priorities are. The Lucian going to be taken off the board, going to remove that as a priority, suggesting that PSG do not want to first pick it. They must have a first pick in mind. Senna actually going to come out from JDG, remove one of Unified's comfort picks. This is something that he did bring out a fair amount in the play-ins group stage, rather, to help them qualify for the groups. Camille also going to be taken off the board. A very well-known and very strong top lane champion. We even heard Yamato in Countdown talking about how he thinks that he is currently the strongest top lane champion in the current meta.
I think Ornn is the only one I'd put up there as well. 100% pick ban so far this tournament, and just gives you so much utility when it comes to team fights. There's the Rakan getting taken away from Kaiwing. If you watch the play-ins, you know Rakan for Kaiwing is one of his signature picks, and he is incredibly good at isolating people in teamfights and landing those charms. So no surprise that that has been banned away. What else are we looking at? Nidalee still on the cards here, and of course, Kanavi is such a good Nidalee player that PSG say they want nothing of that.
Yeah, it looks like that's not going to be their priority either. So with both of those removed and the Twisted Fate kind of returning to pro play, it seems. At least in the West, we didn't see a huge amount of TF during the playoffs, but that does leave the Ornn up. So of course, that's going to be immediately picked up by PSG. Very easy engage, relatively safe in the top lane, and with the Camille taken off the boards, it is a very easy pickup from the side of PSG. Let's see how JDG respond, because a lot of strong power picks are still up and available. We haven't seen as much priority on AD carries. We have typically seen a lot of priorities on junglers. Now, I do love the Set Lilia combo. I think that this is something that JDG could look to prioritize. Set, not only is it a strong flex pick because you can move it into the top lane, you can put it in support. We've been seeing it a lot in mid lane. It acts as that front line, it acts as a tank, disengage, engage. It can kind of provide everything. And when you pair it up with something like the Lilia, I think you have that mixed damage profile, and it can be a very prevalent duo.
And alongside that, it looks like Loken is going to get his Ashe. 18 games of that played across the course of summer. Very strong on the champion. And of course, we have seen how powerful those Enchanted Crystal Arrows can be, how much utility you bring to the lane, how easy it is for an Ashe to get pushed in the bottom lane and help out their jungler as well. Now we'll see where PSG decide to go with their next rotation. Jungle is usually the expectation.
It certainly is. Looks like that the Ornn is the hover for now. Notice that the Lilia priority has shifted significantly lower relative to what we had in play-ins where it was perma-banned. We've still been seeing a lot of bans from the Lilia, but it seems that teams are getting better at dealing with it and usually prefer the Graves. Last game, we saw an absolute clinic from Canyon, where he utilized the Graves to perfection, pretty much denying every single blue buff away from Rogue, and it showcases the power that this champion can have. When you have those pushing lanes, when you have lanes that can help get you that priority, your invade power, your dueling power can be very, very difficult to deal with. So we'll see if River can have a good game, because yesterday he didn't really get to play League of Legends. The game was pretty much handed over at level 1 with some creative level 1 plays that Rogue was able to come up with.
Rogue, with that Callista combo, was just able to keep Tank on well, in the fountain most of the game, let's be honest. He kept getting just shut down early on. The Sylas locked in now for JDG. I like Sylas in this sort of composition. You're looking at Collateral Damage, you're looking at Call of the Forge God, you're looking at the Curtain Call from the Jhin. You've already got 3 good ultimates, and if you don't get 2 more, it's not the end of the world.
You've also got a mixed damage profile and a lot of flexibility in this draft. The Sylas can be put into the Ornn matchup up towards the top side, or you can keep it mid lane depending on whatever matchup he gets. So JDG kind of keeping their options open right now, staying very flexible, haven't locked in a jungler yet, haven't committed to anything, but they're not forced into picking an AP jungler here because they do have the Sylas in their back pocket. So now their priority is banning away supports because they will get first pick. They can lock in something like the Nautilus if they want to get it for themselves. They could also potentially ban away the Tahm Kench here to deny that pick safety that, you know, is often picked into things like an Ashe. So we'll have to see what their priority is for the time being.
And of course, they still have the option of flexing that set into support. Lu Mao has actually played it more than anyone else on the rest of the team. So you could do set jungle, you could do set top, you could do set support, and that flexibility just opens up a wealth of opportunities for JDG.
Looks like support bans are going to continue to come through from JDG, going to take the Thresh off the board. PSG are likely going to continue to ban out the junglers. They've already taken the Kindred away from Kanavi. Definitely a comfort pick for him. I do wonder what direction he will go. I know a lot of people are excited to see Kanavi on the international stage. His game 1 was not the best, but definitely still high expectations. The Lilia will be banned out. Of course, he does have a very deep champion pool. It was JDG that actually brought out the Evelynn-Lucian combo in playoffs up against LGD, and whew, they looked very scary with that duo. But again, they're keeping their jungle pick hidden for the time being, unless they've already locked it in. Again, a lot of flexibility in this draft. Looks like that this Pantheon is going to be the support option. So JDG going for that very offensive 2 versus 2, the strong pushing power of the Ashe combined with the all-in aggression that a Pantheon can provide.
And what I like about that is you were talking about how River on this Graves would like to have priority in his lanes, and into a Pantheon Ashe, it's actually very difficult to gain priority. They're going to push you in constantly, even if you team Jhin up with a supportive sort of long-ranged support like a Lulu. It's still really hard for you to gain any pressure over a Pantheon and the Ashe. Syndra locked in for tank in the mid lane. Now we'll see what support PSG decide will round out their composition the best. I love Bard. We've already seen it once today. Mickey had a stellar performance on it, and that's what Kaiwing's going to take for himself.
It's also a big comfort pick for Kaiwing, so they're going to stick to what they know and love. Again, after a rough game yesterday, PSG, they've got a pretty well-rounded draft. You can see that they've got very front-to-back with the Ornn in the front line. They're going to rely on him to face-check these objectives, act as that main priority tank. Meanwhile, JDG, they're going to mix things up. It looks like that we're going to get the Echo in the mid lane. Yeah. We're going to be getting Kanavi on the Sylas. And we talked about how flexible this draft could be. They saved it till the last moment, and they were able to swap things around. And I'm really excited to see this. Yagao now going to have a winning matchup in the mid lane. They're going to have the Ornn up against the set in the top side of the map, so they're going to be able to generate pressure there. And it feels like when PSG, they wanted to try and play for this Graves. They wanted to get him those prior lanes so he could look to try and invade, but he's not going to get that when JDG have been able to finesse the draft and have got themselves pretty much winning matchups all across the board.
It's going to be a game where both these teams really need to get back into their comfort zone, really need to show the world exactly how well they can play. JDG yesterday were 10k gold behind at the 21-minute mark. PSG, little better. It took 23 minutes for them to fall 10k gold behind. PSG didn't even get a kill yesterday in the group stage, and so today both these teams will come out swinging, because you look at the rest of that group, you look at Rogue, who were better against DAMWON than JDG. You look at DAMWON, who have demolished all of their opposition so far, and you think, well, we need to win games like this to make sure we are in the running for second spot.
It's definitely an important game. Both these teams looking for a win. Let's see what happens. We're going to be jumping onto the ref shortly. I'm excited to see if we get any early level 1 plays. JDG, they tried that level 1 against DAMWON yesterday. Didn't quite work out, but I give more credit to DAMWON and how they read and expected the play. And I feel like all we've seen is good preparation from DAMWON. Let's see if PSG are able to do the same thing. How will they handle any early game aggression that JDG may want to bring onto the Rift? LPL yet to get a win today. Of course, Machi getting that big win earlier on in the day Both regional representatives, like one win, one loss. We'll see if they can balance the scales here in this fourth game of the day.
And I think a lot of people might undervalue just how good PSG are as a team. Like, a lot of people saying Kongwei and Uniboy, you know, they were better, you should keep them in. Obviously unable to do that because of the way that substitutions have worked throughout the playing stage. But Tank and River were part of the PSG team that beat Machi Esports in the semi-finals. They 3-2'd them. Yes, they lost the finals, but this is the epitome of the PSG lineup. And although we didn't see it yesterday, my expectation is they come back onto the Rift today with a renewed vigor and will really take it to JDG.
Well, let's see if they can. JDG.
There's the level 1 you wanted.
Yep, they're gonna... Well, it's not really a late invade. They're just denying some vision. They're getting a bit of information as to where River is looking to start. You can see Kanavi pathing up towards the top side right now. Not that surprising. They may want to do a top into bot side clear so that he can look for a potential early gank towards the bot side of the map when you have the Ashe Pantheon. Very easy gank setup. You can also see Yagao going for the Electrocute on the Echo as well. There's a lot of debate, around things like Hail of Blades, which can be very prevalent in terms of the level 1 matchup and getting a lot of aggression in the 1v1.
For the moment, Yagao is just going to push in Tank. Echo into Syndra, a good matchup for the Echo, but River's already here. Yagao hits 2. Flashes away as River flashes forward, looking for the red buff slow. Just needs another auto attack to get it on, but can't quite do it. Yagao forced out of lane. Lamau's going to dive in the bottom lane. Lumao, obviously, not Lamau. That's the only time I'll slip that one up this game, I promise.
So already we're seeing a lot of early aggression from both sides. Yagao wanting to try and get some pressure in the 1v1 matchup because Echo at level 2 can already generate a huge amount of pressure. Thanks to the 3-hit passive, thanks to the Electrocute, you could put that Syndra on the back foot, and PSG wanted to try and punish that. So a very early gank from River to put him behind, forces the flash out, and now Yagao has to be a lot more cautious with his aggression. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Lumao and Loken already leveraging the power of this Pantheon Ashe and looking to get that early push.
You can see there were 4 caster minions there, but there is an 8 CS lead for Loken. So it's still going to be about a 5 to 6 CS, even if Unified is able to pick up every single one of these minions that is scattered before him. Now Kanavi and Yagao are actually going to look towards the bottom side of the map. Could just be going for vision here.
Wow.
It feels like in a very aggressive dive when Echo doesn't have flash, but it seems like they're going for it, Veri.
Pantheon very good at early tower dives, remember, because you do have the E to mitigate a lot of the tower damage, but you could see that this is the play that they wanted to make, but for some reason they decided to back off. Instead, they turned their attention on to River, and they're actually not going to get anything off the back of this. PSG, perhaps completely unawares that their life hung in the balance there, as PSG do choose to disengage.
Tank's going to get locked up here by Kanavi, has to use the flash to get away, so now both mid laners without their flashes.
You can already see the Yagao Kanavi synergy coming through, as they're already moving around the map so much, trying to instigate plays in the mid lane. Forcing that flash out from Tank now puts him on the back foot. A 7 CS advantage already being built up in the mid lane for Yagao. He's going to get a great back timing, and he probably doesn't even have to use his teleport here, which is great for him because he's then going to have that TP advantage over Tank. We'll see if he does choose to burn it, as River is now hovering around the bot side.
Lumao's going to dive in onto Unified. Lumao caught up with the captive audience. The stun doesn't quite land there from Kaiwing.
Notice that Loken in that trade did not stop hitting Unified. The moment that he saw River, he was like, the only way we lose this is if Unified gets to turn this around, but he doesn't give him the opportunity to. He's too low, so he has to disengage.
Just see that experience on Ashe for Loken paying off early doors here. Kanavi's going to be able to get double scuttle. Doesn't quite have that level 4, but is looking down towards the bottom lane once again. There's a ward just across the wall here. Lumao's going to clear that one out with the sweeper. Kanavi actually takes it in the end. Kaiwing and Unified, what have they got? They've got to cleanse, they've got to heal. Is that enough to get away from the JDG dive? Lumao caught out underneath the tower, but it was Loken tanking, and there's the first kill of the game. Kanavi's now going to have to try and get away because River is on his way down, but River will not be there in time to get anything else out of this.
Great dive from JDG, and you can already see this early game aggression coming through, trying to leverage the power of the Pantheon to set up dives. Loken forced the cleanse. Unified.
Oh, Unified was looking for the 4th shot. Bonk into the head of Loken, but Loken with a reactive flash gets himself out of vision.
Does force Loken to burn both of his summoner spells. But I love this aggression that we're seeing from JDG. They must feel frustrated after that game versus DAMWON yesterday, and they come into the game from level 1 and they do not slow down, trying to utilize the power of these lane dominant champions that they do have in their draft.
And you can see it paying off. About 700 to 800 gold, the advantage. We haven't really looked at top lane too much. Hanabi's been forced back here by Zoom. As expected, you talked about the pressure Set can put on an Ornn in the early game. Well, it's paying off on the scoreboard as well. About a 10 to 14 CS lead there. And now, well, I was expecting Zoom to perhaps take his first recall, but instead he wants to get another wave and make sure that Ornn is stuck underneath his turret.
Whew. All right. Oh, my throat. Right. I'm looking now at the top lane. Lumao has got early boots. A wave is stacking up towards the top side of the map. Level 6 has been hit. Yagao level 6 as well. PSG is in danger.
Hanabi just hit 6 and leveled up the Call of the Forge God, and now Lumao is coming up with Yagao. There's the showstopper to try and pull River away from the turret. The knockup's going to come through, but already the kill goes down. JDG, they're second on the board, and this proactivity is pleasing to the eye.
Notice that JDG changed targets. They realized that River was sitting here only at level 4 and could cleanly execute upon the dive. Flash in from Zoom immediately onto River, locks him down. Means that they don't have to gamble diving that tanky Ornn this early on into the game. They still get what they want. And now they have their eyes set on Tank. The stun coming through, here it comes.
No shift going to be available as well. Yagao dives underneath the turret. Tank just has nowhere to go. One more auto. Yagao swipes away and Tank goes back to the fountain.
Matt, Lumao is just such a joy to watch.
Yeah,
this guy is a roaming god. Like, watching his Bard in the playoffs of the LPL was just so pleasing to the eye, and now we're getting to see him on the Pantheon. This is very much what so many experts around the world anticipated. He's considered one of the best supports. He roams so much, and like, it doesn't matter who he's with. He can be roaming with his mid laner, he's roaming with his jungler, it doesn't matter. He's constantly going to be looking for plays, and he's making great use of this Pantheon in the early game. Really great play in the mid lane.
And you can see as well, Loken hasn't really lost out too much in the bottom lane because of it. He's actually ahead on CS over this Jhin. Kaiwing and Unified weren't able to jump on the fact that there wasn't a support there. And Arby using a little bit of input buffering there to make sure he gets back underneath the tower. But early doors, this is an incredible start for JGG. Much more explosive in their favor than their game yesterday. And PSG once again are being put back on the ropes, Vedius.
Yes, they certainly are. Now, right side for PSG is they do have control of the bot side of the map. They should have information that Carnavi is here, and this could have been an opportunity for them to actually start off the Drake. They're probably just a little concerned because Zoom does have the teleports. They don't have Prio in mid lane, but they're trying to reclaim it right now. I feel like PSG need to be trying to get something else back on the map. Maybe a little bit of deep vision, maybe threatening Loken with a dive because he still doesn't have any summoner spells. But it feels like that they're just trying to respond, and now they're trying to collapse onto JDG. But I think they're just going to be able to walk out from this one, or maybe not.
Boom steps forward, Call of the Forge got stolen away from Kanavi. He's going to land the double knockup, and Hanabi doesn't have his own ram to batter down the JDG top laner, so Zoom is able to escape, as is Kanavi.
So PSG decided rather than make a cross-map play, they just wanted to try and collapse onto JDG, and you can see that that did not work out in their favor. So now Lumao is going to use this as an opportunity to move into the enemy bot side jungle, start getting a little bit of information, get a bit of vision, and Loken's going to be free to get a bunch of plays in the bot side.
Now, what I love when you play a support like Pantheon and Pyke are the quintessential examples of this, is early roaming doesn't just net you gold. What it nets you is vision control. Because as soon as you can get to the Umbral Glade, you can deny so much more vision from your opponents, and your roams become so much more potent, and PSG are trying to stop that by going in on the bottom lane. Deadly Flourish lands on Loken, and there's nowhere for him to go. Hanabi will take the kill.
So I was concerned that PSG wouldn't be able to punish the flashless Loken, but they're able to finally get their first kill of the game. They're going to look to convert this into the first Drake of the game as well. PSG answering back some of the aggression that we've been seeing from JDG.
It's a good TP investment. Of course, Zoom still has his, but he'll stay up in the top lane for now. Navi's actually looking to get in here. Magical Journey's available for PSG, and they're just going to run out of the pit. The Dragon isn't low enough for River, and he can't get the auto as attacks off. Almost goes down in the end, secured by Yagao. And what looked good for PSG has totally turned on its head as Kanavi almost lands the absconder. Duck steals away the tempered bait. River has to flash.
Even at a numbers disadvantage, JDG's like, yeah, we can fight this. Yep. Level 7 on the Silas, level 8 on the Echo. JDG knew that with their skirmishing power, they could just dive in. They were blocking the autos from River as well. They deny the Drake. They don't get themselves any kills, but they burn even more summoner spells. And you can see this is almost classic LPL aggression, right? Like, they will fight you for these objectives. If they see an opportunity where, you know, even if it's a 50-50, they're not afraid to take these gambles. And like, to be fair to JDG, that wasn't really a gamble from their perspective. They were like, we have a health advantage, we have our ultis up. Like,
numbers advantage.
Yeah, like, what disadvantage in that situation?
Oh, yeah.
It was 2 versus 3, but they knew that tank was in the mid lane, and that was the crucial thing. Because the Syndra wasn't there was an opportunity for them to force it, and they noticed that Unified came into the pit last. Because the Jin comes in last, they see, oh, if we just focus him, we can chunk him out, and then that 2 versus 3 is not actually a 2 versus 3 because Unified is forced to run away. So really good awareness there from JDG, continuing to accelerate the gold lead.
And alongside getting the Dragon, you also got 3 plates in the top lane, and now you're looking for another dive, and Hanabi, who doesn't have the teleport, does have a flash, but no ultimate available for him, means he's going to get locked up underneath the turret. Flashes away, TP burnt from tank, just to try and make sure that JDG couldn't get any more.
JDG just do not slow down. Constantly they're looking for plays, constantly they're moving around the map, and now PSG, they're going to have 5 people on the top side of the map. They want to contest this Rift Herald. Let's see if they can get it.
At the moment, Tank's just going to set up around it. Getting this would help PSG sort of close in on JDG in terms of gold, assuming you can use it to get some of those plates. They'll have about 2.5 minutes to do it after the Rift Herald goes down, but Lumao does have the ultimate. And PSG will just back away from the Rift Herald. Weren't willing to take it, not knowing where JDG were.
Wow, so they invest 5 people into the top side of the map, Medic, and they get absolutely nothing for it. It feels like that PSG are just kind of like chasing their tail between their legs, you know, constantly watching JDG make all these moves around the map, and they feel like that they see these small windows, but then it ends up faltering. They're not willing to commit to the play, and now they recognize, okay, well now JDG, after pushing in bot, Loken and Lumao have made their way up to this objective. This is going to be the Rift Herald for JDG, and they don't have to burn this early. They don't have to force this objective if they don't want to because of the Drake spawning in 2 minutes. Utilizing this to generate a pressure point to make securing the second Drake that much easier is a very simple play that JDG could look to do.
And it's a much stronger performance from JDG than what we saw from him yesterday. 3,000 gold ahead at the 12-minute mark. And a lot of that gold is sitting on their key carry in Yagao.
You know, we've been talking a lot about Lumao already in this game, but also vision score has been something that we've been drawing a lot of attention to throughout the group stages here at Worlds 2020. Notice the vision score already. You know, you see a couple 8s in there, 10s, 11s, 29!
Yeah.
13 minutes into the game for Lumao. This man has been moving around the map, investing so much vision, protecting the vision as well. Like, this man is a monster.
I will add the addendum. Zombie Ward exists, Pantheon has it, so that will always buffer up your vision score numbers, but as you say, Lumao now with the Umbral Glaive is only going to get more vision control over this map, and it's going to mean you get into this situation where PSG have to face check. They have to get into darkness, and who's going to do that for you? Really, only Hanabi is available because their Bard's going to get blown up, the Jin's going to get blown up, the Syndra's going to get blown up, and the Graves is going to get blown up.
That's a good point, Medic. Now let's have a look at the map state right now, because the Dragon is going to be spawning in about a minute's time, and this is where you really start to see teams setting up for it. You'll notice that for the time being, JDG is actually committing a lot towards the top side of the map. That's because they want to be able to take this tower and then rotate to bot, but PSG are trying to stop.
Really nice tempered fate, but they don't land the stun on Kanavi, who dodges away, and now the TP comes in from Yagao. He's looking to try and get onto Tank. Proto Bell goes forward, the Time Winder slices straight through Tank, but he's able to get back underneath the tower. Hanabi didn't have his TP to rejoin this fight. PSG have been forced back in the top lane.
So what does this mean? Well, JDG do have to commit a TP, but now Unified is stuck on the top side of the map with 30 seconds until the Drake. So at this position, there's no way that PSG can look to contest because they've lost the mid priority. This is going to be easy for JDG. JDG don't care. They're going for the fights.
You can't do that to a Bard. He's just around here collecting his meeps and getting some chimes, and here comes the Starfall. Lumao's going to dive the turret in the top lane, and he still has the Aegis Assault. Unified down. Lumao gets the second.
Wow. JDG like, yeah, we don't care about the Dragon right now. We're just playing for kills. We got to pad that KDA out. They're able to get 2 in the top side of the map. They shut down Unified and Kaiwing. And they continue to accelerate their goal lead.
I mean, Kaiwing in that situation is just a very, very sad Bard. You can see JDG, 1,440 gold picked off the turrets through that plating. PSG with a big fat null point, 0 gold from it, and because of that, JDG are now 5,500 gold ahead.
This is just a great example of how to use your priority in lane to just move around the map. And Kaiwing, he's just walking into the rush thinking he's safe. There's a level 10 set sitting there waiting for you. Zoom's like, yeah, I know that I can just tank this tower. You know what, Lumao, I'll give this one to you. You've had a great vision game. I'll give you a couple kills to help pad out that KDA. He's able to 1v1 Unified. And now they're able to set up for the Drake as well. PSG just cannot move on the map without JDG answering.
And you get into this really awful situation where PSG have a comp that fights well in team fights, but you look at the threat that comes out from JDG. You've got Zoom to disengage Hanabi if he ever goes in. You've got Yagao diving onto your backline. You've got Lumao diving onto your backline. You've got Kanavi diving onto your backline. And if you ever get through them, you still have Loken sitting on a Blade of the Ruin King with a 20 CS lead, who's just going to be rattling out the Rangers' focus.
The thing is, you can't even say for sure that PSG even outscales in this situation, because who's going to stop Yagao in a side lane? Like, who's going to be able to deal with Zoom later on into the game? Like, Kanavi's only going to get stronger as the game goes on as well. And then, of course, you've got the classic Ashe with the late game carry. Like, PSG, they needed to try and make some plays in the early game. That's falling apart. JDG, they're not slowing down. They're looking for another play mid.
Kaiwing caught up in the parallel convergence, pops the stopwatch, but only stops time for a second. Tempered Fate get the double, go golden. Call of the Portugal's going to come through as well, but Kaiwing is already done for. Jada Crystal goes wide as now they dive onto Tank. Kanavi steals away his ult, says anything you can do, I can do slightly worse right now as Tank doesn't quite go down.
Yeah, the damage from the 3 orbs not quite enough, but Lumao continuing the chase, looking for the spear, just barely misses it, which means the Tank is going to be able to walk away with his life, but PSG continue to lose more on the map. That's another 2 kills going in the favor of JDG. They've extended their goal lead to what? Is that 7.5, 8K now in their favor, 16.5 minutes in. This was the dominant performance that I think many expected from JDG, and definitely a big bounce back after their game yesterday.
And it definitely gives them hope looking at the rest of the group as well. In this Axe replay, we see Kanavi just diving onto Kaiwing. Kaiwing does everything he can to survive.
It's just a matter of stalling here, Medic. He's trying to buy time, waiting for his team to join the fray, but they cannot get there fast enough. Yagao with the 1v1, level 8 to level 11. It's just not fair. Yagao with the easy pickup on the Echo. JDG just looking dominant here in this game.
And although JDG are known as the more team fight team from the LPL, they are still bloodthirsty. They still get a huge amount of kills per minute, and actually are very good at getting kills without giving up death. So the combined kills of both teams in their games is quite low, 7th in the league. But their kills a minute is actually 2nd. They almost get half a kill every minute. They just don't give up that many deaths. And you see that in this game as well. They're going, 7-1 up, 8,000 gold lead, 2 dragons to nil. And now with control of every single lane, it is a mountain to climb for PSG.
And it's one of the things that you always have to be cautious of when playing against the top LPL teams, because regardless of their playstyle, you have to know that they're going to be willing to skirmish you, regardless of the situation. That's not to say that they will recklessly skirmish you. Sometimes they will, for sure.
I watched Suning play G2 earlier.
Yeah, for sure. But a team like JDG, they're a little bit more calculated in their approach. And again, when you look back to that Dragon play earlier, when they were at a numbers disadvantage, have to hold that as Yagao in a 1v3.
He still has the chrono shift and the parallel convergence, going to dive onto River. The magical journey took everyone away from him, and now River has to flash, get to the magical journey, but the chrono shift is enough. Yagao and Kanavi opening up. Call of the Forge God was used, I believe. No, it wasn't. That was the Grand Starfall, as Lumao joined the fight.
And this is the calculated skirmishing we were talking about. Look at how patient Yagao was. 1v3, he does not mind, and now they're going for the dive.
Oh, Unified, like he was doing everything he should do in that situation. He was backing away from the tower. He was saying, yep, you guys can have it. And now the Tempered Fate comes out as Hanabi tries to join the fray. But so far, we have yet to see a JDG player die. And there's the 3rd from PSG. There's the 4th. Make it 5. JDG with a clean ace in the bottom lane.
Wow. And the only reason why is because River just respawned. JDG are absolutely dismantling PSG. 19 minutes into the game, they're looking to break into the base. PSG have no answers.
JDG of 11,000 gold ahead at the 19-minute mark. This is a demolition, to say the least. And they are answering the people who yesterday questioned whether they should be still tournament favorites.
Medic, it was you that said yesterday at 20 minutes, was it at 20 minutes, the largest gold lead?
21 minutes, DAMWON had a 10K lead over JDG.
JDG go and answer that by going at 19 minutes. We're going to get ourselves a 10K lead. And as you rightly said, they're proving why they should still be considered strong contenders for the tournament. Let's have a look back at this dive. Honestly, there's not a huge amount to break down outside of Unified dies. Then the rest of the team dies. The TP comes through. And while I think this play was great from Kaiwing into the knockup from Hanabi, the deficit is just so much.
Yeah, they do everything on the support and on Kanavi, and they just can't kill him. And then, Zoom's tanking up the tower, JDG are tanking up the tower, they get the inhibitor in the bottom lane, and now the Baron's on the cards for them if they want. You see, Unified really didn't have a chance to participate in that last game, as now Lumao's going to push forward. What I like from PSG is they're still trying to get their vision pockets. They're still trying to find their picks. It's just so difficult to do when it takes 3 of your players to kill 1 on the opposite team.
And I think you made a great point earlier, Medic, in that you need Hanabi to be that face-checking tool, because if he's not there, if that front line isn't there for you, if you face-check into any of these members from JDG, you're just going to get executed on the spot. So PSG kind of rely on Hanabi, which means they're forced to send Tank off into a side lane, which means the Tank is standing there next to Yagao, who's 206, has 3 completed items, one of which is a Mejai Soul Stealer. And you're like, well, this is just very unfortunate, and PSG in a very difficult situation right now. Of course, they're looking like they're going to be going 0-2 in the group stages. They still have DAMWON to face up against next, and only makes the group stages harder for them when you're 0-2 down this early on in the group stage.
It really does, especially when you see how close some of the other teams are. DAMWON seem to be far and away the best in this group, but Rogue and JDG, after both of their performances versus PSG, perhaps that's going to be a close game. Arrow dodged away from Unified there, thought he flashed into it for a second, but he was able to just about escape. The Gao comes in from the side as well.
They're looking for the fight, Medic.
Yes, they are, Vedius, but they're not going to find it this time. They have no minion waves, so they're not going to be able to pressure this turret for too much longer, as PSG are able to walk through the walls and get back inside their base.
Well, right now, JDG have no interest in the Baron. They have their eyes set on the mid lane. They could just dive this, Medic. But notice that Hanabi's been forced to join the fray, but this is giving the freedom for Zoom to just keep pushing in the top wave. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, there are super minions knocking on the doors of PSG's Nexus towers.
Tank will go and answer them for the time being, but the gold lead continues to extend as JDG deny any ability of River to find a fellow pal in the jungle. He hasn't had a single one of his camps in the last few minutes, and now JDG say, okay, enough of this. We can see you answering the bottom lane. We're actually going to leave Yagao down there because he has the teleport to join the fight, and we will start up this Baron. This might be the only opportunity for PSG to get back in this game.
And you can see that Kaiwing is on his way. He does have the Bard ultimate to try and stall this objective out. Gonna have Zoom tank things up. Let's see what Yagao does. He has the TP. The Bard ulti comes through.
TP flank. There's a separate TP coming out as Lu now tries to jump onto the RB. Call of the Forge God wasn't used back in response, but here comes the Curtain call. Yagao has a good flank position onto River, but he is isolated from the team. Curtains are open. Loken the target. Kanavi was able just to escape from the side. There's the arrow coming back in, and Yagao dives forward. And here comes the showstopper. Zoom into the backline. 1 down, 2 down, make it 3, make it 4, and make it 5 as JDG just sweep away at PSG. Tank almost escapes, but Yagao's having none of that. Chases him down. The ace comes out for JDG. They didn't even need the Baron.
Wow, so initially that fight did not look great for JDG. Kanavi getting chunked out, Lumao dying almost immediately, but the gold advantage they have is just too big. They're looking to get themselves a 23-minute victory, and JDG back on form.
JDG slapping PSG around with their wallets. They will claim their first win of Worlds.
And what a dominant performance from JDG as well. Zero hesitation, constant aggression, relentless pressure. This was a fast-paced, incredible JDG to watch, and just Lumao on that Pantheon was just everywhere on the map, and wow, what an impressive team. This was the JDG that so many feared coming into the tournament.
And it's the reason Lumao is known as the best playmaking support in the LPL, because of things like that, because of his ability to get around the map, and Loken's ability as well to not lose out in the lane, because it would have been very easy for Loken to overstep, or at least to miss some CS, to fall behind. That bot lane from JDG was really showing up on the day.
Fun to watch, only sets up more hype for the JDG versus Rogue. Of course, both JDG and Rogue struggled against DAMWON, and now we'll get to see who can claim that second place spot. Of course,
I'm super hyped for that.
Of course, you look at how both teams play, and there was definitely a lot more aggression coming out from the JDG side, but it's going to be an exciting one, that's for sure. You know it's going to be a fast game.
It's tomorrow as well. It's tomorrow, Vedi.
As well.
4th game of the day tomorrow, Rogue versus JDG. What a game that's going to be.
It's going to be hype. But of course, for PSG, things are only going to get harder as they go up against DAMWON. Maybe they can make a miracle upset happen, because DAMWON are looking dominant right now, and it's going to be an uphill battle to climb.
It really is. And PSG, of course, they've had their ups and downs throughout the course of the tournament so far, with Plains having Uniboy and Kongwei come in for the team. Now we're seeing River and Tank back in. They're back to their usual roster, but they haven't quite clicked yet. Of course, only 2 games so far.
Feels like that they just don't get to play, my friend. It feels like that there's a bit of a draft difference, and then the relentless aggression that just comes out from both Rogue and JDG have been so oppressive.
Yeah, we are going to have another look at one of the plays from that game. It's our favorite player, Verius Lumao, the Oppo player of the game, with some incredible Pantheon performances. We'll have a look at this dive from him, Kanavi, and Loken in the bottom lane.
So this is really where everything started for JDG. Setting up this dive, getting these early kills onto the bot side of the map, opened up Lumao to start roaming around. He helps work with Yagao, knows that Tank has no flash, sets up the chain CC, Tank doesn't get to move, and it's just this constant repetition of moving around the map, looking for plays. And again, as we mentioned, it doesn't matter who he's playing with, he will look to make these plays. Bot lane, mid lane, jungle, top lane, he's just all across the board.
And what I love about it as well is JDG drafted around having the Pantheon. Drafted around having someone who, if they are able to get a point-and-click stun on your opponents, you can follow up with more CC. You think of the parallel convergence, you think of the facebreaker, you think of the abduct coming out from the Silas. Like, if someone is in one place, it's so much easier for that JDG comp just to lock onto them and kill them.
And I loved what we saw from JDG in the draft as well. Constantly keeping that flexibility open with the early set and the early Silas. You never really knew where it could go. And if they keep that flexibility, I think that it's going to make them even harder to deal with moving into the rest of the group stage.
It's going to be an exciting rest of the group stage, to be sure. After the break, though, we'll look ahead towards Game 5 as TSM challenges LCK's Gen.G.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave the one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. something. Rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push to the limit. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself. Rise, rise. Look at your weapon and face it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where we've got TSM from the LCS looking to take down LCK's Gen.G. That means a return to Group C, which many found the most interesting after day one. So let's see if it's just as crazy today. Before we get into the game, though, we want to put the spotlight on Ruler, because yesterday he dethroned Humanoid and is now the new MasterCard Minion Champion. This is something we'll be tracking throughout the World Championship, and is simply put, if you have the highest TS score at the end of a game, then you are number one in this list. So Ruler's at number one. Mission, actually, I think that's just from today.
Yeah. Nice.
Book
and
that
Bruce.
up. And
Everyone's
Bruce.
Did they tie? 418? I can't.
That's great. No, that's 416. You need glasses.
I can't read the screen from over there.
Not wearing your glasses.
Ruler was on farm duty all day yesterday, along,
Yeah.
you know, trying to scale up into that late.
It's a good indicator of kind of what the games look like. He
Yeah.
took it over from Humanoid. But with that, I would like to parlay that into the bot lane matchup in this game, which is Ruler versus Doublelift. They met for the last time in 2016. Pop quiz. When was it and what was it?
It was my year with Splice.
It was in Splice.
We lost against them. No, why are you doing this to me?
It was 2016 World Championship. 1-1, they went in the group stage with Ruler against Samsung. But this is, of course, many years later. Doublelift has been on a couple of teams since then. Well, actually, when I went back. And Ruler picked up a World Championship. So, very different, but still the same. What do we think to this matchup?
Well, I mean, Ruler is coming into this tournament pegged as maybe the best AD carry in the world, definitely trying to prove himself and lock that in. Whereas Doublelift, he's rejoined TSM trying to make a name for himself once more. And yesterday, I felt like he did not get to play the game. Like, it was unfortunate. His All-Star died very early on, and he was just along for the ride trying to make an impact. But playing AD carry against Evelyn, you can't do anything.
It was also rough, you know, my experience scrimming against Gen.G and even playing against Gen.G. Our approach was always ban 3 AD carries and hope Ruler becomes less useful, but that didn't really work because he did indeed beat us after all.
I mean, yeah, he is really good. Of course, he actually carries the brunt of, you know, the damage on that team together with BDD. So how do we think this is specifically going to play out if we think of Ruler and Life and then Doublelift and Biofrost?
I think the key thing that Gen.G have got going on for themselves is in terms of laning, they are monsters. They can play any type of style. They can play the set, they can play the Gragas, they can play the Pantheon, I'm sure. They have a lot of champion pool prowess that they can use here. Yesterday, Rakan was taken away from Biofrost, and all of a sudden he went for the Alistar, and that didn't look that clean. I hope Biofrost can bring something new today and maybe surprise us.
Yeah, and I'm sure he can, right? From level 1, that started going really downhill. He lost his flash. Questionable decision to go in there, and then obviously ended up getting punished outside of that. So I think you erase that, and he's going to have a much better performance.
All right, and then let's look at the mid lane matchup. Also very hyped on there. BDD going up against Bjergsen. Bjergsen, who, you know, is one of the big stars still of TSM, is more versatile than he used to be and comes in as a new look Bjergsen. How is he going to fare versus BDD?
Well, if we look at Bjergsen yesterday, he came in after getting the EXP advantage at level 1 and was able to control the wave for a lot of that, even in a tough matchup against that Lucian. And he was able to find one roam top lane at level 7, but he wasn't able to convert more than that. I think Bjergsen, if he's winning out in mid lane, if he's able to get an advantage, needs to try and team up with Spica in order to influence the rest of the map if they're struggling.
For sure. I think the story of both of these mid laners, based off of that one game sample size, we have higher expectations of them coming into the rest of the tournament. I think BDD had some jittery moments where he kind of flashed on the spot against Syndra in the 1v1 on bottom side. I'm expecting a high level performance from BDD because in terms of laning, he was one of the most lethal. I remember Fate always complained. He said it's like playing against a robot because he just doesn't misstep when it comes to the Azir, the Orianna, and also the Echo. So I'm excited for BDD.
Yeah, me too. Also, the champion pools are also very interesting. They share a couple of things that I think with a lot of mid laners now, they just have big champions.
I'm waiting for the Zillion.
Yeah, the Zillion from either side. BDD plays it too. So do we think it's going to be contained to these matchups are going to have to work out, identifying that for Gen.G, the bot lane is such a strength? Of course, we know that Ruler has been dealing with some ear issues, and maybe that could affect yesterday, but we're expecting this bot lane to be super, super strong, as well as the mid lane matchup to be contended. Where else should we look?
Well, I mean, I think if we were looking at like the overall team play and how these teams are trying to play out their games, yesterday Gen.G was like a very bloody game. It was very like team fight focused, and I think whenever we look at that, I would favor Gen.G with Ruler to carry through in those 5 versus 5s. TSM didn't really get to play their game, I felt. You know, they got sort of drowned out in the Vision game, and if they can reclaim some of that and play on their own terms, they'll look a lot better.
I think TSM have found a lot of success when they play into topside, but the tricky thing is that Rascal is very, very solid. He's been dealing with top lane pressure the entire time. He's a very strong weak side player when his team like to play into the bottom side, so it's kind of an interesting mismatch here. If TSM can get a lead through topside, maybe we can see some damage happening, but it needs to happen through Bjergsen and Spick, as you said.
I'm gathering it's a pretty tough matchup for TSM. They, of course, want to rebound after yesterday. So we'll see who comes out on top as Gen.G and TSM face off after the break.
Gen.G are destroying LGD. The double AD carries are not under enough threat.
Oh, Xie!
Blown up. BDD killed by the high skill button. Defensive flash away from Xie as Langxing has to run for his life.
We're used to this by now. BDD and Ruler, full build on him, was able to keep this one a win for Gen.G.
I heard he's been stomping every AD carry in scrims. It'll be really fun to watch him.
Forward precision protocol, Hextech ultimatum on the last Curious. Oh! Broken Blade with the outplay! He manages to win in the 1v2.
무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 닿을 수 없는
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2020. We're here with day 2 of groups. I'm Medic, this is Vedius. Together we are Vedi, and we are here for the 5th game of the day, Gen.G versus TSM.
It's going to be a banger, that's for sure. We got to see some, well, I think we saw some great moments from TSM in their game versus Fnatic yesterday. They did struggle a lot, largely in the level 1 play, and I think that they really struggled to deal with the invisible Evelynn pressure. We saw Biofrost constantly having to cover for his lanes, which made it hard to control their areas of the map in terms of jungle, and things got kind of stolen away from them. And while they did have a couple of really good fights and moments where they could have swung the game in their favor, ultimately they ended up getting out macroed. So I'm hoping that without having to play against an Evelynn today, we get to see something a little bit more aggressive from TSM, because we know that they're capable of more. And we'll have to see what they're able to bring. Meanwhile, for Gen.G, it was a very long, drawn-out, back-and-forth game. I think that we saw underperformances from both Ruler and BDD, especially when you compare them to the expectations that these players had coming into the tournament. And when they went up against LGD, who did struggle in the play-in stage, I think many of us expected Gen.G to just kind of wipe them off the map, but that was not the case. Now, of course, we do hope that Ruler is feeling happy and healthy, because we do know that he does have that ear infection. But we'll have to see what they're able to do today, because it's definitely going to be an interesting one. The drafts, I'm sure, are going to be interesting as well. Twisted Fate, I think, is going to be a very high priority pick, and I would imagine that's either going to be taken off the board or is going to be immediately locked in. Nidalee as well. We've already seen her huge priority throughout the tournament, and I imagine that that is going to remain the same in this matchup as well.
Gen.G once again on the blue side and red side. Actually about 50-50 win rate right now. We had a little while where it was very red side favored, then in planes it was entirely blue side favored, but at the moment, over 10 games, we've seen both sides win 5 times. Gen.G going to get rid of the Caitlyn to kick us off. Kalista removed from Ruler. Ruler's Ashe is also a very strong pick for Gen.G, so wouldn't be surprised if we see TSM remove that or try and take it away themselves.
Same for Doublelift though. It was his most played during the playoffs. He's been playing a lot of Ashe and Senna and is very comfortable on the champions. Lucian going to be taken off the board from TSM, going to deny that from BDD. There's the Twisted Fate that we were talking about, clearly not going to be the first pick for Gen.G. We still have a lot of power picks open though, things like the Ornn, like the Nidalee still up for grabs.
Exactly, Vedius. 100% pick ban on Ornn and Nidalee so far in the tournament. And if you take away the Ornn, the expectation is here. TSM take away the Nidalee, and then Gen.G will get their pick of the second tier of power picks. However, TSM still taking just a little bit of time to work out all of their options, because you really don't want to give Clid and Nidalee. Instead, the Azir is going to get taken away from BDD.
Of course, BDD quite well known for his Azir, but surprisingly they would choose to take that off the board does suggest that they're willing to play into the Nidalee that you would imagine is going to be locked in for Clid. I think that he did have a solid performance on his Gragas yesterday. Let's see, what is the lock in here for Gen.G?
You look at Clid's champions, Lee Sin, Volibear are up there above the Nidalee, and so perhaps you're saying, well, Clid isn't going to select Nidalee, but it's still his 3rd most played across the course of summer, so it's a little surprising to see it left open here by Gen.G. Instead, they'll get the set for themselves. Of course, Life on the set yesterday had an incredible performance, and he is very well known for that pick.
Certainly is. Of course, they do have the flexibility with the set as well. We already saw it from JDG in the last game, where it was flexed across multiple roles, and we'll see what Gen.G choose to do with it. For now, it is going to be the Renekton-Nidalee combo. Very feared over in the LPL and has been making its way into the World's Group Stage. Usually, teams will try to deny some of those picks, though. They will either take away the Nidalee or they'll take away the Renekton to stop that from happening, but TSM going to get that very deadly combo. Already suggests that they're heavily going to look to play through the top side of the map, but Gen.G clearly prepared. They immediately lock in the Lilia. They also have the Volibear to answer into the Renekton, a matchup that we've been seeing a hell of a lot, not only throughout the group stages, but also throughout the world. So a mixed damage profile, and of course, this set can still go into the mid lane, can still go into the support. You already mentioned that it is a big pick for Life, but Gen.G still have that flexibility depending on how TSM choose to round out their draft.
I love giving CoreJJ his Rakan. Get that in, Biofrost his Rakan. I don't know why I said CoreJJ. I love getting Biofrost his Rakan. Get that in early, get him something that he can get onto the back line with and have a little bit more teamfight pressure. The Alistair yesterday was kind of intended to do that, but he really wasn't able to be the meatball in team fights that you were expecting. So instead here, it's more about him dashing in and out of the fight.
Yeah, I think that it is also a very big comfort pick for Biofrost, and I think that after yesterday's game, after the rough early level ones, I think that TSM's game plan here is to give him a little bit more comfort. So Biofrost going to be locking that one in. Meanwhile, TSM continuing to pinch the mid lane pool. Going to take away the Zoe as well, away from BDD. And then just looking to try and get Bjergsen the best possible matchup. Of course, he will get that counter pick later on to the game, so they can hold on for now. They're likely going to lock in their AD carry next. And oh, the Ashe actually taken off the board. I was kind of expecting an Ashe to come through from Doublelift, but it looks like that they want to deny that away from Ruler.
Well, they're going to get rid of that. I wonder if that means Doublelift will go towards something like the Senna. It doesn't team up too well with the Rakan.
Not a fan.
It's just one of the picks that he played quite a lot over the course of playoffs. The Twitch removed, of course. We saw Team Liquid start to bring that out in the play-in stage, the Twitch Rakan combo. And with the Syndra taken away, there's still Zilean available for TSM if they want it. Like, Bjergsen Zilean is such a strong pick for him. I'd be surprised if they decide not to pick it up.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. I think that Zilean doesn't make a huge amount of sense in the context of the... Wow, Karma going to come through from Gen.G as well. So this does suggest that that is likely going to be the Ezreal Karma bot lane, but we do know that BDD does play the Karma in the mid, so there's still flexibility here for Gen.G, keeping their options still open.
I'm wondering if it's set mid, volley into Renekton top, which is what we saw Rascal play
That's
yesterday.
what I expect. And then the Ezreal Karma bot lane is very much what I expect. I think it gives you a lot of pushing power as well. Okay.
I mean, it's Bjergsen Zilean. I understand it's not perfect in the composition, but it's Bjergsen Zilean. Like, this guy is just so well known for this champ. He has an incredible record on it historically. I would have been very shocked if they didn't pick it up.
Oh, I think I just need to think about this comp a little bit more, because it seems like it's trying to do a lot of different things for TSM. But we can explore it a little bit more once we actually get into the game. I think that the Gen.G comp is a lot more straightforward. They have a clear front line in the form of BDD and Rascal, very good at diving onto the back line. Both of their ultimates are literal jumps, right? So they act as like, they get in your face, they get very obnoxious. Meanwhile, you have the Karma to provide that additional bit of movement speed to help them close that gap. And then you have this long-range damage from the Ezreal, who can just be very self-sufficient, while Lily is dishing out all this AP damage alongside the tanks as well. So I feel like they have a pretty straightforward front-to-back comp. They can play team fights extremely well. I think they scale relatively well as well. And I think that they don't have to really force anything too hard in the early game. I don't expect a huge amount of aggression. I think that we should expect to see strong pushing bot side of the map from Gen.G. We get to see Ruler on his Ezreal, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. And I need a little bit more time to think about this TSM comp, because again, I think it kind of does a lot of different things, and clearly there's a lot of comfort here. We see like Senna for Doublelift, definitely one of his most played AD carries. We see the Rakan for Biofrost, definitely a comfort for him as well. And you also see the Zilean for Bjergsen. So like, in terms of comfort picks, champions they're familiar with, TSM have definitely got a draft that they know how to execute on.
23-7 in the LCS is Bjergsen's Zilean. He is synonymous with the champion. I like some of the stuff it does in this composition, gives the Rakan more ability to engage, protects someone, of course, with that incredible ultimate. And so we'll see if TSM are able to utilize their comfort and translate it into a win. They lost yesterday against Fnatic. Gen.G just kind of sneaked by LGD. It wasn't the most impressive showing, but now today they will be trying to show that they are fighting for the top spot in this group.
You know, thinking more about it, I actually think TSM really wanted the Twitch. And I think that Twitch ban was really huge from the side of Gen.G.
Because that makes sense.
Because if they had the Twitch, then all of a sudden this makes a lot more sense in terms of the composition. Especially when you have like Nidalee plus Zilean as well. So I guess they kind of defaulted back to the center after it was taken off the board. Of course, this is just speculation on my part. I cannot say for sure. But we have seen Twitch and Rakan rising in popularity, especially from teams like Team Liquid during the play-in stage. So yeah, that's my biggest concern right now for TSM's composition. It feels like that you have a Zilean that, while like he just doesn't have damage later on into the game, right? And Nidalee, I think that her ability to teamfight later on into the game is going to get harder as well. And Renekton, his value is going to fall off. Of course, against dive champions, I think that Renekton actually has a lot of value. But when it's against a set plus a Volibear, that's a lot that's coming into you that I don't think Renekton is going to have as much success with. So I'm just ultimately concerned about TSM's damage later on into the game. Like, where is it going to come from? Of course, Senna can be that when you get to a certain point in the game, but That's where my concerns come from. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they can find huge advantages up towards the top side of the map. This Nidalee Renekton combo is, of course, very terrifying. But already, level 1, Gen.G looking for an invade.
Pushing in, going to get bombed by Bjergsen, but no level 2, no rewind for Bjergsen means that their double bomb stun cannot connect, and Clid just runs straight through it. He's actually going to channel his recall here, and it looks like they've just gone in to see if they can gain some vision and then decided against going for anything more.
They will drop a ward on the blue buff, get some information on where Spica is starting. I think that Gen.G expect Spica to path towards top side of the map because, again, this Nidalee Renekton combo, very devastating, setting up the dives, looking for early ganks. Like, you kind of land that W from the Renekton, the spear comes through, like there's so much damage and power that can come off the back of it as well, and typically Renekton can generate so much pressure in the top lane as well. You can then move down into the top side enemy jungle and work with the Nidalee to try and invade, steal away some of those camps, and look to play as aggressive as possible. Of course, on your screen, you can see the runes coming out from Bjergsen's Zilean. Very famous, known worldwide, as you already mentioned. A very impressive win-loss record on it. And going for the Glacial Augment, providing that additional utility to make it that much easier to land those double bombs to set up his team for good fights.
And that is something that TSM have in spades. You've got the Glacial Augment coming out from Doublelift, you've got Bjergsen with it as well, you've got the speed up from Bjergsen and from Spica. It becomes a little bit more difficult for Gen.G, if they are on the back foot after a fight, to disengage. However, Gen.G's engage, as you've already said, Vedius, incredibly strong, and Rascal is currently showing Broken Blade just how strong the Volibear can be in the 1v1. He played this matchup yesterday and had a whale of a time versus Langsheng.
So I personally think that Rascal is a pretty aggressive top lane player. Having watched him in the playoffs, he's someone that really likes to get in your face, and when he has a winning matchup, he will try to take advantage of it. In many ways, it actually reminds me of how Bwipo approaches the game. And yesterday, we saw a lot of crazy skirmishes between Broken Blade and Bwipo, both getting the edge in different situations, and I think we can expect to see the same thing from Rascal up against Broken Blade as well. He's not going to hesitate to go for that all-in, go for those trades, but so far in this laning phase, kind of things going as we expected. Rascal going to have that early push on the Volibear. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Life and Ruler, when you're running with the double-ranged comp of the Karma and the Ezreal, there's going to be a lot of harassment, but here's Spica, level 3, looking for the gank.
Aggression can cost you as Spica comes up towards the top lane. Rascal trying to trade onto Broken Blade, but Broken Blade almost wins the 1v1, has to flash away. Spica now jumps forward and swipes away the bear. First blood TSM.
This is very much what we expected, though. A full topside clear from Spica into the level 3 gank, going to get the Renekton ahead. Of course, it does cost Broken Blade his flash, but the wave is in a really good spot for him, so he's going to be able to TP back in, and they can look for a return gank in the near future.
Rascal does still manage to hold on to his flash in the top lane there. So Broken Blade, no summoners as he TPs back to the lane, but does have a Doran's Blade and a pot to only the Doran's Ring from Rascal. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we see Life and Ruler pushing in. Ruler actually running the Cull cut down combo, which is one we've seen a few AD carries do, because you don't get the extra health from the Doran's Blade. You can run cut down and get that little bit more damage against your lane opponent.
BD posturing very far forward in the lane. Bjergsen applying the bombs, being obnoxious with his Glacial Augment. BDD going to be forced back underneath his tower. But while all this was happening, Clid did steal away the blue buff. We did see that on our screens, just utilizing the fact that he has pressure in the bot side of the map, along with the mid lane. Zilean really doesn't generate a lot of lane pressure in the 1v1 into any matchups, and that's why we see BDD being so aggressive. And if you have a look at the CS discrepancy, there is a huge CS difference in the mid lane between BDD and Bjergsen. So BDD playing this matchup very well, knowing the limits of the champion and trying to take advantage of this Zilean in the early game.
And I want to come back to that blue buff steal, because something we did see yesterday in the Fnatic TSM game was Selfmade was actually really good at getting into Spica's jungle and trying to deny some buffs from him. In fact, Fnatic in that game took 13 buffs to TSM's 8 buffs across the course of the game. So we should keep our eyes on Spica and keep our eyes on Clid to see how many camps Spica is losing, because that translates to an XP differential as the game goes on.
It's one of the things that you'll see at a lot of World Championship teams and how they utilize their pressure. And yesterday, I think TSM really struggled, not only because of the invisible pressure that Selfmade was generating, but how they would constantly move around the map and look to invade the enemy jungle, knowing that they had numbers advantage. And we're seeing it right here from Clid already in the early game. They have the push in bot, they have the push in mid. Spica recognizes that this part of the jungle doesn't belong to him anymore, and so he has to try and steal enemy camps on the enemy top side. So Beautifully done from Clid to try and build this advantage up, and you can already see a huge CS discrepancy starting to build between the two junglers. And I just wanted to give props to Doublelift because while top is falling behind in far, I think he's actually got a bit of a freeze up. So I think it's not too bad that he's behind, but mid is very far behind, jungle's very far behind. Even in a losing 2v2 matchup in lane, Doublelift actually coming out ahead in the CS department.
Should be able to pick up that tier, get towards the Manamune relatively soon. Ruda's gone back and got himself a tier alongside another Sapphire Crystal. So just stacking up all the mana that he can on the Ezreal early doors. Knows that he really doesn't have too much kill threat on the Senna and Rakan in the lane, so doesn't need to get that Manamune ASAP.
You can see that from Gen.G's perspective, they're looking at the tier for Ezreal, they've got the early mercs for BDD, and it's very much just a matter of taking their time. They don't have to rush anything. If they're just constantly getting these XP and farm advantages, then they're happy, right? And they're going to keep this thing, they're going to keep the game going in this state for as long as they can so they can ramp up and then look to play around these neutrals like the Drake, as Gen.G actually sending it for a dive in the top lane.
Broken Blade the target, no flash, no TP. Lilting Lullaby not available yet for Clid, still only level 5, and so Broken Blade with the Dominus should just be able to force them away. Clid looks towards the Krugs and is like, well, these aren't quite as good as a kill, but instead I could take them, as Rascal is going to actually keep this wave away from the turret. Now, Speaker is on his way up, Vedius. This could be a little bit dangerous for Gen.G. TSM trying to collapse. Bjergsen has the 6 and has the TP. Could get in with the chrono shift if the dive goes too wrong.
But look at the minimap right now, Medi. You can see that mid is still pushing in. BDD gets to roam up first, and while Bjergsen does have the TP, there's a huge health differential. Clid gets to steal away the Krugs. He's going to steal away the red buff, and it's kind of a similar pattern to what we saw yesterday, where it's just a matter of utilizing that early game pressure to steal away camps. And remember, the meta right now is very jungle focused. Teams that play and funnel resources into their junglers often find the most success. That's why a lot of players like Kasa, players like Kanavi, players like Canyon were all very hyped up coming into this tournament because of how teams are capable of playing through them. And we're seeing now here from Gen.G how you can utilize that pressure in order to funnel even more resources. And the best way to do that is to deny the enemy jungler as many camps as possible. And like, look at that CS differential between the two junglers right now. Clid is already level 6, Speaker's still level 5. And even though no kills are happening in the early game, Speaker is really feeling this disadvantage. And the thing is, it's not even his fault. There's nothing he can do about it. He doesn't have that pressure in the lanes. He has a Zillion in mid and a Renekton up top that's just getting bullied.
He's looking down towards the bottom lane right now. Spear doesn't land as Ruler flashes away from it. Speaker trying to do what he can on the map. One of the youngest players at Worlds. The last embrace connects, and Ruler has been caught out here. Speaker dives forward, his second kill of the game. Life forced away, TSM finding picks where they can.
All right, I love this play from Doublelift, really stepping up here in the 2 versus 2, doing very well in the farm department, and is like, I'm going for this. Flashes in, lands the root, no Ruler doesn't have any escapes left, makes it even easy for Speaker to get the follow-up, and TSM advance their kill advantage to 2-0.
Even though Speaker has fallen behind in this early game, his Nidalee is still to be feared. 4-1 throughout the LCS, drew 15 bans on the champion, and he is 2 kills to the good this game so far. It's actually the first time since the Odd One we have seen a homegrown NA player as the jungler for TSM. Came up through their Academy League, and in his first Worlds appearance, well, first Worlds Groups appearance, he's doing a pretty strong job, but he's being caught out just a little bit here. Lilting Lullaby coming in, Biofrost looking for the charm. There's the Dawning Shadow as well, Showstopper. Gonna bring Speaker back, but he's got the Chrono Shift on, and he's gonna come straight back to life. And now Clid is caught out of position as Broken Blade closes in the True Shot Barrage, rattles through, Bjergsen goes low, but now BDD is the secondary target. Life coming in to help out. Rascal can dive bomb in the storm, bring up, but Biofrost dancing around Broken Blade as much as he can. The Facebreaker is gonna pull them back. Biofrost has to use the grand entrance to have a grand exit. And TSM were able to find 1 kill in the fight.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. What initially looked like a great opportunity for TSM actually only ends up evening out. And this was a situation where Gen.G thought they had the prio in mid, had the prio on top, and this was a safe invade for them to do. They were not expecting Biofrost to already be here on the Rakan, so he comes in to help assist Speaker. The Senna ultimate comes in as well, and then the Bjergsen ultimate too stops that execute from coming through. This forces Clid to disengage, and this is where Broken Blade sees his opportunity. Now Life does join the fray, locks up Broken Blade, and they think at this point we can keep going, but Bjergsen has no health, he has no mana. Speaker's not in a position to continue the fight either, and Broken Blade quickly realizes, oh, I'm not in a 3 versus 4, I'm in a 1 versus 3, and is forced to disengage while loses life.
He disengaged all the way back to the fountain. It's the ultimate disengage. BDD is going to get his second turret plate in the mid lane. Gen.G at 10 minutes with about 1,000 gold lead, but some strong showing a couple of times here from TSM. As we said, Speaker 2-0-1. Biofrost as well, having a much better performance than we saw against Fnatic in the early game. He really struggled in that matchup, but here he's been able to be in the right place at the right time as Doublelift is the target. Clid coming in as well. Doublelift uses the Curse of the Black Isles just to get underneath his turret and will just about escape.
Well played there from Ruler, and he's going to get all this money from the tower plates as well. Doublelift forced to go back to base after not taking an optimal trade, and Gen.G going to continue to accelerate the gold lead. Even though they're at a kill deficit, even though Speaker is getting these kills, like, you just got to look at the experience difference between the two. Like, Speaker level 7, Clid level 8, the number of plates that are going into the back pocket of Gen.G. You can see that Volibear's been able to get one in the top lane. BDD, I think, is at 2 or even 3 in the mid lane. Ruler's got himself 3 to 4 in the bot lane. Like, Gen.G are just playing the map very well right now, and they're utilizing their pressure so exceptionally well. And like, this is how you optimize Lilia. You use her strong clear speed and pressure in the lanes to allow her to invade and steal away camps.
And right now it is working out so well for Gen.G. Rascal goes back to the top lane with a 20 CS lead over Broken Blade. Broken Blade, of course, picked up a kill, but Rascal has that hodgepodge of items that we often see on the Volibear. As Speaker comes up towards him, Rascal with the stun on Broken Blade will just be able to get underneath his tower. Speaker unable to dive in there.
So Speaker trying to make a play up towards the top side of the map, really the only opportunity for him. Rascal's still sticking around, though. I feel like that this is a very dangerous thing to do, but he does know that Clid is in the back. I don't know what word I was looking for there, but he's behind him. Clid is there. Peeking out the window like, I've got you, Rascal, I'm here, I'm looking.
Rascal also has the Stormbringer for that little burst of health as he uses the ultimate, so perhaps he was trying to bait TSM into a disadvantageous fight, but Speaker's actually stayed up here, and now the TP comes in from Bjergsen, and Rascal's going to have to try and run, gets down on all 4s, and jogs his way away.
But, so the problem with this is now you concede so much in the mid lane. Like, that TP investment gets you absolutely nothing, and actually I feel like Gen.G, yeah, here we go. I felt like they could have gone harder on this, and they're going for the dive.
As well, see, doesn't quite connect. Biofrost trying to get away, has to use the flash to get away from the chains of a life. Another plate goes down, and now Rascal TP's down towards the bottom lane. Doublelift immediately sounds the alarms and retreats. This will be the first tower of the game in the bottom lane.
And this is the cross-map play from Gen.G. They realize that TSM invests 3 members top, so what do? Trade TPs, invest members towards the bot side because they got that mid prio. They could push people into the mid lane, then move through TSM's bot side jungle and pressure onto that bot tier 1, securing themselves the first tower of the game. So Gen.G right now just kind of playing the map and kind of punishing TSM for the moves that they're trying to make.
In terms of CS, we have an advantage for BDD in the mid lane. He's getting himself up. He's got a giant spell to Barmy Cinder and a no magic mantle. Often we see the Barmy Cinder into Deadman's Plate come out on set mid lane just for that gap closing ability of the extra movement speed. My expectation is that's where BDD will go, but with that little no magic mantle resting in his inventory as a possibility, he decides to get a little bit more magic resist to deal with Bjergsen.
So it's quite interesting when you look at the goal difference between Clid and Speaker, it's only about 200, 300, but when the enemy jungler is 2-0 up and you have a kill's worth of gold advantage, you can see how valuable this farm is and how much damage Clid has been able to do in terms of his counter jungle presence and constantly stealing these camps away from Speaker. They're going to look to do the same thing again here as they push in the mid lane. They're looking to gain control over the topside river so they can look to secure themselves potentially the next Rift Herald. Now Rascal has found Broken Blade.
BDD is on his way down and has the Ghost could pop it if he thinks Broken Blade overextends. There's the Dominus, a slice and dice is going in, and now Rascal running up the river to the help of BDD. The showstopper available here for BDD, and Broken Blade, we have seen him outplay a 2v1 before, and the rest of his team is on the way to try and help out. The showstopper brings it back underneath the tower. The chrono shift just in time. Broken Blade survives. Rascal has to flash away, and that bomb is ticking on his head. Doesn't quite take him, but the Dawning Shadow from downtown. Doublelift gets his first of the game, and Speaker is looking for a little bit more as he lands the spear, looking for the pounce to dive in onto BDD, but will not go for it. Ruler, though, flashing in the top lane, jumping in, sorry, with the Arcane Shift to try and catch out Doublelift. Biofrost now dives back onto life. Doublelift doesn't really want any more of this fight. Knows he doesn't have the ult, and knows that Ruler and Life are just that little bit stronger right now.
Oh, really clutch stuff coming out from TSM to keep Broken Blade alive. In the 1v1 with the Blade of the Ruin King already completed, Rascal greatly overestimated his ability to win it, and he needed BDD's help. And I thought that when BDD ulted him back underneath the tower, that was it. But Flash comes in from Bjergsen just barely enough to get in range of the ultimate to keep him alive. And they're able to get themselves the bot tower. So they end up trading, but then with the Rift Herald on top of that, Gen.G extend the advantage even further. So they're now 3 towers to 1. They still have a 2k gold lead, and while they're behind in kills, the gold is still heavily in the favor of Gen.G.
2,200, 2,100 gold lead right now. We'll have another look at this Axe replay. The Stormbringer comes out, and as you say, I think Broken Blade's dead, but the Colder Meek into Flash from Bjergsen is just enough.
And I love the fact that TSM commits to the dive here as well. Good ultimate from Doublelift to get into a position where he can land that execute. And then Speaker's like, okay, I've got to zone him away. I don't want him defending this tower. And they're able to make that trade happen. So good stuff from TSM, able to answer back. Now the trade spawns in about 10 seconds. I don't think that TSM is strong enough to contest to this right now. I think that they're likely going to just concede it, especially with Renekton on the top lane, but he does have the TP. But I think that the smarter play here is to just disengage, not go for it, and instead look to fight for the third Drake when you have a couple more items under your belt.
See if you can get towards that Black Cleaver for Doublelift. Looks like there's going to be 2 actually on the side of TSM, with Broken Blade having a Phage in his inventory. There's some armor stacking on the side of Gen.G, so Black Cleavers can help out. And with the threat of dive from Gen.G, I don't mind Doublelift saying I need that little bit extra health to try and survive the initial burst that comes out from the LCK representatives.
I think that the Black Cleaver can also just offer a lot of value in terms of the stats that it provides. Already said the health, the bonus movement speed, the things that Phage give you, the cooldown reduction, extremely valuable as well. Of course, one of the big things I always look at this point in the game is the level differential. You can see that even though Bjergsen was put very far behind, level 12, of course, his passive gives him a lot of valuable experience because he can channel that into his teammates, help them get that level advantage, or sorry, that level up, and he also gets that XP as well. So even though he's been bullied very heavily, he is actually sitting ahead in terms of BDD, but Doublelift still a little bit behind. Senna
only just hit 20
I was going to say, only 20 souls at 17
I will clarify that, but that is very late.
Yeah, I think that was mainly just information in terms of the bonus stat.
We'll find out as Rascal gets caught in the bottom lane. We'll wait for production to get back to us, Vedius. Rascal trying to win this 2v1. It's going to be a 3v1 shortly as Broken Blade will join. Rascal, no flash, lands the stun on Biofrost, does have the Stormbringer. He's going to try and jump away to the safety of the tower. The Speaker will not dive the bear today.
So, looks like Rascal's able to escape the weak side police, but it means that Gen.G is going to look to create pressure on towards the top side of the map. They're going to continue to steal away these jungle camps, threaten onto these towers. Doublelift is just going to be forced to play wave clear duty for the time being. And it's just more and more being denied away from the TSM jungle.
And you can see it's been sort of a steady 2,500 to 3,000 gold lead for Gen.G over the little while. A couple of dips here and there, but they continue to keep it about that point. TSM have done a good job of not falling too much further behind, and I have just got clarification, Vedius. Doublelift now on 21 Absolution stacks. So only has the first upgrade from his passive. Does give you that little bit more range, but usually if you're thinking of like super scaling Senna, you want to get to about 80 or so to be in a really strong position.
Well, I mean, even 60 is fine, but I'm like, that is, yeah. Maybe I don't play Senna enough, maybe I'm wrong, but that feels like quite a late 20 stacks.
Does to me as well as the quickness comes in. Life here to help out Rascal, and Speaker dives in. Rascal already dead. The tanking from TSM is sublime. Biofrost able to walk out. The Loathing Lullaby will not be used as Ruler dives forward. Oh, Speaker so low, just about able to survive.
So TSM get themselves another kill. They've been doing a good job of finding a lot of picks. And this time, Gen.G isn't able to punish TSM for anything. They're just forced to catch this bot wave. And they will be able to close that gold gap just a little bit now. Only 1.3k. TSM still looking to scale up, ramp up in towards the later game.
So I've been thinking about it a little bit, Vedius. I play mostly support Senna, so my job is usually to harass and get fragments, right? However, into an Ezreal Karma lane,
well, I mean, yes.
I can see how it would be very difficult to get any stacks off.
Of course, but this also then brings more questions just around the purpose behind the Senna pick, right? Because he did also blind pick it. He had no information on what he was going up against. That's also why we saw the Ashe pick come through, the ban rather. Either way, I think Doublelift is still having a good game. You can see that CS discrepancy starting to fall even further behind, but that's because Ruler is getting so much more farm funneled into him. Now that we're reaching later into the game, Rascal's kind of like taking a back foot. You can see that he's actually 2 levels behind Broken Blade right now. But that's because all that gold and resource is being funneled into Ruler instead and cleared as well.
But we do now have a minute and a half on the next Dragon Valley. It's already 2 picked up for Gen.G. This would be sole point for Gen.G if they get it. It's only a mountain, so it's not the most impactful. It's not an ocean, not a cloud, but sorry, not an infernal, but it does still give you a huge amount more tankiness. And when you're playing with things like a Set and a Volley Bear, the setup around this Mountain Dragon could be very impactful.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think that both top laners have TP. I think that what Broken Blade could do here is push in this wave and already move down towards the bot side. Interestingly, we see that I think that there's enough time for Speaker to actually path up towards top side, get a little bit more information on what's going on in his jungle, but he needs to now start helping his team clear out some of these choke points. You can see that there's a control ward currently sitting on the blue buff, and this is going to be one of the obnoxious things that TSM have to get past. Because Gen.G have constant push in the mid lane, in the bot lane, TSM is kind of forced to group and move through their half of the jungle as a team, as a unit. And then they need to clear this out with the sweeper that Speaker does have, and then they can start moving into the enemy jungle. See, it's dangerous for Biofrost to walk by himself because there is a real risk of him getting caught off. But this time around, he's able to disengage, and still the river is still completely dark from the perspective of TSM.
Yeah, Biofrost tries to put a control ward in, but it's immediately going to get swept away. Broken Blade has moved himself into the mid lane. Does still have the TP if he needs to get to a fight with any urgency, but for the moment, Speaker is the one being forced away. BDG going in with the showstopper. TP comes in, and look at the last embrace. Look at the Dawning Shadow. Look at the damage from TSM. Life been cleared, immediately have to disengage as BDD now runs back to the rest of his team. There's a flank potential here for Rascal, but you're flanking all 5 members. All you're doing is catching yourself out. He has to run away. Gets down on all 4s and runs through the river. That was a great fight for TSM as BDD overstepped.
Now, what has been used? Well, a lot of ultimates are gone. Broken Blade ultimate's gone, BDD ultimate gone, but there's still Bjergsen ulti, and there's also still Klid's ulti. So both these teams are looking for a fight. Flash in from Broken Blade.
And you can see Ruler immediately has to flash away. He knows if he is stunned up, he is caught up.
But TSM are kind of being danced around from 2 different sides right now. They're afraid of the Rascal collapse, but they're also getting poked out by Ruler. Meanwhile, Klid has gone back to base. He's now back in the fray, and if he lands his ultimate, here it comes.
He's got the Looting Lullaby, and Doublelift is the target. They dive in on him. Broken Blade has to dance himself away, but now Doublelift is caught up in the midst of Gen.G, and he will get taken out. Gen.G get 1. Rascal still chasing Biofrost away, and this will be the 3rd dragon of the game for Gen.G.
What looked like a great initial team fight for TSM ends up falling apart because Gen.G just buys so much time. You could see that TSM wanted to commit to that fight in the bot lane. They were like, let's go, 4 versus 5, chase, chase, chase. But then they see Rascal behind them and they're like, oh, and then they have to suddenly turn around, and then they're kind of being split from 2 different directions, and they couldn't commit to a plan. They couldn't commit to a fight, and then this ends up happening. Klid's able to rejoin the fight. He gets the ultimate off, and then Gen.G is ready to recommit and re-engage.
It's also a major issue with the Chrono Shift is if you're using it while the enemy team dives on top of you to protect one of your carries, if you then can't re-engage without that carry, they're just going to be stuck in the middle of all of Gen.G as they come back to life. BDD here caught out just a little bit by Speaker, but he's got an adaptive helm and a dead man's plate, and he doesn't give a flying hoot about any of this. Bjergsen coming in with the TP as well. Does have the Chrono Shift back up. BDD's going to stop a Biofrost back. Bjergsen almost taken out, has to use the Chrono Shift on himself. And once again, look at this. Where a TSM, they can't get there in time. Bjergsen dive bombed in with the Stormbringer, and BDD punches him to death. The Zillion's down, Biofrost. And next on the menu is the Mystic shot. Finds its mark. Doublelift trying to dance around as much as he can, but it's a double for Ruler. And Gen.G have broken this game wide open.
TSM tried to force a play onto the top side of the map. BDT was the target that they went for, and it did not come through. Speak is going to be executed on the hands of Klid and his ultimate, and Gen.G will be able to lock down the Baron.
And Ruler flashes the Samsung Galaxy emote. Last time these 2 teams met was 2016 Worlds, where Samsung Galaxy and TSM went 1-1 in the group stage. Ruler, the only player left standing on this squad for Gen.G who was there then. And once again, he is taking it to G2 with fights like this.
So we're seeing the second half of this fight. And you'll notice that Bjergsen's ultimate gets popped extremely early. It was TSM that tried to instigate the engage, but it was such a good ultimate from BDD as well to use it onto the Rakan to actually catch him off guard, and then what looked like an engage from TSM actually ends up being an engage from Gen.G, which they can very quickly capitalize and punish.
And the gold graph has gone from a meandering mountain to a skyscraper as it dances all the way up to 6,200 gold lead here for Gen.G. There's a dragon on the menu, a soul for them in 2.5 minutes time. And in this Red Bull Baron power play, they have a lot of different options. They are looking at the moment to split BDD down towards the bottom lane. Rascal goes up top, and it's kind of a traditional 1-3-1 here, Venix.
Yeah, I think that with the Baron buff, they can kind of just do whatever they want. I think that no one can really deal with BDD in the bot lane. Notice that he is, I think, the highest level in the game right now outside of Bjergsen. He is extremely tanky, and no one's really going to be able to kill him. Bjergsen can hold him, but while he generates pressure bots, they can just play through mid and top. And like this forces also a lot of the wave clear from TSM to disappear because he's forced to sit in the bot lane. And that then makes it easier for Gen.G to actually set up these sieges, so they can now push in mid, move through the top side jungle, threaten the top tower, and slowly make their way closer and closer to TSM space.
Bjergsen trying to clear out the wave here. BDD just punching the tower for all he's worth. Biofrost looking for an engage. Ward comes out. Ruler able to dodge just to the side of the spear. Swell Seed goes wide, but Ruler actually stepping forward here. Trinity Force and the Mura Mana already stacking up. He's got a QSS and he's on his way to a Death's Dance next, I would assume. Chips away at the tower. Essence Flux doing a lot of work, of course, to these objectives. You can see it getting chunked out there. Rascal still in the top lane just by himself. BDD almost finished this tower, and Biofrost actually looking for a flank position here. This could be what TSM need. However, Clid, aware and awake to the danger, puts the sleep onto the Rakan. And watch out, Eep, Biofrost, as you have to dance across the wall to get yourself to safety. Meanwhile, the middle inhibitor tower goes down. Broken Blade on the menu for Ruler. He's on a killing spree now. 3-1-3 on this Ezreal. And the True Shot Barrage rattles across Biofrost. Flash forward, Mystic Shot. Doesn't quite connect, but that's an inhibitor down in the mid lane. And next up are these Nexus towers. TSM retreated to their base, and Gen.G are just taking everything they can in a heartbeat. Bjergsen trying to clear out the wave, hits the quickness from Biofrost, gets onto Ruler, but Ruler uses the QSS to get away, and Double Lift is dumped into the team. And now with the towers disabled, Ruler and co can just sweep them away. The Nexus, the target, Speaker forced back to the fountain, and Ruler's playing with his food now. Biofrost chased away by the Ezreal. Bjergsen and Speaker back on the base, and Ruler are going to go 2-0 up in their group.
Gen.G with a commanding performance from start to finish. They utilized the early pressure in their lanes extremely well, and while we did see TSM finding a number of picks, a number of kills, it never really translated into anything. Gen.G moved around the map extremely cleanly. They constantly stole away enemy jungle camps, and again, it's just a great example of how to utilize that pressure from your lanes. A great example of how to play around this Lilia and how devastating she actually can be. Overall, great performance from the Gen.G squad, and definitely a return to form, I would say, compared to what we saw after yesterday's game.
I agree with that. I think Gen.G had a good showing on the day. There were some signs of life in TSM as well. I think Biofrost had a much better performance today than he did yesterday. His Rakan, there were some really good moments where he found engages. Speaker as well, even though he fell behind, was still finding those picks, was still on the front foot. And that is always a good thing to see. But going 2-0 down in this group makes it a very difficult road now for TSM. They still got LGD, who really challenged Gen.G yesterday. And then, of course, they've still got the second round robin against Fnatic and Gen.G as well.
Yeah, so from TSM's perspective, they kind of want Fnatic to lose to LGD, and then they want to beat LGD, and then you suddenly have a very interesting group where everyone is kind of, with Gen.G kind of clearly at the top, and then everyone else kind of fighting for that second spot. But we'll have to wait and see, because of course our next game is going to be a big one.
Yeah, that is our final game of the day. It's just around the corner as Fnatic face off against the LPL's LGD. Before we go to the break, though, let's listen into Fnatic's comms versus TSM in our Sounds of the Game, presented by Bose.
Probably. Okay, he has to flash insta after. He has to flash insta. I'm ulting him. I hit him, Camille, go. Camille's in there. Camille's in there. She's gonna flash insta, okay? I got her. Give me flash. Pretty free, no? Yeah. Low, no Syndra, no flash, no. She has TP though. How do we do this? Me too. Send on the flash. I have ult. She's loud. Kill Syndra. Nice, guys! That's it. GG. Nice, guys. Sorry, guys. I was really stressed this game. It's fine. We got it in the bank. Yeah, we just need to win. We don't care how.
you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where we just saw Gen.G go 2-0 in Group C so far, and we're going to check out their Mercedes drive to victory, the fight before the 24-minute Baron up versus TSM. So let's take a look. Of course, you know, a hard one for TSM, and Barons, as always, seal the deal, but even more so now.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G had a bit of a farm gap going on in this game, especially in the jungle. Clips able to get out to a big early game lead. And the Zillion ult, it revives you, but unless you can stand your ground, you really can't help on out there. So with this advantage, Gen.G were able to make pretty quick work of them in this game.
Yamato, overall, what are your thoughts about how this game went?
Honestly, like, I thought the lane phase went well for TSM in the bottom side. I expected that Gen.G would be able to do more damage with the Karma Ezreal. But then Ruler just reminded of us why this Ezreal pick gets banned so often against him. He's an absolute monster. Yeah. 2 items, and then it felt like the game was just over, honestly.
It was weird, wasn't it? Because it was one of those where the gold lead was in Gen.G's favor and TSM was scrappy and picking up a few kills here and there, but it almost seemed inevitable from the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like with some of the early pressure coming out from that bottom lane, even though they weren't like smashing in the 2v2, pushing it in, it allowed Clid to very easily walk into the enemy jungle, take away a lot of camps when Spica went for that top gank. So while Spica was getting a lot of kills for his team, Clid just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger on this Lily, and it was really hard to deal with him.
That means that in this group right now, Gen.G is on 2-0, and TSM is on 0-2 because yesterday they fell to Fnatic, and that Fnatic is back on the docket now versus LGD. LGD also still winless rather in the group stage. Now, yesterday Fnatic, they kicked off their Worlds run with a nice game versus TSM, which came down to, if I had to summarize it, I guess, the power picks in the Evelynn and the Lucian, but also a good macro game.
Yeah, I thought that Fnatic, while the game it felt pretty close for a long time, their play specifically around rushing that Baron away from TSM without really realizing it. Later on, when TSM were focused on a big dragon coming up, Fnatic just ran straight down mid lane and were able to take the inhibitor. So understanding sort of the limits of how they could play the map was so huge for Fnatic, and it really looked like it caught TSM by surprise.
I think this is, something that we see kind of often watching the LEC. This is kind of the Fnatic specials, causing these chaos and dragging teams into the dark zone, because that is where they have all that experience. Felt like Hylissang and Selfmade definitely outshone, is that how you say it?
Yeah, I think so.
Outshone their counterparts in terms of controlling the map, and the Evelynn invisibility and Hylissang's ward placements were just magnificent.
Yeah, it was. He redeemed himself. He had that moment where he recalled and then canceled it for no reason at all twice and died, but we don't talk about that. That just sometimes happens.
He was looking for a flank, okay?
He was. Another thing you wanted to talk about specifically, Yamato, was the vision and the way vision also helped Fnatic set up a lot of these plays.
I think we saw many moments, simplified in a way where Selfmade was just catching out, of course, Spica in the jungle on his Nidalee that was buying armor in that case. And that was built over the fact that Hylissang placed many, many vision wards. And this was Fnatic in a different light, because the way we always framed Fnatic, it was like it's players that do well in lane, and then in team fights, they sometimes do well, but all in all, they look disoriented and not together. But in this first match, we saw very, very good team play, because a support can't just go into the enemy jungle and ward. I know Hylissang tries sometimes, but in this game, I think they controlled the vision super, super well, and that allowed Selfmade to really...
Yeah, and I do want to see if the team game and the vision game can continue for Fnatic when they don't have a pick like the Evelynn in the jungle, because I do think just having the nature of that champion is going to make it a lot riskier. The enemy team is going to be a lot more cautious when they actually go and try to put down some vision of their own, and expecting to see a pick like an Evelynn get banned away again today, we'll likely see Selfmade shift onto something new.
True, and Fnatic will try and replicate that vision score as well as the play today versus LGD. LGD suffered a tough loss to Gen.G. It was a very, very scrappy game overall, and I found it hard to take away kind of definitive statements about LGD, who definitely ramped up by the end of play-ins, but that was just a messy game.
Yeah, it just came down to a ton of team fights over and over again. It seems like we're going to get this a lot, at least in the group stage, where you've seen these types of games continue to play out this way. And one thing that I thought was really impressive was Longxing on his Renekton constantly trying to dive into the backline and take out Ruler, and it worked a couple times, but the later we got into that game, if Ruler ever had flash up, the team fight could never go their way, and I do think in that degree they got outscaled and were put at a disadvantage.
Specifically in this match, the man here on screen, Peanut, Yamato, you definitely want to zone in on his champion pool specifically.
I think we've had so many discussions about jungle in general. I think when it comes to Peanut, he's had success on these three champions, Graves, Nidalee, and Kindred. And Kindred is kind of strange because she doesn't fit in every scenario. What Gen.G did so well was when Graves and Nidalee were out, they banned the Graves, forced the Nidalee ban from the red side, which is natural. Then they just picked Ashe, Gragas, and Lucian. Well, Lucian first and then Gragas, Ashe. And that just put a position that Kindred is not good in. You don't want to pick Kindred into three ranged champions that you're going to get kited against. And still, LGD went for that, and that is one of the problems of going through play-ins and showing so much of your hand from the get-go before the group starts.
Indeed, we'll see what it comes down to in these jungle matchups. As you said, they've been so incredibly important in all of these games. Let's talk about team versus team stylistic expectations for this one. LGD is a team that if you go and look at kind of what we expect of LPL teams, they are not usually as scrappy in that early game, but they have ramped that up, and they are definitely willing to take your skirmish if you're going to bring it to them. So it can be a very hot and heavy game, I think we're going to see.
Yeah, I think you could see some mirrors there too, where Fnatic, I think a lot of the time they would like to play a little bit slower when they have these scaling junglers for Selfmade, but you know they're not going to necessarily play that way, and especially Hylissang moving around the map, it can be really big. So I think looking at Hylissang and Mark, if they're getting out of lane, if they're looking to roam, those two players are more pivotal to me if this is going to be a much bloodier game.
Final thoughts?
I think stylistically, LGD should look to get some early game leads, because I think if it reaches to the point 15-20 minutes, I think Fnatic will just be smarter and more decisive when it comes to the macro game.
All right, let's see what happens. Group C has been very competitive so far, and we'll see what happens when Fnatic and LGD face off in Game 6.
Longxing's diving forward into both ADs. He's got himself one. He's looking for another.
LGD destroyed Gen.G right there.
The one player to look out for in our group is Selfmade.
For the team that is showing out. That's it. He's dead. Fantastic from Selfmade.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I act if you don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. My Benz get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the grind, my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how.
And welcome back to Worlds 2020, Day 2 Groups, the final game of the day. And I'm Medic, this is Vedius, and it's LGD versus Fnatic.
Yes, and I'm hoping that we don't see another draft Nirvana, because I feel like that it's just been a very one-sided draft from Gen.G, very one-sided draft from Gen.G, and I'm hoping that LGD and Fnatic can give us a slightly more interesting draft, because I feel like that what we've been seeing a lot of is how top teams in the world utilize pressure in their lanes to be able to just shut down enemy jungles.
Yep.
And even if you're able to find picks and kills, it doesn't matter because you're just denied so much farm and experience. So we'll see how things shift. Already, we're seeing the Evelynn taken away from Selfmade, the Lucian taken away from Nemesis, and I think that this is expected considering where Fnatic have found so much success, both in the playoffs and yesterday against TSM.
Yeah, we'll see the Renekton removed here from the pool as well. Langxing's not going to get it. Shen taken away as well. It's a little bit surprising. Bwipo isn't the biggest Shen player in the world, but of course gives you some flexibility. You could see Hylissang taking that down into the support role, or we did see jungle Shen a little bit over in NA as well.
I definitely think that was much more focused towards top side of the map. I know that Shen, I think Shen is a very European thing, at least towards the top side of the map. We've been playing it a lot. And I think that with the Renekton ban away, they're like, nope, we don't want to afford to give that away. Of course, the Ornn is going to be left up and available. Camille is up though, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them lock in that Camille to give Bwipo a favorable matchup. Of course, they don't have to lock it in now if they don't want to. Instead, they can prioritize other things. As you can see, Bwipo's happy, smiling face on your screen right now as he hovers over his as he often does, the Kai'Sa in the champion select.
I do think the Nidalee is an option here for Selfmade. It's the power pick of the tournament so far, has done such an incredible job, and instead it's going to be Graves for Selfmade. It was his most played across the course of summer. Didn't have the best of performances on it though. I believe he was actually a 0% win rate in the LEC on the Graves. Which is obviously not the most indicative of what his Worlds performance could be like.
But I was going to say that one of the big question marks around Fnatic is how well do they play with the Nidalee, because it's not really something that they've showcased a lot of. They didn't play it once during the playoffs. It's not something that they usually go towards. And it does give that option over to Peanut. When you look at his champion pool, he does really like things like the Kindred. He also is a big fan of the Nidalee as well. Usually it's taken away from him, but he is instead going to stick to what he knows well. It is going to be the Kindred and the Echo coming in from Xie. So this is exciting. We're going to get to see another LPL Echo come out, and this time in the hands of Xie.
And it's in the same counter matchup. Echo into Syndra is a well-known matchup for the Echo. You can use the Chrono Break as soon as the Syndra uses her Unleashed Power and kind of just negate her ultimate for your ultimate.
Yes, you certainly can. Now, the big brain play here from Fnatic is putting the Syndra bot lane and putting another matchup in mid. I find that very unlikely, but it is a possibility as Thresh will get locked in for Hylissang. It is one of his most played champions. It is something that he is exceptionally comfortable on. Now it looks like that Fnatic are going to go for comfort for the time being. Not actually going to lock in the Camille. Of course, GP is still up and available. It is one of Bwipo's best champions, and I'm sure that if he gets the opportunity, he will lock that one in.
And as much as it's not likely that Syndra goes down to the bottom lane, like, Reckless on Syndra is something we've seen before. He's played it 2 times across the course of his career, is actually unkilled on the champion, so has an infinite KDA. And he also has played other mages. We saw him play Soraka, we saw him play Garen, who isn't really a mage, but these more eclectic bot lane picks. So although Reckless is known as an incredibly strong AD carry player, he has been willing to experiment when needed.
He certainly has. But we'll have to wait and see if that flexibility does come through. For now, LGD, they have a pretty solid and well-rounded comp in the sense that they have backline threat damage, they have good engage, they have decent scaling, given that they also have locked in the Kindred as well. Then I just have to round things out with their bot lane. And you can already see that Fnatic looking to pinch that role a little bit, will deny the Rakan away from Mark. Mark does often play a lot of Leona. I'm sure that Hylissang will be happy to play the Thresh into the Leona. Of course, that's already banned away, so he's not going to have that option available to him. A Bard is something that he's also gone towards, and we've been seeing a lot of Bard today, so perhaps. But there's the GP ban coming out from LGD, showcasing that respect, and does give the potential for the Camille over to Fnatic. Will be a very squishy comp, so I do wonder if that will be the option.
Reckless instead going back towards his Jhin. We saw him play it yesterday. It's a champion he is incredibly well known for.
But I am surprised, largely because I think that one of the things Jhin does struggle against is tanks, and the later the game goes, he's going to struggle to get through this on. And of course, they do have to pick something. They want to try and save the top lane pick for last, when I think they don't necessarily need to, but we'll have to wait and see what that pick actually ends up being, because now it's going to give LGD the opportunity to go for a pretty powerful bot lane matchup as they lock in the Misfortune. But of course, with the sport pool so pinched, perhaps they won't have as strong as a 2v2 as they would usually like.
One thing this does make me wonder about is something a little bit more surprising in the top lane, like a Jax, perhaps, who can get through those tanks and can be similar but scale up a bit better than a Camille would do in a side lane. So Nautilus is where Mark goes usually when he doesn't get the Leona. As you said earlier, the Bard was still an option, but the Nautilus gives you that little bit more engage. And now we'll see what Fnatic want to do in this top lane.
I think that LGD's comp is very well-rounded, and they're just going to actually go with the set. So, yeah, I have a couple question marks around Fnatic's draft, but we'll get to that in a second. For now, I want to focus in on LGD's comp because I think that it is very straightforward. You have a very solid front line. It's very easy to find engages with this comp. The one big thing that Xie is going to have to look for is flanks. I think the Echo just running forward in a front-to-back team fight is not great. He wants to try and come in at an angle. He wants to use his dash to be able to dive onto the back line immediately, draw a bunch of pressure, and then use his ultimate to get out to safety, or potentially dish out a bunch of damage depending on how long the team fight actually is. Meanwhile, you have the double AD carries to help provide consistent DPS while the front line provides that protection. So LGD's comp pretty well rounded, pretty easy to execute, very straightforward. They also have a couple of winning lane matchups. Meanwhile, Fnatic's composition, I think it's going to be a little bit harder for them to actually play the laning phase. I do think that they have priority in the top lane, but Syndra into Echo we already know can be a very challenging matchup, and it makes me wonder if we'll see a level 2 gank play, similar to what we saw from River and Tank earlier on in the day. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think the laning phase could be a little bit more difficult for the side of Fnatic, and if they do just get constantly pressured, then Kindred may have all this opportunity to just constantly invade and do what we've seen so much throughout the day.
And that's what Kindred really needs to be able to do, because your marks after the first couple are appearing in the enemy jungle. You need to be able to get in, get away some of those camps, and get yourself to that 4-mark threshold. That's when you really become a champion. You get all that extra range, you get all that extra damage as well, and you really, as a Kindred, you want to get those marks as soon as possible, because otherwise you can fall behind. It can be a lot more difficult for you to have an influence on the fights. Peanut, of course, knows that. He is a legacy Kindred player. Played it 14 times in summer, only lost 2 of those, I believe. Actually, might have been 3, might have lost 3 of them. I'm trying to do the percentage math in my head while I just look at the screen. It's quite difficult.
He's played a lot of Kindred. He's pretty good at Kindred. He often defaults to Kindred.
80% win rate. There we go.
He's very, very good, that's for sure. And we'll see how he does in this matchup against Fnatic. Of course, this is a very important game. But when we talk about the context of the group, remember that because TSM have now lost to both Fnatic and Gen.G, they are in a position where they definitely need LGD to lose here, as they are the only other team currently sitting at 0 wins. Meanwhile, Fnatic, if Fnatic can get a big win here, then they tie up with Gen.G, and then it adds a lot more weight into that matchup when those two will be going up against each other later on this week. So yeah, a lot of stakes already. Group stage is very important. Every game can have a lot of weight. And I think that from the perspective of Fnatic fans, if Fnatic get this win, even if they lose to Gen.G, they're like, doesn't matter, we have week 2 still ahead of us. Like, Fnatic have an incredible record in week 2. I think they've only ever lost 1 game in the history of their World Championship runs. In any case, we're still in week 1. LGD, they had a very close game yesterday versus Gen.G, and we'll see what they can do. I think they have a pretty solid draft. I think it's very straightforward, and I think it's pretty easy to execute, so we'll see how things play out as Fnatic go for the level 1.
Peanut's going to get spotted out. Selfmade just forces him away. GA coming in from the mid lane as well will just be able to cover for his jungler. Peanut will have to base, but with 30 seconds or so before the buffs come back up, he should be able to get back towards whichever of those blue or red that he wants to start off.
So we can see a couple of early wards dropped across the board for LGD. They've got 1 ward on their blue buff, 1 ward on the entrance to red, and 1 ward in this bot brush just outside of bot lane. So LGD kind of have the whole map covered to garner information on what Fnatic is up to, and they're going to realize, hey, Fnatic bot lane is trying to cheese us right now. We are not going to fall for that trap. They're clearly not pulling for their jungler, who, by the way, is running Ignite, as we have seen from Canyon earlier on in the day, and other Graves, of course, throughout this year.
Popularized in the LPL, I believe, originally, and now Selfmade has adopted it for his own. He'll start leashless on this blue buff, gives Hylissang and Reckless the opportunity to get into this lane and put a little bit of pressure down on Mark and Kramer, who are stepping forward. And from yesterday, watching Mark up against Gen.G, I can tell you at least one thing about this support. He is not scared of a fight, Vedius. When he sees his opportunity to go in, he definitely will.
Well, fortunately for him, Hylissang shares a common trait. So I imagine that both supports will be looking for plays, and notice that Reckless and Hylissang will have that early push. Meanwhile, Peanut will be spotted on this ward as it gets cleared out almost immediately. So from red to blue into... so he waits a little bit, because he doesn't want to give any information away, and because that last bit of vision does actually see where they're moving, he kind of fakes these pathing up towards top, and it now puts this mental game pressure onto Butper. Is like, oh, Kindred could be pathing up towards top side right now, gotta be careful, gonna have to invest the ward that I don't have. So look at him, walking into the river, just checking, seeing what's going on, and then going back to lane. He needs to get this shove out, and he also needs Selfmade to path up towards the top side of the map to help provide that additional cover, because the risk of a gank is very real, of course, from their perspective. Meanwhile, Peanut gonna do his walls, start pathing back towards bot side.
And the question for Peanut really is, where does that first mark spawn? Is it going to be on bot side Scuttle Crab or top side Scuttle Crab? Because if it's top side, he's probably not going to be able to get it. Selfmade currently is on the top side of the map doing his Razor Beaks. Bwippo has the push in the top lane. That top side Scuttle is Selfmade's all days of the week. The bottom side Scuttle, though, is definitely an option for Peanut. So if that mark is down there, he can get himself on the board and start stacking up towards that all-important point of 4 marks.
Certainly will be the case. Notice that I think Reckless and Hylissang actually...
Top side.
Oh, unlucky. Of course, the advantage is if he waits, I think the mark will actually spawn over onto the other one. So, but it looks like he's not going to do that. He's just going to secure that. Meanwhile, Selfmade looking for a dive in top lane. Longqing took a very bad trade, and now he's at risk of death. She does have the teleport, but the question is, will he use it? Oh, they're trying to TP away.
I mean, you take this every day of the week.
Yeah, you do. You definitely do. That is worth it for Bwipo for sure, because while he doesn't have a CS advantage, that is going to be a plate going into the back pocket of Bwipo. He can also look for a back right now if he wants to. Meanwhile, Longqing is going to lose so much farm. Medic, yes, he gets away with his life, but it's like the best case. Well, actually, I wonder if that was even the best case. Is it better to die and then TP back into lane so you don't lose the farm?
The risk of dying and TPing back is, what if you die again?
But it's highly unlikely because he's full health on, right? So, and the wave will have died out and thinned out by then, which he could largely clear as well. So
we can do some rough maths. One plate is 160 gold, one minion wave is, say, 100, 120, so that's about 280 gold acquired. And the experience is also in there. But in terms of flat gold, I would say the TP out is slightly better, but only by about 100 gold or so.
Yeah. Well, I guess Longqing, from his perspective, he's like, you know what? I always knew that this was going to be the weak side of the map. The worst thing I can do is die and funnel like a lot of gold into Bwipo, because he's probably going to get those plates if he dies anyway, right? Or at least one plate, which means that he's like, okay, fine. I'm an ultimate bot anyway. Later on to the game, it's all going to work out later. My value comes then. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, that's what really you have to keep your eyes on, because Kramer and Mark doing a great job in the 2 versus 2 for now. Meanwhile, Reckless and Hylissang staying relatively even, as we see a bit of bot lane trading. And I think Reckless and Hylissang may even try to set up a bit of a freeze here. No, they're just going to keep the push going. All right.
Yeah, pushes it back in. Selfmade was actually pinged out because there's a ward on his blue buff. So you could see that LGD knew where this jungler was. Didn't want to stay around the bot lane too long. Mark working his way towards the mid lane. Actually, once again going for these deep wards. And this is something that we are seeing supports do so much more and so well at the world stage, is going for these deeper wards, tracking the enemy jungler and really stopping that enemy jungler from being able to make too much of an impact on the map. You can see there's a control ward by the red buff of Fnatic. There's a control ward over by the wolves of Fnatic as well. And it just makes it so hard for this Graves to actually get anywhere on the map. And now Mark is down in the bottom lane, just autoing Hylissang. The double up's going to land as well. Hylissang's going to try and keep this wave outside of tower range, but it's going to be very hard to do with Mark and Kramer on the way.
Oh, I love this from LGD as well. Immediately garnering that information from the control ward that you were talking about, Medic, and being like, okay, we have the push in bot. Jin has gone back to base. He's spending his money. We can very quickly, with the mid pro that we have as well, scoop up the first Ocean Dragon. So nicely done. Oh, and look at that.
Perfect time.
Everything coming together for LGD. Beautifully played, but meanwhile, top side of the map, Longqing recognizes I'm weak side. He has to be very careful of a Mafia Graves looking to get a kill, but G actually pathing up towards the top side as well. I like this, using his prio to help cover and actually turn this potential dive around.
Bwipo going in with the showstopper. Longqing's going to get underneath the tower. Ignite is ticking down. Of course, Selfmade's taking that. Bwipo with the Haymaker tries to shield himself up and just about survives. GA still on the chase. Selfmade's going to try and keep him at bay. It was a well-executed tower dive from Fnatic.
Extremely well-executed. It does, of course, cost the flash from Bwipo, but they make it work, and this time around, they do get the kill. Bwipo still has his teleport, by the way. Longqing had to use it earlier. He's going to lose even more farm, even more experience, and like, I think that's one of the biggest things that we saw. They knew that dive was safe because Longqing was never going to hit 6 unless he was able to get all that farm that was stacking up. So they were able to make that play. Meanwhile, Fnatic's bot lane were able to push in. They do have a wave underneath the tower, which means that this will now look to bounce back. But also, Nemesis got a free reset here as Peanut may be looking for a play.
It's coming down towards the bottom lane. Mark with the oracles. Peanut now spotted out. Hylissang does still have the flash, so does Reckless. Hylissang decides not to flash early on. Deadly Flourish not going to connect onto Mark. Peanut puts some damage down. Hylissang trying to turn it around now as Kramer just wanders his way back to the minion wave. No summoners burnt, a little bit of HP exchanged.
All right, Bwipo doing what he often likes to do. When he has a lead, he really likes to try and keep the pressure up as much as possible. You'll notice that he's got an entire level on Longqing right now, so this matchup is extremely difficult. Wouldn't be surprised to see that early Blade of the Ruined King come through for him. And this time around, I think, like, what we've been seeing a lot today, Medic, is, like, 3 losing lanes. Like, I think we saw it from JDG, I think we saw it from Gen.G, whereas this time Fnatic kind of made a trade where they said, okay, we have a losing mid lane, we have a winning top side, But bot lane is actually very even. Based on their bans on the supports, they actually were able to get a reasonable bot side of the map. And what LGD haven't been able to do so far is use their mid prio to actually gain anything else off the back of it. Meanwhile, Fnatic are using their top prio to find a couple kills, actually put Longqing behind, and that's what's resulting in this early game gold lead. So the question is, how will this translate? Because G is going to become a big threat the longer the game goes on. Of course, Bwipo will be able to itemize some magic resistance to make it easier. He can probably hold G. Will they ever kill each other? Probably not. But it will get to a point where he should probably be able to manage this Echo. And then Nemesis can start grouping up with his team and then offering that more team fight value. So I think the early game has definitely gone in the favor of Fnatic for the time being. And both junglers just continuing to scale and ramp up.
Mark has spawned on the bottom side scuttle once again here. Selfmade goes in, is going to start up the Rift Herald. At the moment, Nemesis has the push in the mid lane.
And I want to note where the supports are right now, because again, if we have a quick look at the minimap, you'll notice that the Hylissang roam straight through from mid all the way down towards the objective. Meanwhile, the bot lane has to rotate up through the river. So Fnatic initially have numbers advantage, but LGD's bot lane is on its way.
Stun's going to land here onto Peanut. Nemesis does have the Unleashed power, doesn't have too much AP yet. Here's the call of the Forge God. Selfmade secures the Rift Herald. GA going in for Selfmade. Lantern gets him out. GA dodging to the side of the collateral damage will keep himself alive, but Fnatic were able to get in, get the objective, and get out.
Wow, that was some finesse there from Fnatic, because they were playing on a knife's edge. But think about how much Fnatic just gained off the back of that. They got themselves the Rift Herald. They didn't die to any fight. They didn't lose a single member. Lo and behold, Rekkles still sitting in the bot lane, losing absolutely nothing. He got 2 waves of farm. Kramer will not actually lose anything off the back of it, but Rekkles also got a lot of solo experience too. So really advantageous for him. And the fact that Fnatic didn't get punished there was a really great situation, because 4v5, that could have been a huge teamfight swing for LGD.
Definitely could have been, and I will note that Kramer was able to pick up a couple of plates before that fight began. So as he wandered up, he did have a little bit of extra gold in his back pocket on his next back. Expect to see him upgrading that BF sword into something a little bit more mighty. Peanut got his 2nd stack off this Scuttle Crab, so he's halfway towards the 4-stack mark that we always talk about.
All right, so it's cool to see that the game hasn't been decided within the first 10 minutes, because we've had 2 kind of like very one-sided games. But now it looks like Fnatic and LGD kind of going toe-to-toe. GA continuing to ramp up. Props to Nemesis in the 1 versus 1. I think that a lot of fans actually criticized him yesterday for his performance, but his early laning phase was very difficult, considering he lost his flash at level 1 versus Bjergsen, and then he lost half a wave as well. But in a matchup that is not favored for him, he's actually now ahead in CS. A large part of that was because Jie has been roaming around trying to assist his team, and he hasn't been able to get anything for it, whereas Nemesis is focused on farming in this 1 versus 1, and is actually at a CS advantage. So props to him in this matchup.
I will say as well, I quite like the Ionian Boots of Lucidity buy on him. It gives you that little bit extra cooldown reduction early on to spam out spells as he dodges away from the dredge line. Has to flash the wall to get away. Perhaps a little bit greedy in his pathing there down the river, but his ability to counter push the Echo with those extra dark spheres because of the cooldown reduction has definitely helped him gain some of that CS advantage.
Certainly has. Of course, as you mentioned, beautiful caster curse came in clutch right there as Nemesis forced the burn and splash. As you rightly said, his path was a little bit awkward as Mark was already in the river before Hylissang was. Now, Fnatic have their eyes set on the top side of the map, going to drop the Rift Herald and just funnel those resources even further into Bwipo's back pocket, and they've just accepted, okay, that's fine. We're going to concede another early Drake. Fnatic doesn't have a problem with that for the time being. Rekkles and Hylissang are going to have to play a little bit more defensive because they recognize that they don't have any control over the bot side of the map. But it's just been a trade of sides of the map for both these teams. LGD have been investing in these early Drakes. Meanwhile, Fnatic have been investing a lot into Bwipo, getting this early tower up towards top side. Now we have to see that come into fruition because he's going to be very prevalent. I don't know if you've ever met a Fed set.
A Fed set?
A Fed set.
I have been the Fed set.
Yes, but it is very difficult and obnoxious. You greatly underestimate how much he hurts, especially with the Blade of the Ruin King. And you just have to look at the gold right now on your screen. Selfmade has been farming up a Storm, actually significantly ahead of Peanut, largely because he's been benefiting off of some of those plates that he's been able to garner, and of course that 1 kill that he does have as well. So gold kind of where you expect it to be based on how Fnatic have drafted for themselves. And no major fights or no major swings either direction. Of course, Fnatic with the slight gold advantage. Doesn't really mean anything right now, because LGD's kind of power comes later on in the fights, right? I think that you can see when you look at some of the first items that have been completed, you're looking at these upcoming Drakes. LGD's like, well, we've already got 2. We want to play for these Drakes anyway. We want to 5v5 you. So when the next one spawns, Fnatic, if you're not prepared to fight us, well, good luck to you, because we're definitely going to look to 5v5.
Gia just going to force Bwipo away in that topside jungle. I will say, Vedius, with Bwipo with the Blade of the Ruin King, if there's anything I've learned from watching a copious amount of anime, it's if someone models himself only on punching, he's usually pretty strong. I look at people like Saitama, you know, all you need to do is punch to kill someone, you're usually pretty overpowered, and that is exactly what Set can be in this game, but needs to be able to...
I think he's freezing top lane as well. I think so.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a look at it at some point. For now, we are focused more on the fact that LGD are setting up Peanut down towards this bottom side. There's a Gromp with a stack available for him. It would be his 3rd mark of the game, but this control ward means that he cannot go any further.
Blue buff also going to be given over to Xie. The Infernal map is actually going to be quite interesting as well. Something that Ender often talks about is how things like the mountain map can actually change a lot. Ooh, hang on, ultimate here. Nemesis, no flash.
No flash. Peanut's going to pop the Lamb's Respite, and there is the kill. Shut down onto Nemesis. Purely through CS, he had acquired a bounty, and Peanut was very happy to take that.
Really good collapse there from LGD. They're able to catch Nemesis out of position, knowing that he does not have the flash. And that was just LongJing being in a situation where he could move and help the rest of his team. So even though Bwipo was setting up a huge wave up towards the top side of the map, they're actually not going to get a huge amount off the back of it. So nice play there from LGD. Will get themselves their first kill of the game, and then get themselves a little bit more gold into their back pockets.
It's one of those things where LGD are, as you say, slightly behind in gold, but the 2,000 gold right now really doesn't matter too much. LongJing has finished his Sunfire Cape now. Proto Belt is complete on Xie. Essence Reaver complete on Kramer, as the top laners have a little bit of a laugh with their emote selection.
So there is, of course, a bit of history between RNG and Fnatic, for those that are unfamiliar. LongJing, former RNG player. And yeah, so he's just kind of referencing like, hey, remember last time? Well, actually, Fnatic won the last time. But in any case, there's a lot of history between those two organizations, so a bit of a cool flash there coming out from LongJing.
And a lot of history between the two regions as well, especially over the last couple of World Championships. Like LPL and LEC have been 2 regions battling to see who is the supreme leader of the world, and at the moment, it's very much the LPL.
Yep, of course, LPL currently 1-1 on the day. Europe the same, with Rogue losing to DAMWON, and G2 getting that big win over Sunny. Meanwhile, JDG getting a massive win versus PSG, extremely dominating, but it seems that the LPL 4th seed and the European 2nd seed currently very close. But I say close, right now the map state feels quite close, but of course that is not represented in the gold. Fnatic very healthily in the lead. A lot of that coming off the back of the top lane and jungle differences.
And a lot of it comes down to this next fight as well. If we see Fnatic coming up towards this dragon fight, trying to make sure LGD can't get to Soul Point and just demolishing because of their extra gold, because of their extra items, that's when you really see this game explode for Fnatic.
Exactly that, Medic, and I'm glad you set it up, because you'll notice 50 seconds until the Drake. We expect to see Bwipo go back to base. Look at the inventories. Control ward, control ward, control ward, control ward. Come on, Bwipo, lock it in. Give me that control ward. Give me number 5. He's not going to do it. He will grab the sweeper, though. Yep. So 3 sweepers. They've also got the Rift Herald. Fnatic is clearly saying, we're ready to fight for this objective. They're fighting for mid priority right now. Selfmade goes in.
Dives in onto Mark, who's just going to use the dredge line to get himself to safety. Wolf goes down as Peanut forces Hillisang and Selfmade away. But this is what Fnatic wanted to do. All they're looking for is control of the river. That's all they really want out of this. And now with Bwipo joining up with the team, LongJing would have to TP into this fight. He's currently going back to base. We'll look to get those home guards in.
But look at these deep flank wards that LGD have set up right behind Fnatic's layer. This means that there are opportunities for LongJing and GA to get in. But wait, GA's just going to TP into the mid lane.
Into mid lane.
Wait, no! All right, but wait, maybe those wards are actually just blue wards. Maybe I'm wrong.
They could be fast-side alteration.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, maybe that's what they are, and they actually weren't TP wards, so I could be incorrect there. But I thought that was a great opportunity for them to flank. Either way, both teams setting up right now. Bot wave is pushing in favor of Fnatic. I think the Fnatic should drop this Rift Herald in mid to create that extra point of pressure right now, because, oh, they're actually just going to start this one off. Here we go, man.
Infernal Dragon has been started. Bwipo on the front line. Mark's going to hook him up. Here comes the Curtain Call. Bwipo with the Haymaker. Showstopper onto the back, trying to catch out Mark. Bwipo is almost down as he falls. Peanut gets the kill. The Infernal Dragon does go over to Selfmade. Here's the call to the Force Grudge though, as Zia uses the Chrono Bait to get back, and there's another hook, and there's another kill. Selfmade goes down. Fnatic get the Dragon, but they get swept away in the river.
Yeah, beautiful punish there from LGD. They recognize that Bwipo is out of position, and they can get a collapse. The chain CC was flawless, and they're able to get themselves 2 kills. Of course, Selfmade with no flash, recognizing that he's the last one in the pit, makes it very easy for them, and now they're going to steal away some jungle camps. The Raptors are going to go, the Gromp is going to go, that's another mark for the Kindred. They may even be able to steal away the blue buff, but they might not want to overstay their welcome. So here, we're going to get a look back at Bwipo getting caught out. He thinks he has the lantern for safety, but knock up into collapse. You also have so many control wards on top of the lantern. Bwipo thinks that he can get that kill onto Kramer, but not quite enough. The heal comes through from him. And then Selfmade, of course, the ultimate lands on, and he does not have any flash. So, really good collapse there from LGD. They're immediately going to close the gold gap. And you can see now, 31k to 31k. And this is what we were talking about, though. LGD don't care about the early deficit that they found themselves in. They knew that a lot of their draft advantages were going to come when these 5v5s started to take place. And I thought that they wouldn't be able to play front to back, but to be fair, they're able to find that quick pick, and they're able to convert it into something big. So now the game has suddenly equalized, and we have an interesting game on our hands. Medic Selfmade still with that Herald. We'll see what he does with it.
Looks like he's going to path his way towards the mid lane, but once again, we see that just this vision from LGD just poking its eyes into the Fnatic jungle. They know that Selfmade was there. They know he was at his Razor Beaks. Even the control ward wasn't able to spot out the ward that LGD had put down. Rift Herald will go down in the mid lane, and Fnatic immediately just abandon it. They're like, hey mate, get a charge in please, Shelly. And it will only get in the one. So the tower still stands in the mid lane, whereas LGD have already raised the mid lane tower of Fnatic to the ground.
Yeah, and right now, it's just going to be a lot of trying to steal away jungle camps, fighting for vision, controlling over waves. You can see that Bwipo is going to push in another top lane wave, and then he's likely going to look to reset because Fnatic are going to start transitioning their pressure elsewhere. That tier 1 tower in the bot lane is still up, along with the tier 1 in the mid, which means that LGD is in a slightly more favorable power position. But you would imagine that those are the objectives that Fnatic are looking to secure. But you'll notice that Nemesis does not have the support from his team, so he can't overextend on the bot side of the map. He doesn't quite know where the Echo is either, which means that he's going to be forced to disengage. And LGD just kind of sitting comfortably right now, waiting for the next dragon to spawn.
Yeah, only 400 gold the difference between the teams. LGD in a very strong spot, known for their team fighting in the LPL. Let's Hylissang pokes his head into the LGD jungle. They're doing
this.
Okie doke. Fnatic, they did it yesterday against TSM. This one will go down quickly. Set can punch it incredibly rapidly, but it's already down to 7,000 HP. Now Lungshing stepping forward. Selfmade's going to dive out of the back of the pit or even take the lantern. And that felt like Fnatic just being like, hey guys, you ordered this? You're gonna check? Just in case. Just in case LGD didn't
It's
go.
one of those things where there's... Oh, hang on, Longshing. Good sidestep.
Bwipo's looking for him here, though. The curtain call comes down, and Longshing is not the target you really want to be hitting with those consecutive shots.
No, but he will be able to walk away from that. Didn't have the flash, but didn't really need it anyway. In any case, the point of that Baron was to say, hey, we have just cleared out all of the Baron vision. We're going to check how aware you are of the potential Baron take. They don't really lose anything for starting that Baron because there's no objectives to play for. And if it works out, then they end up getting a Baron. So it's very much just a quick test to be like, can you stop us from doing a Baron? Oh, okay, you can. Okay, fair enough. Okay, we respect that, and we will back away and disengage.
Sometimes you just got to brain check your opponents. Like, your brain's awake right now? You alive?
Exactly.
You understand what we could do? And LGD very aware of the danger, probably having watched Fnatic do almost exactly the same thing to TSM yesterday. And now we'll see exactly where we are in terms of items, Vedi. So only 300 gold between the two teams. Lichbane now complete on Jie alongside the Proto Belt. And Infinity Edge Essence Reaver here for Kramer.
Looks like a Void Staff also going to come out from Nemesis very early on. Wants a little bit more magic penetration alongside the Luden's Echo, but we're kind of hitting 2 items for everyone. And, you know, LGD only getting stronger. The fact that Kramer has those 2 items is going to be deadly. And notice that Kramer level 13 right now to the level 11 of Reckless. So that is a very strong Misfortune that's had a lot of resources funneled into her. And is going to be very scary as we approach these upcoming team fights. And you know, we've been talking about it a lot. Even though Fnatic have been able to find some early game gold leads, early game advantages, at the end of the day, LGD only care about the 5v5. They're grouping up for it now. They have the bot wave push in. Here lands the hook.
Selfmade's going to get hooked. There is Mark so low. Almost goes down. Gets the gargoyles off just in time. Now Selfmade has fallen as well. Bwipo going to do what he can with the showstopper to pull Langxing forward. There's the base breaker as well into the scatter of the week, but the Lamb's Respite just in time for Peanut. Bullet time comes out from Kramer as they try and open up. Hylissang dived on by Jie, and now it's only Nemesis and Reckless left alive in a 2v3. Langxing's just going to back away. The Dragon is up in a second's time, and LGD will turn their eyes towards the Inferno.
Wow, crazy team fight that ends up going in the favor of LGD once again. That ultimate from Peanut was so clutch, mitigating so much of the burst damage that came out from Nemesis and Bwipo. If he had not done that, that fight could have gone very easily in the favor of Fnatic. So huge props to him, because this is also going to guarantee them their third Drake of the game. LGD now finally sitting at that gold lead where they have been behind pretty much the entire game.
Have another look at this, because remember, Selfmade does not have Flash.
So in this Axe replay, you'll notice that, as you rightly said, no Flash sitting on top of the Graves does end up getting punished for it. Bwipo, though, on the backline, looks like they're going to execute him, but then the ultimate comes through from Nemesis as well. If he'd used that on someone like Longjing or Jie, I think that it could have been so much better, but he was not expecting that ulti to come through from Peanut, and that's really what shifted the fight. So huge props to Peanut for being able to keep him alive. But then, you know, Bwipo's going to have to be mindful of how he uses that ultimate in the future and, like, thinking more about it. That's probably why he picked the set. Knowing that the Kindred was on the other team, you have that ability to drag people out of the Kindred ultimate to try and find that execute. And I think he's going to have to hold on to it a little bit longer in future fights.
It's the same reason you see picks like the Gragas or the Lee Sin into the Kindred. You want to disrupt the ability for Kindred to get her ult off effectively. But as you say, LGD are about 1,000 gold in the lead here, Verius, and only getting stronger as the minutes go off. Langxing, already level 14, has those ornaments, has those upgrades available. And we'll start to see them come out on items like the Infinity Edge that is sitting in Kramer's inventory. Fnatic trying to get control over the Baron once again. 3.5 minutes before the next Dragon means that this is really the key point of contest for both these teams.
Certainly is. Looking at some of the summoners that are available, pretty much everyone is good except for Nemesis and Hylissang. No flashes on them, which means that LGD actually probably going to be feeling even more confident in the upcoming fight. The fact that Kramer will be able to flash away from anyone trying to dive on top of him is definitely a good position for LGD to be in.
And what I love about this game, Betty, is that firstly, it's close, which makes it exciting, right? Yeah. And secondly, if LGD end up winning this, think about how much closer the bottom of this group is. Gen.G, probably the favorites to win the group, right? 2-0, but then you have Fnatic at 1-1, LGD at 1-1, and TSM only just a win behind them then. It makes this so much more exciting in the battle for second place in a group that a lot of people were saying could go anyone's way, right? If anyone has a good day, any one of the teams in this group could take the win.
Certainly is the case. And LGD showcasing that even though they had a rough play-ins, they can still go toe-to-toe with some of the world's best. Now, kind of bringing us back into the game, you'll notice that there aren't really any objectives to play for outside of the Baron. Neither team really wants to commit to that right now. If either team was to commit to it, it would be LGD to try and force that 5v5 that they're looking for, but there are a lot of risks associated with that. Meanwhile, Jie is continuing to sit in a side lane, currently level 16. Notice that Kramer also level 14, and the level advantages that LGD currently have are huge in these upcoming fights. Reckless slowly starting to close the gap, hitting that 13 mark, but still a little bit behind in the items. Hasn't completed his third item yet, while Peanut's looking to try and steal away some camps.
Or just hit the blast.
Also just hit the blast.
Yeah. Of course, may not have known that the Gromp was down, so wasn't able to steal anything away right there. I have been being updated on the mark situation. Last update I got, it was 3 marks on Kindred. I believe he's picked up 1 more since then, but I will check in just a moment's time as we see once again both the teams just setting up in this mid lane. It is still 3, actually, Verius. So yet to see Peanut really unleash the full power of this Kindred, but he's been doing a very good job considering he hasn't been able to get to that 4 mark point.
Well, comfort pick for him, that's for sure. Bwipo going to spot people out. And this is where we see the Dragon Dance start once again. So Jie can just sit top lane, and he will continue to push. Actually just going to reset for the time being. Meanwhile, Fnatic actually investing towards the top side. They may look to try and do a trade. Baron for the Dragon Soul. Of course, very risky, because the amount of damage that the Dragon Soul gives is extremely potent. There's that 4th mark, though, that you were talking about for Peanut. And there it comes through on the graphics, so he's going to have slightly longer range. Pretty common, though, in pro play, I would say. But yeah, I think LGD's, though, still very favored. They're pushing in the bot wave. They still have a lot of vision in the river that Fnatic is now forced to clear out. I'm looking to see when Mark is going to reset. He still actually has plenty of wards in his inventory. Hylissang looking for the pick.
Isn't going to be able to find it just quite yet. There are 3 items now on Kramer. He's got the rapid fire cannon alongside the Infinity Edge upgraded by Ornn, the Essence Reaver, and the Executioner. So Kramer actually, because of the strut passive from MF, has decided he doesn't need level 2 boots. He's been sitting on these boots of speed the entire game, and it means he just hits these item points that little bit sooner than Reckless does. Bwipo on the front line here, Langjing stepping forward into darkness. Fnatic have control of this small pocket of vision in the river. Of course, the Scuttle Crab behind, giving LGD just that little bit of information as to where exactly Fnatic are, and LGD will gain mid lane priority. Hook's gonna land onto Mark. There's the Gargoyles. Bwipo knocked up with the depth charge. Call of the Forge God available for Langjing. Showstopper's gonna pull him back, and here comes the curtain call. Mark already down. Wet Peanut diving off towards the backside. The unleashed power used on GA. And Langjing will flash away. LGD can look for the re-engage here. They've got the bullet time, but instead they say, okay, it's not a soul for you yet. You just have 2 Infernal Dragons, and they'll give it up to Fnatic.
Wow, so the Peanut ultimate didn't even come through that time around. He wasn't able to keep Mark alive, and LGD end up falling short in the team fight. Ooh, Hylissang looking for Kramer. Going to be able to disengage from that one, though. Fnatic, I'm surprised they were able to come out ahead in that fight, and they were the actual ones to instigate it. They looked for a fight before the objective was even started, but a lot of farm was lost on a side lane. So while all this was going on, Fnatic was just clumped in the river. Meanwhile, GA was still pushing mid waves. He's going to catch another wave top right now. And like, a lot of farm was being lost, but here we see like the initiation onto Mark. Notice that 3 members are actually zoned by this smoke screen coming out from Selfmade. They're also afraid of Nemesis sitting off on this flank. And then so many members just immediately flash away. The Kindred ultimate never comes through because he's worried that if he stays in it, he's just going to bait his team.
Also, Hylissang was just about to hook him, so he had to flash away and then realized that he didn't need to use the ultimate because he was already out of the fight. So what I did like from Fnatic there was the layering of CC as GA tries to dive onto Hylissang, still has the chrono break, just dives his way all the way back to the river, and LGD gained total control of this Baron side of the river.
Oof, okay. Here comes the Death Crown for Xie. He's going to, he's already completed that item now, level 17. You can see how big that shield is, and it's going to be upgraded because Langjing has just hit level 16 as well. So those two need to meet up, get that upgrade onto Xie's back pocket, and he's now going to be a massive threat in the upcoming fights. Of course, this game is going to continue to be delayed because the Drakes keep getting taken by Fnatic. But I think the longer this game goes on, it only gets harder, really, for Fnatic. I feel that it's going to be harder for Reckless to kill this front line of the Ornn relative to the composition that Kramer has to play against. Mark is only going to get tankier as the game goes on. Xie is only going to do more damage. And I think that Fnatic, what they're largely relying on is finding these picks at the start of each fight, just like they did with Mark in that last one. They have a lot of single target bursts with champions like the Syndra, and they have a lot of chain CC with things like the Gen.W, the Hook, of course the Syndra stun as well. But I think if they just play the straight-up front-to-back 5v5, it's not going to be great for Fnatic.
Hylissang looking for the hook. We'll just walk out of the Power Law Convergence. I mean, Fnatic, there's a reason the Fnatic bush is named after them. They have historically been very good at sitting in a bush and waiting and trying to catch someone. Right now, Bwipo is still pushing in the bottom lane by himself. Langjing is on his way to answer this. Bwipo a level down in this matchup now. We haven't seen that pure power that they invested into Bwipo early on really translate into much more as of yet. He's been strong in the team fights. Perhaps Fnatic realizing that he would need to be their frontline, so would need some extra items. So decided to get him a little bit more gold, but he hasn't been able to purely win this side lane by himself.
Oh, look at LGD though, they're kind of threatening a collapse. Remember that Kramer can rotate from lane to lane very quickly, especially now that he's upgraded the boots. Also got himself the Executioner's Falling Blade. Yep. God, I have a really bad history with that. The name of that, yeah.
Oh, Hook comes out here onto Selfmade. There's no flash on this Graves. TP gonna be used. There is the Lantern. Call of the Forge God comes in from Langjing, lands it even through the smoke screen. Bwipo's on the back line, but he's all on his lonesome, and there is the dredge line shut down onto Bwipo. And now Fnatic have to retreat back into their own jungle. LGD find a pick, don't really lose too much health at all. Nemesis is the next target here for GA, but Selfmade got caught out, and it meant that LGD can now start up this Baron.
Yeah, excellent pick, and again, the lack of flat. Oh, but that's huge as well!
Unleashed power, it isn't quite enough as the chrono break comes out from GA. Reckless trying to open up. GA no longer has an ultimate. Now Selfmade can rejoin this fight, can just dash across this wall to try and get over towards the Baron, but LGD actually just gonna disengage. Curtains open from Reckless as he realizes LGD have walked away.
Wow, I'm surprised that LGD actually chose to disengage off of that, because Bwipo had no teleport. So I think that they would have been in a numbers advantage, but they recognized that they only had the MF ultimate. Oh, they also had Peanut. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yep.
I thought that they could have committed to that Baron, honestly. But finding that pick onto Selfmade is really where everything started for LGD. Notice, again, the lack of flash can be so devastating. Your positioning is so important. And then Bwipo finds himself in a 1 versus 4 that he just cannot get out of. He does not have the flash to disengage. And he recognizes the disadvantaged position that he puts himself in, but then it's Nemesis that finds that pick onto GA, throws the ultimate down, forces GA to ulti, and then immediately LGD is forced to retreat. The damage on your screen right now you can see from Nemesis.
With 20 seconds left on the next Dragon spawn, we once again see both the teams deciding to fight in this bottom side river. Last time it was Fnatic who came out on top. This time, LGD once again will be looking for that Infernal Soul. Fnatic, though, if they get this, would only be 1 dragon away from a quad Infernal Soul. And LGD, well, they definitely want to stop that from happening. Scuttlecrab once again acquired for them, Selfmade. Aggro's the dragon. It raises from its slumber into the river itself as LGD looking to step forward. No real vision control here for Fnatic as LGD call on the Forge God. Showstopper used on Langjing from Bwipo from the side. Nemesis trying to do what he can. The hook goes down onto Mark. But here comes GA. And there go Fnatic. Reckless tries to do what he can, but GA is chasing him down. Infernal Soul LGD. Only Selfmade left alive, and he won't be for much longer. LGD are on the hunt, and it's a triple for GA.
GA with the perfect flank onto the backline as Fnatic chose to go for the engage as Langjing throws out the ultimate. The idea from Bwipo was to stop Langjing from getting the second proc of that ulti off, but he ends up just making it easy for Kramer and GA to play the fight that they want. They get the Dragon Soul, and now the Nexus is in their eyes.
This might just be it. LGD from 1 and 3 in play-ins group. They have come alive here in the World's Group stage. And what a group this is gonna be. LGD pick up their first win in groups.
This game was all about the Dragons. Even though Fnatic found themselves with that early gold advantage, LGD were not concerned. They kept composed, they didn't try to overforce anything, and they just waited for these neutral objectives where they were just consistently coming out ahead in the 5v5s. There were definitely windows where Fnatic found a couple of good picks, they found a couple of good opportunities, but then in that final fight, everything just crumbled. LGD were not afraid to force the engage. They get a really good Ornn ultimate off that baits Bwipo into using his ulti very early, which means the backline wasn't threatened. And then, of course, we got to see Xie just run rampant on the entire Fnatic lineup.
That flank was just dirty from Xie. Absolutely great stuff. We saw, you know, people just got assassinated. Nemesis wasn't able to even move. And we saw exactly the power of the Echo into the Syndra matchup and the power of LGD. And it just makes me more excited for this group, I'll be honest. Like, anyone can go through. Gen.G 2-0, but then you have LGD and Fnatic at 1-1. TSM with a couple of good performances, even though they've lost, on a good day, could really challenge the rest of the teams in this group.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be an interesting one to see how the rest of this group does play out, because of course, now with both Fnatic and LGD being 1-1, it makes that matchup of Fnatic versus Gen.G so much more important, because if they get that win, then there's potential for a 2-1, and then
TSM LGD becomes even more important.
So of course, every single game, like, it feels like that right now, this is kind of going as expected. A lot of people thought that this group would be very competitive, and I think that we're starting to see that. So it's only gonna get more competitive as we move into the final games of Group C. Meanwhile, the other groups are kind of like, I think that we haven't seen too many surprises out of any of the other groups. Things are kind of going as expected, and I hope that as groups continues, we'll see a couple more shakeups.
Yeah, so do I. I'm looking forward to the upsets, but it's time for another break, and when we return, we'll give you more reactions from day 2.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusties.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, Mercedes. Legends run wild. Each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory, We live it, we breathe it. We have each other's back. Together, we become legends. Icons of a new generation.
Greatness accepts no lag, no delay, no excuses. It lives in the tiny space between milliseconds and nanoseconds, between memes and legends, between tears and tears. And when margins that small make an impact this big, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the Cisco network will do.
Another twist of the night, turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today and make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you don't fly like Phoenix flies. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tides. True believers, got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing. God, now, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you don't fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone. We just wrapped up day 2 of groups, and what a way to close things out as Fnatic and LGD faced off in an intense Game 6. Incredibly back and forth, and actually both games we've seen from LGD so far have been scrappy with a lot of fights. Where in the end do you think they got the upper hand in this one?
In the draft, I think.
In the draft, okay.
Honestly,
easy, let's move on. Next one. No, just kidding.
I think Fnatic just went for full comfort, but you know, champions that we recognize them on, but I think the ease of execution was definitely in LGD's hand. Just the Ornn makes everything simple, you have time as a friend, and then the Echo against that composition that doesn't have reliable hard CC just make it so easy for Shia to pop off.
Yeah, on top of that, I feel like combined with the Misfortune, the Ornn, and the Kindred too, having that range advantage, the ability to control a lot of space up against the Graves makes it really hard for him to execute in team fights as well. And a lot of the time we saw like a set diving forward, and then all of a sudden there can't really be any more follow-up because of that.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking, obviously, I'm not an analyst, so I know much less than you guys do, but it did seem also interesting to me that it's a good idea because you can interrupt, obviously, the Ornhorn with the set if you go in, but we saw that LGD after 2 times was like, yeah, sure, you just jump in, and then we'll just kill you from the back, so that didn't really play out well. Also, interestingly enough, Yamato, you did, oh, that's so tragic, you did talk about, you know, the champion pool with Peanut and, you know, his reliancy on some champions, including the Kindred, but in this draft, it wasn't really an issue, was it?
Yeah, I think just Kindred, we knew it was about to come through. Nidalee was also open, and we saw that Fnatic weren't so keen to pick it. This could have been like a decent Nidalee spot, potentially, if you draft for it. Together with Syndra rotation, maybe not so much, but I think Ender spoke about it too in the green room, that this is a matchup where Kindred is kind of satisfied in. I think with having Ornn on your side, that almost always helps you jungle matchups, regardless of what you're playing.
I mean, the Ornn for a lot. I mean, he had 80% win rate on it in the regular season. I mean, everyone's good on, if you're a top laner, you got to be able to play Ornn, but he's exceptionally well also at playing just a weak side. We saw that on RNG.
Strong side, assassin,
the strong side,
engage,
like anything, especially
you had to play super weak side in this game, right? Because the whole thing started off with Selfmade putting a lot of tension up there and him teleporting out of the lane, which cost him a ton. And I think that did help Fnatic get off to a good early start, but then the stacking of the Drakes came very early for LGD, and that forced Fnatic into taking some pretty tough fights around the Dragon.
And I mean, LGD definitely from their start to play-ins to what we've been seeing from them now, getting their head in the game in terms of drafts and play. Can I get a quick thought on Group C in general and how it has been? It's been a long day. Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna how it has been going in Group C. Very scrappy games overall. Now a 1-1 for Fnatic and for LGD, 0-2 for TSM, and of course 2-0 for Gen.G.
I think just based off of the second game the Fnatic played with the Evelyn ban, I think they showcased, you know, what comes next, and I wasn't too happy about it. And I think that kind of opens up the group with Gen.G being the clear favorite to just be in the first place position, while the other teams, you know, it's just a 1-game difference that can change everything.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of people are a bit down, I guess, because TSM is 0-2, but that's, you know, actually nothing if you look at how the other teams are playing, especially that we have also a 1-1. A lot is still possible in this group. If you missed anything from day 2 of groups, be sure to check out our rebroadcast. That is at 10 a.m. Pacific time zone for our American friends, because I can imagine that it's a tricky one to stay up for. In a few minutes, though, we'll be back for World's Cooldown with Dash, Raz, Spawn, Valdez, and Kobe!
Hey!
Hi, Kobe!
Hey, how's it going over there? Probably better than is going over here for us, you know.
I mean, yeah, do you mean because NA lost or because it's really late or early?
Yeah, I don't know if you could catch by the standings graphic right there, but North America's still winless at the group stages. We did get our play-ins victories, but we're looking for a little bit more out of it. And another surprising thing, of course, you know, Korea undefeated. They're looking extremely strong.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, surprising. I don't know.
It looks like everyone's a loser next to Korea right now, let's be honest.
Absolutely. Kobe, we're not going to keep you for too long because I know you're heading over to cool down soon. So what are you guys going to be talking about today?
I'm glad you asked, because we are going to be talking about the single most exciting game of Worlds to date, G2 versus Suning. We'll have a recap, but we're also going to recommend that you definitely go back and watch the VOD. Extremely exciting. You've heard of base races before, but there was a base relay.
It's a good way to put it.
I like it.
Yeah. Before we let you go, come on, Kobe. If you don't have faith anymore, like, then why should anyone? You have faith, don't you?
Shocks. Nobody said that we don't have faith anymore. We're used to losing. We've been here before. That's why we still have smiles on our faces. We're a little bit dead inside. And as you know, week 2 for North America is always opposite of week 1. Usually we're winning in week 1 and then we lose in week 2. But if we reverse the script, it could be some good things ahead of us.
That's a good strategy. I like
I've been thinking about that. Maybe it's just flipped for you and an A, and then, but like, yeah, you dropping games.
I don't like that.
I don't like that. Okay, we'll see. Thank you so much, Kobe. We will see you for more in a bit.
Tiebreakers are where we'll succeed.
Please no. Okay, that's a wrap for us here in Berlin so far. As said, we'll be right back with Dash, Raz, Spawn, and Kobe in World's Cooldown.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to Worlds Cooldown, presented by State Farm, your one-stop shop for all things Worlds at the end of the night, or the beginning of the morning, or whatever part of the day you find yourselves in. Currently, I'm Dash, joined by Raz, Spawn, and Kobe. Gents, second day of group stages is in the books. We had a couple bangers of games, but just taking a look at the overall clump of teams as it stands, it's the LCK that sits above the rest right now. DAMWON Gaming over there, 2-0 atop Group B. Gen.G following suit, 2-0 themselves.
Yeah, LCK dominating across the board, but who's at the top of the LCK, James? It is DAMWON, and they are crushing it. I think the biggest change in perspective for a lot of people coming into Worlds was going to be the DAMWON versus JDG game, and that one going so heavily in the favor of DAMWON has definitely won a lot more LCK representatives over to their side, looking like they are well favorited to go super far.
However, it is good news for LEC as well as LPL fans. It does appear that the teams from those regions are starting to heat up. We're seeing some more stellar performances coming out of there. A couple of games that are much closer today as well that went the distance. However, the North American faithful at the moment,
laughing as soon as you start talking about NA, Spawn.
What is
going
this?
on? You might want to just close your eyes and like go next fast, because this is getting ugly real quick.
I mean, we can't deny that. There's nothing that can be said in contrast to that point. Raz, help me out or change the topic.
I'm definitely helping you by changing the topic.
Thank you, Fred.
Because, like, for me, Gen.G was a team that, when we look at Group C, people were like, I don't know about Gen.G, you know, there were a few naysayers out there, probably because of previous Worlds performances, but they came out on top as well. Like, BDD had an excellent performance mid in both of his matches. Like, Ruler is still king in the bot lane. Gen.G came to play, and I'm glad to see it from the organization.
Without a doubt.
I was one of the naysayers, right? When I said this is the team that, in my opinion, probably most likely to fall down. And it was just, you know, I don't know what it actually was, because when you look at how they stack up, they're such an impressive unit, right? And they do have really great team play and synergy. But there was just something about it that if I was going to have to pick a team, I thought it would be Gen.G. So far, however, this team has really been on fire.
Yeah, that Group C is really turning out to be an exciting one. Let's dive into some of the individual matchups, rather, from our day of games. Starting with Game 2, LEC's G2 versus the LPL Suning. I mean, this has got to be the game of the day, and by many accounts, including the casters on the game itself, it was the game of Worlds, Kobe.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely the most exciting one that we have had to date. Suning just came out with such coordination in their team fights, gaining these big leads over G2, but G2, huge macro plays for them. Despite Jankos falling behind early to SOFM's big plays, aggressive early jungling, they were still able to pull it through. Twisted Fate wildcard stealing dragons. We had a base relay race to end it all off. So many good team fights to go back and watch. It just had so much action, so much tension in it throughout.
Yeah, and I wanted to really point out SOFM. I know that you talked about how the early game went for him versus Jankos and how he was able to use Angel as an extension of himself, all that, to be able to get an experience advantage, those insane team fights that he was able to have. But yeah, this game, as you can see from the replays in front of you, banger alert. That's like, steer clear of anything else other than this game. It was amazing to watch.
The Raz jumping out of his seat as a recommendation.
Raz,
yes.
Or rather, Spawn, what's the answer to that question that's just been thrown up on the screen? Is it, in fact, the best game of the world so far?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you can look past this game, because it really had like the two ideal compositions coming through for both teams, in my opinion. It had the star players popping off, some return to form mixed in there as well. So when you had a look at this game, not only did it have the back and forth, but it was actually quite high quality. And I think that the right members stepped up at the right time to make this a really exciting game of League of Legends.
Yeah, I know you are heavily talking about bottom lane specifically, Spawn. And looking at Summer from G2, that's where a lot of people's worries were for G2, why they weren't giving them the same amount of credit coming from last Worlds and their dominating performance. But both Perks and Mickey had big games for themselves. There was that team fight that drew a lot of eyes, Perks dumping out over 10,000 damage in it. But Mickey as well, so many big setup plays for the Bard. He had that ward on the blast cone. He had plenty of heals, defensive ultimates, really nice stuff.
Yeah, and to me, it was like Perks was the member that coming into Worlds, I was like, if G2 is going to prove to actually be this legitimate contender to be able to win Worlds, I need to see a return to form from Perks. And I think we got that this game. And there were a couple of really key moments that I want to highlight to show that it's often the little things from your AD carry. So very early on in the game, he actually called Jankos down into his lane, got himself that reset that was able to maintain teleport advantage. You know, at about the 8-minute mark, they start up the Rift Herald. Perks is able to actually teleport towards that. That means that they're able to pick themselves up Rift Herald. He also had really smart itemization. We've talked a lot about the meme of losses to Boris so far at Worlds. As soon as the Ocean Soul was picked up, immediately goes away and gets that Executioner's Calling as well. And the uptime on his DPS was incredibly impressive. And I know what everyone's saying, you know, like Caps carried this game, Wonder carried this game, Mickey had a stellar performance. And we all know the depth of the G2 lineup, right? This is a team that across the board is the super team of Europe. They are the hopes of the LEC to win another world championship. But for me, their captain, their star player needs to be Perks for that to happen. To win Worlds, in my opinion, you need a great AD carry. And Perks at the moment is showing that he is back in that form to be able to be a great AD carry.
I fully agree with you. And I think the words that you use in like a European super team, it's that idea, you know, because of how the summer split had went for this team had been falling away. And to your point, because of the bot lane, but also for me, the inconsistencies of the jungle. I felt as though like what we were seeing was everything that we wanted to see from G2, what made them really monsters in 2019 in international and tournaments. But I still need to see that from Jankos. Jankos, I think, had some really questionable decisions. Like when he got pilfered in his own jungle, he decided to walk out and go for Raptors when he had no mid-prior. He had all of the information that Syndra was going to go there, and he still went for it. Like, we need to see these things kind of get cleared away if we want to see G2 in peak form and for teams to really fear them in these games.
It's a totally valid point, but really, you got to focus on that? Of all the things to focus on in that game?
This is one of many examples, but like at the end of the day, what we got to see was exactly what Spawn said, which was like, this was a Perks game as well as everyone is starting to come together and like their first games in Worlds, which is really fun to see for G2.
And the thing is, you know, people already were super hyped on the solo lanes of G2. Like Spawn's talking about coming out of summer, people are not worried about Caps or Wonder. And those players are still going to be players that are going to be stars and on the forefront of their games. But people are looking at the other areas for them to have the complete package to really challenge the teams at the top, that people are now looking at TES and DAMWON as heavy favorites. They were already coming into it, but especially with the DAMWON over JDG performance.
Definitely. One final beat on this game before we move on. In his World's 2020 debut, SOFM made every second count by kicking 2 members of G2 to their deaths, made possible by the Cisco network. Let's take a look. Raz, walk me through it. I know you're a big fan.
This one was beautiful to watch for me because, like, the entire idea, like the beginning of the fight, I think was a little bit doomed for Suning because they had lost their support. He got picked right from the get-go. But then for SOFM to find that picture-perfect kick, I thought was insane. At first, I thought, like, you know, how are they going to be able to take this fight? Did he need to ward hop kick? The coordination with the flash from the Renekton to get the stun, being able to get the picture-perfect kick on the AD carry, I think that saved them this fight and the game up until like the later portions of it.
And the coordination with Mickey. Mickey, where are you going? He's running right over to Perks. I think that was one of the few moments where I was like, hey, where are you going with that one? Because he brings SOFM right over. This also really highlights Angel's coordination with SOFM because yes, you got that great kick. Yes, you get the line knockup. You have the AD carry locked up in CC, but that doesn't matter if there's no damage there. And Angel walks melee range of a volley bear into range of TF stun just so he can get that Syndra ult off to kill off Perks and make that a teamfight victory for Suning. And that was one of the big things about their team fights. There was so much coordination in these plays to pull them back from deficits.
And I think that's a major difference in SOFM this year. Like Raz, when we used to watch SOFM all the time, he was a guy that would build like full damage on his Lee Sin. He was running things like Ignite, Smite as well before it was cool. But now he's got a team like crazy enough to actually go in with him. Like they actually see the game the way that he sees the game. Therefore, he's been able to change up his style to more of that supportive facilitator. You know, we're going to keep talking about it, but Angel's going to play around him. You know, in team fights, they're going to look to follow his lead a lot of the time. And he just plays like a madman on Summoner's Rift. Like he only goes forward. He is like the categoric go forward player, and it's very fun to watch.
Raz, I want to give you the final point here on Suning. What is your impression of this LPL squad, even in the loss here? Because this felt like the most difficult of the LPL teams to kind of nail down coming into the tournament, and particularly the group stage. A number of people saying wouldn't be surprised if this were the LPL team to kind of peter out in groups and not make it to the knockout stage. But how did you feel about the showing against G2 here, even in the loss?
I'm incredibly confident because they looked confident. I think a lot of people had lacking faith because of the younger players. How was Hwanfeng, how was Angel and Bin going to perform on that stage? And I thought that they came in and were always on point in team fights. They matched really well against a veteran lineup, and it was G2 that had to rise to the occasion in those instances to have a fantastic game. So I think Suning for sure are a team to beat in this group.
Well, while Suning rather fell down today, JDG took a step up, Kobe, taking the win over PSG Talon, of course, rebounding from their loss yesterday against DAMWON Gaming.
Let me tell you, James, we have had some stops in group
we have
already. Only 2 days in. I cast 3 of them myself right at the opening day. But this is the stomp to take all stomps, okay? JDG, they were angry about that loss to DAMWON, and they came out firing on all cylinders. You could tell from Champion Select, they were like, we are going to steamroll over them, towers or not. 4 melee champions, my friend. This is a dive comp through and through, and they take that dive comp, they start roaming around the lanes early on to pick up those kills, and once you start getting those aggressive kills, snowballing with that gold. They did not care about the towers. They went right behind them. Expert usage of Pantheon for multiple early ones where you can immune the extra damage that comes through. They had no fear, and you could just tell from, you know, the first 5 minutes of this one, JDG were going to run away from it. This hypes you right back up then for the rematch that they'll have with DAMWON at the top of the group.
Yeah, and I think that when you have a look at a game like this, you get to understand like what priority and pressure and the ability to move first to a play actually means. And this is what we're talking so much when we talk about, you know, why is this team not 4-man diving this turret? Why are they not, you know, utilizing the extra seconds they have on Summoner's Rift to be able to create skip steps, to be able to, you know, they were diving tier 2s at certain points in this game. And I mean, it's just flawless play, in my opinion. Sure, like I always say this, when you play really good League of Legends, if another team plays really good League of Legends, it kind of degrades a little bit because League of Legends is a pressure game. So it did require PSG to kind of have a shocker of a game at the same time.
Yeah.
But this still is a JDG that when you give them like the champions that they're looking for, and when you allow them to dictate the terms of the game, they are going to absolutely dismantle you. This was a shellacking.
Yeah, very much a dominant game. Just over 23 minutes was the total game time on that one. Quite rather a resurgence for a squad that took a hard loss to DAMWON just yesterday. We're going to step away on the other side. Valdez is going to join us to break down Gen.G versus TSM. We got more Worlds Cooldown coming at you after this. Welcome back to World's Cooldown, presented by State Farm, where we're welcoming Valdez to help us break down some of the LCK matchups that hit your screens just this evening. Welcome, Valdez. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Great day of games today. Some really fun ones, and more LCK dominance is always fun to see.
I was about to say, before we get into the specific matchups, I just want to talk about LCK's showing so far at the tournament overall. 5-0 now stands the score when you combine all LCK teams. How does this match with your pre-tournament expectations, considering the dominance of, say, a region like the LPL over more recent years?
Well, if you take a look at the matchups that they've had, I think really DAMWON was the only team where people were saying, hey, they might lose here to JDG. Could be a really close matchup. It ended up not being very close. Outside of that, I mean, DRX had a relatively easy matchup. Gen.G, they had that close one against LGD, but eventually were able to squeak out that one. Overall, just based on the matchups, definitely going the way that I expected. I'm looking towards Gen.G to see if Ruler can continue to carry his team as he has in the past couple of games. But of course, with his ear infection that he's got right now, I'm a little bit worried. He looked pretty funny today with the tissue over his ear, but still came to play. Had a crazy game on the edge.
It just adds to the impressiveness then of the 2-0 start for them. Let's start with that Gen.G squad and their TSM victory here today. Kobe, jump in here since it was us on the receiving end of the shellacking. What was your take?
I really loved how Gen.G were able to punish the ganks that TSM went for. I mean, these are some of the changes that they made to the jungle, where with a champion, especially like Lilia, that has such good clear speed, they were always looked to punish, not chasing around the Nidalee for that. You know, we saw on screen, you get first blood for TSM. Yeah, that's great. But Gen.G were ahead in gold after that first blood because of farm differences in their matchups, as well as the jungle taking away objective after objective. For a long time in the LPL, Volibear has been the answer to Renekton, big CS lead up there. The set into Zilean was one of the biggest things that North America was coming into this thinking, Bjergsen on Zilean, nobody's able to deal with this. What possible answer could you have? And yet he comes up, BDD, shoves the wave, forces so many missed CS from Bjergsen early on. It was actually kind of catastrophic how little control they had around mid for TSM, and it just allowed Gen.G to control the entire map with Lilia.
Well, Valdez, what's your perspective then as an LCK representative? When you see a pick like that, when you see the Zilean come in for Bjergsen, this thing that we rave about nonstop and talk about the win rate and the pocket pick and all that, is there any sense of concern there, only then to watch BDD completely dismantle it?
I think that we don't see in the LCK very often for a reason. I think that a lot of the LCK mid laners would see that and they'd just be like, okay, I'll play a tank, I'll play Lucian, I'll shut you down 100%. They're gonna have their jungler around you. They just know how to play around that kind of pick really well. So I think when Gen.G saw that, they were very calm. They're like, okay, you know, we've got set mid, should be really, really fine. We saw how difficult it was for Zilean to try to CS up against Set, who was just playing with such crazy positioning, way far down the lane, getting multiple plates as a melee against range, which was really nice to see. And for some reason, all these LCK teams so far, they've just found a way. You were talking about the first blood. That went the way of TSM, but still they get so far ahead in the early game. It's like somehow so much gold is leaking their way in so many of their matchups just because they look so much stronger in the early stage of the game and the laning phase.
And look, I don't really know whether it was somehow. I think it was a systematic destruction of the top side of Summoner's Rift, because at 5 minutes into the game, if you discount the support positioning, which is obviously Targon's, like they are genuinely 52 CS up for the first 5 minutes. And this is what we mean by priority, the ability to be able to push your lane and respond first in the pathing to river and jungle. And as Kobe pointed out, this was a jungling clinic put on by Clid. Anytime he needed help, he would pull one of his solo laners into the play to be able to assist him with either vision or the ability to set up skirmishes and completely cut off all routes for Speaker to be able to take after that first gank in the top lane. And that was just like systematic control. That's when you say good macro, that's what you're talking about. The ability to just be able to play the map. Every move had a counter move from Gen.G here, and it was just impressive to see.
Yeah, this game kind of highlights how often casters will talk about jungling is a team game because they're able to use the entire team there to really set them up and control the map.
Yeah, and in general, I think history has shown that the Korean teams, above all else, are generally play the most consistent. And I think that's where, again, you look at those CS numbers, and it makes sense to me that one part of the map can maybe fall down or fail or misstep, but the rest of the map can so easily cover for it. Today's State Farm Assist of the Day, though, is actually going to the team that was on the losing end of this bout. It goes to TSM's Doublet for his excellent flash snare onto Ruler in the bot lane spawn. Perhaps the only time within this game where some smiles went across the NA faces.
Yeah, and I think this is what you're going to need to see more out of TSM, like a smart force, because what had actually happened, you probably saw on the minimap, is that Speaker's top side of the jungle had just been taken, double control ward up there. He actually walks out of base into bottom side, gets spotted on a very deep ward that was dropped by Clid as well. And Doublelift just knows that his jungler is going to be like completely destroyed if he doesn't get something happening. And I think that when you have a look at a center Rakan lane, that is definitely supposed to be the scaling late game option. So the fact that they're willing to burn summoner spells, be aggressive, and allow Speaker to have an avenue to play through, like that's definitely the assist of the day for me, because nothing else was going anywhere near remotely to plan for TSM in this game. So hats off to Doublelift. I think he's going to have more plays like that if TSM have a chance in this world.
Yeah, maybe 102 more of those plays, roughly. just an estimate. Okay, let's talk about the other Korean game of the evening. It was Rogue versus DAMWON. DAMWON now sits atop their group at 2-0. Valdez, thoughts here? Because the draft for me was really interesting, seeing out of DAMWON the willingness to go for something like the Lulu up there in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Zillion before. This is a similar idea where it's like, oh, you know, let's try to counter Finn, which a lot of the casters have mentioned seemed to be the weak point of the team. Nuguri can play anything. Something that is very common amongst these top LCK teams, especially DAMWON, is that their champion pools are insanely large. They can play pretty much anything at the drop of a hat. And Nuguri's like, okay, you want me to play Kayle? I can play Lulu. Sure, let's do it. And it ended up being a really great lane for him. But obviously, I think the highlight of this one was Canyon just, I mean, he's all over the jungle. He just made Inspired look a little bit not very inspiring this time around. And it's just something that Canyon does in and out, not only here at Worlds, but also at LCK. This guy has been slowly becoming a huge juggernaut in the jungle and is insanely good right now.
Spawn, jump in, then Kobe, I want to hear your thoughts on the Graves and Lulu combo.
Yeah, I mean, surely this is the evolution of DAMWON from like last year, right? Is the fact that Canyon has been able to elevate his game so much, because they had very consistent solo lanes last time around. You know, Noguri comes in, he plays Klepto on every single champion, still able to top gap. Showmaker, to me, was one of the most impressive players in the world last year, and he's still showing that great form as well. But the fact that Canyon is now using that pressure of his top laners, and as Kobe keeps mentioning, and we're going to keep saying it, like, jungling is a team game, and as a jungle, you are the beneficiary of a lot of the plays that your solo laners in particular will set up, but Canyon is taking it to a whole new level at the moment with how he is able to actually take over these games.
Exactly. I mean, it is a team game, and yet sometimes you need to take matters in your own hands. I'm tired of seeing a Graves pick cycle their own jungle camps over and over. You watch the Super Server games leading up to Worlds. Graves, you pick Ignite into a Hecarim. The Hecarim, it has no place, even in his own jungle. And Canyon does not hesitate. Boom, he's immediately invading in there. You go red buff right into the enemy jungle. That's what Graves, what Kindred will want to do to try and abuse their range advantage into champions like that early on. And then he doesn't let up. So it's a symbiotic relationship with those powerful lane matchups that you're also trying to choose. And then throwing down the Ignite on top of it to really stamp your authority over it. I just thought that was what you want to see from those types of picks. And then the Lulu thing, I absolutely fell in love because it's kind of the reverse of that, where you're like, you know what? Other times I don't have to, be the star of the show. I don't have to be, Fiora or something up here stomping. I will pick a Nidalee to stuff the only possible, hard engage from the, or I'll pick a Lulu to stuff the hard engage from the Hecarim and get a team win, for your team.
Well, and I'm going to come to you on that point, Valdez, because that I think is one of the things that continually impresses me about the LCK as a region. There seems to be, especially at these international tournaments, a little bit a lack of hubris, where in other regions or maybe for some other teams it can get in the way. With the LCK, we know, as you mentioned, that Nuguri can play anything and very much could have said, hey, give me the Camille and let me just try and outplay and hard carry, but instead has the humility to jump onto a pick like Lulu knowing this is what's best for the victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something that the LCK teams have always been willing to do. You know, we've seen FLICKR many times just play Galio, right? Because he wants to be the guy that is the tank for the team, the front line, the guy that can engage, especially before the flash nerf and stuff like that. And they're always willing to play, you know, whatever is necessary. And that's where that large champion pool comes in and makes it even better, because I mean, that's another thing. You know, we've got DRX, we only saw them once so far, but Freak had a great point about Carrier's champion pool. The guy's played like 21 champions so far, and he that was just an LCK summer. So it's not only him, it's a lot of these players are willing to just play whatever is necessary at the time.
Well, speaking of LCK Summer and the expectations for the LCK here at Worlds, I do want to talk about DAMWON looking forward. It was mentioned that this is considered one of the tournament favorites. They've already gotten that first win over LGD Gaming in the group, and so that does paint a pretty picture for them moving forward. But what is it, in your opinion, Valdez, that makes this team such a threat in this tournament specifically?
Well, I just think that, like Spawn was saying, you know, the evolution of DAMWON. It's like, okay, well, they used to have really strong solo laners, but outside of that, you know, Canyon was a bit weak. They had Nuclear at the time, who wasn't really performing that well. Beryl wasn't really a carry. He kind of redefined himself and became this insane roaming support that you see nowadays, kind of in the sense of Lumao. Maybe even took inspiration from the we had the mid-season tournament over there, actually, between China and Korea got smashed. Like, it was not very close, and we had a China final. And after that happened, I think all the Korea teams just looked at each other and were like, well, I guess we gotta redefine our play. And DAMWON was the one who actually did it the best, whereas maybe a team like T1 didn't do it as well, because they've sort of always been known to be a little bit rigid in terms of their play style. So DAMWON was like, okay, we're going to get super aggressive. Beryl mentioned how he was playing like 16 hours a day, insane amounts of practice just to get to the place where he is now. And DAMWON just became a juggernaut kind of overnight, or rather over the break, right? Between spring and summer. And Canyon became literally the best jungler in the LCK over the break. Beryl became top 2, if not the best. I mean, I used to say, you know, Carrier was the best, but I think nowadays Beryl might take the cake. And Ghost really filled a role that they needed, which was kind of the role player on the team. He never died, and it certainly helped that, you know, all the lanes were winning and the enemy jungler was being smashed by the top line, top side of the map, rather. So it's a lot of different things, but really just everybody came together and are doing their part really well. Like Showmaker mentioned in his interview after the victory, he's like, you know, there's not really one of us who is carrying the team. It's all 5 of us can show up on any day. And it's really true. I mean, we haven't even seen yet in a couple of the matches that we've seen from DAMWON, like a Showmaker hard carry or a Nuguri solo carry performance. And I guarantee you we will get it. So far, it has been a little bit more of the jungle so far.
If the evolution of League of Legends has taught us anything, it's that now more than ever, this is a team sport. So it will require a team as well, you know, synced as DAMWON to come away with the finals victory. The final thing I want to get your thoughts on, Valdez, is that Top versus DRX matchup tomorrow. Do you think DRX can take it, or do you think it goes to Top and LCK takes their first loss of the group stage?
Well, I mean, that's the interesting thing, right? Like, both DRX and Top haven't been challenged yet. So it's like, it was a long time since we saw these teams play, because they played, of course, in their finals or in the playoffs in their own regions. And then we had a long break before Worlds. So it's really interesting to see, you know, how these teams have evolved since then, where their practice has put them. And honestly, based off the 2 games we've seen, it's hard for me to say, okay, this team is looking a little bit better. I would say that DRX, the one main worry that we had from like the LCK caster side was that they're quite inconsistent. So if it's not their day, top is going to crush them. But if DRX come out and Chovy carries really hard and everybody's playing really well, it's going to be a close game. And I think DRX definitely do have a chance. Although I would give the slight advantage to.
About to say, sounds like a top esports prediction to me, gents. All right, Valdez, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate all of your insight, and the dominance out of the LCK teams rather has been quite impressive up to this point.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun, and hope to see you next time.
Yes, sir. We'll catch you just around the corner. Now we're going to step away on the other side. There is more Worlds Cooldown coming your way. Welcome back to Worlds Cooldown, presented by State Farm. It's time for us to talk about that first game of the day, Kobe. First game of the day was Machi Esports versus Team Liquid. I think there were some pretty heavy expectations here.
Please,
for Northern. We have to do it. We got to do it, my friend. Oh, okay.
Open your eyes.
Right. Kobe, you close your eyes while I have...
There, first blood there, Gen.G. He lands the light binding, boom, Tactical's on it with the trap, and from there, it's downhill. Really good flash gank towards mid lane. They take down Jensen, and losing Jensen that much priority early on, then Broxah doesn't really have an area to work off in this map. The draft doesn't have a lot of CC, doesn't have a lot of proactive playmaking on it, and the players already have that tendency. As people who watched North American LCS will know, they literally had a very similar draft to this in the LCS and were only able to pull out a win because Impact made this big hero play on the Mordekaiser, flashing in and getting a Mordekaiser ult. But aside from that, they they did not force any plays. They weren't able to create anything on the map because the only thing that they could do at that point would be to have to play off one of these winning lanes so much more to then draw their opponent to an objective, and they never took that initiative themselves.
And Raz, I'm sure you've done this before as well, but as a coach, sometimes when drafts come in, you have to ask your players, like, is this reality? Because when you have a look at what Team Liquid have drafted, they've drafted hard smashing bottom lane, counter pick top lane, and they've drafted no form of engagement. So they have to be at every objective first. And if I'm Team Liquid and I'm the coaching staff, I have to look at them and I have to say, is this draft reality? Are we going to generate such a huge advantage throughout our laning phase and our jungle that we are going to be able to smash the laning phase, get to every objective first, and set up flawless macro? And from what I've seen, the North American commentators like commentary around this, and from the games I've seen myself around Team Liquid, the answer to that question is no. They are still prone to make mistakes. They are still prone to slow the game down. They are not this crazy snowball team that is just going to be able to fast push their way to victory. They're not this huge split pushing team that is just going to be able to generate a side lead advantage and be able to use that to create numbers mismatch. A lot of their objective control does come down to 5v5 team fight, and therefore you have to be asking yourself, how do you actually create that team fight if you're not at the objective first? And unfortunately, the answer is, with a comp like this, you do not do that. This was a bad draft coming through from Liquid, and I think they were really punished for that.
Yeah, and I think there are layers to this because a lot of the times I'm sure they're going to have the conversation about the draft. Like, I didn't exactly like them banning the Nautilus. I think having the Nautilus, if they take it, great, you have a Leona, right? Like, all of these things are definitely on the table. So I can echo the sentiment. The second layer is literally just like, when you have this draft, you need to be able to make plays. You need to be able to generate plays, like have a general plan within the game. How are you taking the Dragon? How are you taking Rift Herald? For me, the biggest issue is more so like you already see it on your screen about Broxa. 10 minutes and 50 seconds, if people can like check it out, like that for me was a big issue because bot lane smashing. Amazing. Like, everything is good in this respect. The problem is, why is Broxa going bot side to look for a kill? Because for me, if you have huge priority bot side, Rift Herald's out top, what you need to be starting a conversation for is, all right, perfect. Like, if my support's low on mana, get a base, let's go top side. Let's try and, we have first push bot side, let's start going for a Rift Herald there. Because best case is that if he does what he did right there, he gets the bot lane kill, but they're trading sides in a map state which they're already hugely ahead. So trading against that situation is really bad. Worst case is literally what happened, which they could have made that plan. They didn't get a kill bot side. Bot lane actually completely based from the enemy team, and now they lost Rift Herald when they could be making a play of their own. So for me, it was more so just like using the priority that you had with your lanes to get something else on the map, something that they did in play-ins that I really loved from Team Liquid I want to see more of.
Yeah, I think something that we've continually run into with this team, because everybody has this well-set picture of Team Liquid, how their players are going to play, how their team is going to play. And if you do not have impact on one of those tanks that does have the CC to initiate for the team fight, then you have to have Core JJ on it. And if Core JJ is picking for lane with a Lux Caitlyn lane, which is in isolation a very good lane, you can push super hard. We saw them get their 2v2 kill. You mine turret plates. You try and snowball off those early turret pressure and move to the objectives like you guys are talking about. But if they don't have that in either Impact or Core JJ's hands, and Brox is on Graves, that's not going to fill that hole for them, not going to fill that need as they transition to the mid game. And that's when we end up with these games where people really start to complain about the same things over and over with the team, how they're slow, how they didn't have the initiative, how they weren't able to force that stuff.
Raz? Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, for all of us, we're talking about all these mistakes that were coming in from Team Liquid. For me, this was like the first look of Machi as a team at an international event, and they looked really damn good. For me, Mission was, it was really great. And like, we were hitting on his CS difference, right? Or at least like how much minions he was generating, because he was like, all right, I pushed out mid. Everything's looking clear. I'm going to take a peep at these raptors over here, these chickens. I'm going to have some of these. And like, he was farming himself up to be a real carry on this team. Yeah, just take a pick. It's a gourmet out here. It's like, I loved what Machi was doing as a squad. And a lot of these players are veterans, like the casters mentioned it. They've been on this stage before. So you got to see that. And of course, like looking at all the flaws that Team Liquid has, like on the flip side, you're looking at all the positives that Machi was showing.
Yeah, and I think that that's what this game came down to, right? I mean, I think it was actually Yamato at the top of the show that identified that like these two teams play like eerily similar. And like that we were going to see like not a clash of styles, like an actual like come together of styles, and whoever plays the game better, whoever is a better team should be able to take that. And I think that, you know, Machi got a much better comp to be able to play the game that way, like very good ease of execution.
Yes.
They had Enchanter with a tank top laner, which is obviously perfect for a lot of these setup fights. And then Ezreal is just like so hard to like lock down if you don't have a tank in that CC yourself. So like credit to Machi. Like I think they drafted for the matchup really well. That's great scouting. I think they played the matchup like terrifically. And as we mentioned, like Mission in the mid lane, he was a pressure point that you need to be able to play that style.
Yeah, I just wanted to add the fact that Gemini was also doing a great job. Always on the opposite side of where Graves was, so he was never really being impeded by the matchup. And on top of that, you know, hitting on the draft, Karma Volibear, if you ever find someone, you can look for a pick on that. It was just not the same case a lot of the times going back to the draft for Team Liquid, is that if you have Graves and an Enchanter, if you see someone in front of you, good luck like trying to get a pick, or even good luck trying to kind of walk into a bush when the enemy team has it completely warded.
It's good luck.
Yep. Full send. So like I really enjoyed what we got to see from Machi, and let's see if they can continue this one.
Final thoughts on that matchup, Kobe?
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching it live, and we were having these visceral reactions where we're just like, wake up, because there's so many plays, like, you know, holding flashes mid, or not setting up on some of these opportunities that look right there. It just felt, honestly, for a little bit sleepy.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that it's gonna be on NA here to turn things on here as we roll through the group stages. But for Machi, a hot start. Again, the expectations weren't very high for this squad in Group A, but they're going to start with that 1-0, a definitive draft victory piloted to a game victory. We are going to refocus now towards Fnatic, of course, and LGD. But before we do that, let's hear from Lore, who caught up with Fnatic's Reckless.
Thank you very much, Dash. Laure here, back in the interview studio here in Berlin. I have Reckless with me to talk about the last game. Thank you very much for joining me, Reckless. I'm sorry things didn't go your way today, but I hope there's something you can learn and improve on after this game.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we might as well have won this game, honestly. Looking back now, these two games, it's been very slow in general, how the games have been. So for sure, that's something we can take with us now going into the next game against Gen.G and week 2 of playing everyone once again. I think we kind of have to get into the groove of games being longer and being more team-focused rather than individually focused. So that's for sure going to be like a focus point of ours going into the next games.
Yeah, and I feel like it's an interesting point about Group C overall, the fact that games are less one-sided and tend to last longer. How do you explain that compared to the other teams at Worlds this year?
I think it's just a group where all the teams can honestly make it out. It's a pretty tight group, so it's hard to say beforehand like how the games are gonna go, and it's hard to say as well like what kind of strategy the teams will use. It's Worlds, so it's just super hard to like go into the games and know what's gonna happen next. But I think looking now at the teams that have been successful so far, I feel like the teams that those are the teams that just do their thing. Like they don't really care so much about what the meta is or how like you're supposed to play the game. They kind of just do things their way, and I feel like we kind of just have to keep pushing our way as well, and not forget that we got here doing the whole jungle carry thing, and we should keep pushing that forward.
It's a strange thing when you think about the meta at Worlds, because usually you have some picks at the beginning and then the meta looks totally different by the end of the tournament. So how do you navigate through these first games, knowing that maybe in a few weeks or in a few games you'll have to use a different strategy to get through?
It's tough. It's kind of hard to prepare for. I feel like as you said, you have to go into the tournament thinking that even if it's the same patch, things are probably going to change, either for the better or for the worse, depending on what team you are, I guess. But for us, I think the meta suits just fine. But I think we still kind of try too hard to do what everyone else wants to do, I think. Especially looking at today's game, I think we kind of already forgot from last night what we did so well. So hopefully we can go back to that and again look at like how do we make Selfmade be our guy and just yeah, go hard with that.
You still have a lot of time to do so, but okay, before I send it back to cooldown, is there one takeaway from this game that you can tell us?
That would be for me what I said earlier. Like the games are really long, and when we scrim, the games are not so long. So I think we just have to realize that it's again the whole scrim versus stage thing that you kind of forgot now that it's been online forever. So yeah, we kind of just have to realize that it's going to be a much more team-focused game now, and much more about like which composition you're running, how you take space around the Drake or around the Nash, how you set up vision, how you look for TP flanks or flanks in general. Like there's a lot of things you normally don't think about when the games are quick, as they would be in a scrim, rather now when they're longer and it's just much more about the 5v5. So I think we just have to look at like what we can do as a team rather than as individuals.
All right, well, thank you very much for these insights, and I wish you the best of luck for the next games, Reckless.
Thank you so much.
And back to you, Dash.
Thank you very much, Laure. Spawn, this Group C has become so much more interesting because of the performance put up by LGD, and in particular, this result here, now 1-1, tied with Fnatic in the group standings.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, can I just say before we even jump into that, like that is like so much respect for Reckless to be able to actually jump on camera and like do an interview and be like incredibly candid about like the difference between like scrim and like what he's seeing on the world stage and like how he believes that they should play. Because like that's one thing I've always just like really respected about the guy. I love the fact that he's willing to jump on camera. Those are the hardest interviews to do as a player generally, to be able to like give insight into a loss. And I think that he does it like with such class. And like to piggyback off the back end of that, like this group is wide open. He's kind of like saying like, you know, we're in with a fighting shot, but these are the things that we've got to be able to work on. And I think like that's raw and insightful and, you know, just really, really pleasant to be able to listen to.
I fully agree. I thought the point that he made about the slower games, like being ready for that, like talking about Drake positioning, for me, in fact, like 2 points within this game really identified that. Like 28-minute Dragon fight that was about, which got them like that huge set ulti, like everything about that from Fnatic's point of view was great, right? And I wanted to see that replicate, or at least the setup for that in the next fight. 32-minute Drake fight. They didn't mark the flank on the Echo that was coming through. Also, Set didn't get exactly the best engage in. Like those are what makes and breaks a game for me. It is, especially when you're going up against an LPL team, you're just going to get scrappy team fights like these. So that was a great example that I saw in the game.
Yeah, honestly, even the stuff that he was saying about you know, team coordination and self-made specifically, this is the second time in an interview where Reckless has talked specifically about, yes, making self-made our point man for the majority of the game, playing around the jungle. Like our reoccurring theme that we keep talking about here.
Yeah.
How to gain those advantages through multiple people and setting themselves up for objectives like this.
I think in particular, though, that jungle call-out is all the much more interesting because of the performance that Peanut has been putting out on the world stage more recently. Yes, LGD rather struggled in the group stages of play-ins. 2 3-0s off, you know, the back of a number of great Peanut performances, in particular on that Kindred, and again here today showed up in a big way.
Insane. Honestly, it's insane because, like, at least in the beginning of the play in group stage, where Peanut was struggling a little bit, he started out with his Lee Sin that he hasn't really had a good record on this year, and he went straight back towards the Kindred, which, as you can see, has been his go-to pick. That has been what he's been most successful on. That has been what LGD has really rallied behind as a team-fighting team. So if people want to even like start to pick at this team and start to get free bans if you're on blue side, I think Kindred is a fantastic one because, as you saw in the replays, like the key save that he had on MF in the mid lane team fight, and of course even allowed MF to start pumping out damage as she was just ulting within it, and then of course the fights that happened within the Drake. I think he has a masterful control on the champion, and it's been helping them out.
Yeah, and I know that when I was speaking to Frosk about this, right, she was very vocal that this should be Peanut's meta and he should be able to dictate the flow of the game. And kind of the worry with LGD is the fact that they are that mixed language roster, and it does seem to be at times that they will get lost and be on different pages. And I think there was one team fight in particular where they certainly reared its head again. Peanut actually missed his ultimate once, but across the board, like, that was a much more consistent performance. And I do think that certain teams need pressure to be able to perform. LGD was not the best regular season team in the LPL, but when it came to the best of 5 games, when it started to come down to the knockouts, they performed really well. Once again, best of 1s, they kind of sucked in play-ins, but as soon as it came to those best of 5s, the pressure did elevate this team, and I think it will continue to do so.
And the other takeaway from play-ins, while we're on Peanut right now for a while, is that he is not this, consistent 100% of the time, always going to dominate player for you. We had games in play-ins where he was a big liability. And yet, the game right afterwards, without blinking an eye, all members of LGD play to support Peanut. They were getting scuttle crabs for him, feeding him marks. They're setting him up for these plays. They are all in on playing behind him, and that sort of dedication really does show through, and I think that's one of the big reasons why LGD have bounced back from some of the missteps that they did have in play-ins, where, group stages of play-ins, the people were already all off the wall, losing complete faith in them, and then they have the back-to-back 3-0s and come out here and get a win against Fnatic in group stage as well.
Gotta love it. Build your boy up. All right, now before we call it a day, let's jump into our world's honors for the day, where we give a Feels Good award to those that deserve it. And Raz, today we're going to start with you, and we'll go down the line. Who are you giving it to?
All right, starting it off. I mean, we have to give a big welcome to SOFM. 4 years in the LPL, wearing this jersey, and like, people, Snake fans, SOFM fans, Vietnamese fans really wanted this day to come, see him on the world stage. I've been waiting a long time to see him stop. And he locks in the Lee Sin, has a fantastic game. May have started off with an L, but in all of our hearts, big W. So I really love seeing SOFM coming in.
He's got that style, the S, the Samira S above his head. It's okay, we got the L, but got that S.
And I think this is a player that kind of every emerging region fan has been waiting for ever since that IWCA event All Stars, where he just comes over, pops off, and absolutely annihilates everyone. This is probably the greatest emerging region player ever. He is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, we were having that discussion a bit off screen, and we pretty much landed on SOFM as the go-to there. Maybe you talk or throw a name like Levi into the conversation, but even then, SOFM feels like he's a step above the rest. Spawn, coming right back to you. Who gets your honors for the day?
Yeah, I mean, I have to throw mine towards Noguri up there in the top lane. Find a man that can do both for you, right? He can be the Camille, and he can have the Twist of Fate coming into his lane and helping him out. He can play the hard carry, but at the same time, willing to do the no ego thing, lock in a lane bully counter that is going to support Kenyon's Grave in that Lulu. As Kobe said, if you are the best player, arguably nearly in the world, at least one of the best players in this tournament, you're going up against a player that is widely considered the worst top laner in the tournament. There is a big part that is coach, just let me bully him. Let me at him. But I think that this just shows that the team is going to be willing to do anything to win the World Championship this year. Today's game from DAMWON actually made me an incredible believer in this team.
Yeah, I don't want to knock your point, because ultimately I do agree with it. But you mentioned, he can play the Camille's where the TF comes and helps feed him. He can play the Lulus where the Graves comes top and helps feed him with a level 3 tower dive. So it appears no matter what champion he plays, they can still get it done up there in the top lane.
And that's the thing. When I see the pick, I'm like, look, this big brain. He's countering the Hecarim hard engage with Lulu. This
right,
beautiful. But also, he controls his lane state so well. He's got a CS lead up there with the Lulu. This is not some flimsy Lulu.
Right.
Takes building full support items. He's still taking it to him.
Takes the team pick, yeah, and still wins the lane. Gotta love it. All right, Kobe, who gets your honors today?
It's got to be Xie for me. As much as we were talking about Peanut and how critical he is to this team, LGD back to what we saw in the LPL. Xie doing so much work for this team. Such a big carry for them. He pulls out the Echo, talking about the flanks Raz was bringing up. Really big plays for him. This is a guy, this is an LPL mid laner that really deserves a lot of the credit. He has stuck with it for so long, and he has worked so hard to get here.
Yeah, and a big reason. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Wow. I was going to say, actually making his counter pick worthwhile, right? Like, he's playing the Echo into the Syndra, and he just had so much side lane pressure. Like, every single Dragon they went for, they pretty much had side lanes in the right area, just because he is, like, unrivaled and uncontested. You send the 1v1 up there, he just would outright kill him. So, like, I thought that game plan from the entirety of LGD was actually super smart to be able to lock that pick in.
Xie, one of the big reasons why this Group C is becoming so much more interesting with the results of the games today. Now, before we call it a day, we do have one more thing to get through. Was asleep, didn't watch. For all you fools out there who were sleeping during Worlds, I don't know why you'd be doing that. Spawn's got you covered. Don't worry. He's going to give us the 1-minute summary for our viewers that did not watch the game live, but are watching cooldown now. Spawn, take it away.
Okay, pause the VOD right now, go back, load up lolesports.com, and just go watch the VOD. It's going to be G2 going up against Suning, because this game was absolutely wild. As Raz mentioned, invade from SOFM onto the Wolf camp. Jankos just is seeing red, charges to the Raptors, gets killed for first blood, and it kind of set the pace for the entirety of the game. This was a back and forth, just team fight versus team fight, with the stars of both teams turning up. Dragon fights, soul steals coming across, a soul gained by the Suning Gaming lineup, only for the game to be reversed. A back and forward base race with kills aplenty going everywhere, and Caps and Wonder just were beautiful to be able to behold. Return to form for Perks, return to form for Mickey. This will give the LEC fans hope. G2 might be able to do it. They maintain this form, they should be considered in the race to be able to win Worlds.
Here.
There it is. There it is. And you even got to hear out of Raz.
I would just like to say that every team that is still in should be considered to be in the race, okay? We're in the race. We're not all at the same position in the race, but we're in.
You know what? That's a great analogy, Kobe. Right. Everyone is still on the course. They haven't picked up the cones yet and told you to go home, sir. You're not finishing.
I want Kobe as my defense attorney.
What crime my case? All right, well, Kobe, in reference to the race that is still going on, let's take a look at the games that are in store for us tomorrow with our schedule. 6 more coming at you. We're going to kick things off with Machi versus G2. That's Group A hitting your screens again. Team Liquid looking for their first win against Suning, who also wants to put a W in that win column. Then we hop on over to Group B, DAMWON versus PSG, trying to stay undefeated atop the group, where JDG and Rogue, the battle of 1-1 teams, looking for some separation. And then, of course, the return of Group D, who we saw play on day 1. FlyQuest, Unicorns of Love, and then Top Esports versus DRX. That is guaranteed to be a sick game. I think those final 2 games of the day, the rehits of Group D, really excite me, gents.
Hell yeah, James. Top Esports versus DRX for
there we go.
Sure is going to be a banger. Everybody was looking forward to the clash of JDG and DAMWON, but pretty much the similar lead up with the DRX plus Top Esports. And then, of course, NA still looking for their first wins. So the FlyQuest versus Unicorns of Love, definitely going to be a highly contested match. Unicorns of Love have been trying to get into the group stage for so long. They came so close, and I'm really excited to see them perform here, especially with players like Gadget, playing the mages in the bottom lane, and the flexibility that we're seeing for both sides.
Yeah, I gotta say that I'm glad that I hired Kobe as my professional help here, because yeah, I was definitely, my eyes are on Group D, the final 2 games. If anything, I could look past that. For sure, Team Liquid versus Suning. I really, really enjoy Group A for what it is. I think that one's going to be a banger. We already know Group C coming into this event is going to be a really close one. I think Group A should be a lot of fun. Team Liquid should have a lot in there, at least within the conversations the night before this game.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Broxah versus SOFM has to be like a matchup to watch, if not a game to watch, because sometimes it does require the bear to be poked a few times before that they're actually ready to like poke back. And I think SOFM is going to poke Broxah quite a few times in that early game. So I'm looking forward to it. I want them to remain faithful in the Team Liquid jungler, get him an aggressive matchup, and see whether he can go toe-to-toe with Vietnam's best.
Well, some promised bangers coming at you in less than 24 hours. That is going to do it for us here, though, today. So on behalf of myself, the casters, all of the remote broadcast crews from all around the world, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time for more Worlds 2020.
Bill's in the mail.